Zaleski. On C2 is our chip leader with 22,525,000 coming from Netherlands. Ready for the second one from Netherlands. Mr. Raoul van der. On C3 with 6,750,000 is coming from Italy. Let's welcome Xavier Sukowski. Seat 4 with 6,725,000 from Belgium. Christophe de Mulder. Seat 5 is our short stack. 4,450,000 from Estonia. Heli Olov. With 16,100,000 coming from Italy. Gabriele Re. All those guys are coming from Italy with 10,100,000. Alberto Giuliano. And from 10,100,000 as well, Daniele Grasso. We are going to restart with the same blinds as yesterday. The button is placed on seat 5. Small blind is 200,000. Big blind 400,000. Good luck to you all. The fish, shuffle up, and in.
Soon we're going to hear the introductions of the players, but in the meantime, while we're waiting for that to happen, I will introduce some of the players myself. Now we have Raoul van Wersch. You can see, first of all, the payouts here on the screen. So first place, 209,500 euros. They've already locked up 11,240. You could see these pay jumps go up and up and up. So there will be a lot of ICM involved. There will be a lot of strategy involved. It's not just about chip EV, but about gaining those pay jumps, especially the short and medium stacks. Now, Raoul van Wersch, here we go. We'll be quiet. Looks like we're having some introductions.
On C2, our chip leader, 22,525,000 coming from Netherlands. Mr. Raoul van Wersch. On C3 with 6,750,000. He's coming from Italy. Let's welcome Xavier Sukowski. 6-4 with 6,725,000. From Belgium. Christophe de Mulder.
Okay, so Mick says that the volume is quite low, so we'll do like an introduction along with the introduction. So far, we have had Simon Kuzerski with 9.2 million in chips sit in seat number 1. And seat number 2, we have the overall chip leader from the Netherlands in Raoul van Wersch. And seat number 3 from Italy, we have Javier Zukovsky. And in seat number 4 is the legend at the table in Christophe de Mulder. Both him and his brother Matthias were in the main event. Christophe did make the final table as one of the short stacks. Hurley Olap, Estonian hero, Estonian legend, used to be the marketing manager up at Olympic in Tallinn. The short stack with 4.45 million in seat number 5. And seat 6 is Gabriella Ree, who we have seen quite a lot in Malta, quite a strong player. We have Alberto Giuliano in seat number 7 with 10.1 million, and Daniele Grasso also with 10.1 million in seat number 8. The cards are being shuffled. We're about to get into the action. Once again, my name is Jason Glatzer. I was reporting along with Lyle Bateman during the week. Lyle will be continuing to keep the blog up also on delay, so if you miss any of the action, head to the Battle of Malta website to check that out. He will be reporting all the big hands that do take place. And we are at blinds 200,000, 400,000. There was 43 minutes and 28 seconds left in this level. After that, blind levels will go up by an hour. When it's a little bit more short-handed, there will be 45-minute levels. And during three-handed play, it will be 30-minute levels. So we should have a lot of excitement, a lot of good players at this table. And we are hopping right into the action. So right now, it doesn't look like we have graphics quite yet, but we have Daniela Grasso leading from under the gun, folding it, and another fold, and over to the chip leader, Raoul van Wersch. We'll get an idea of how he plays right away. And it does look like he folded as well. And here come the graphics. So Raoul with the queen 4 into the muck. Javier folding his suited 7-4. So far, nobody turning up with anything. It would be normally a nice jam spot with Hurley, but 7-3 is probably not the spot he wants to take. But when it folds around to you on the button, you're down to 11 big blinds. It is a weird spot, but does make the easy fold. And we may even have a walk on the very first hand, depending on how Gabriella does want to approach the hand. He does have Alberto covered, but does fold, gives Alberto a walk with the 7 deuce. So what a way to start off the final table for Alberto. Dealt 7 deuce in the big blind, everybody folding to you. Instead of losing the 800,000 that you put into the pot between the big blind ante and the big blind itself, he did pick up 200,000 net instead from the small blind. So for those of you watching on many platforms, if you do want to chat with me a little bit, I will be paying attention to the Casino Malta Twitch channel. And I do see we have Cami here going, go Estonia, go Hurley. Hope all is well, Cami. We have Raul Van Wersch fans in here too. You can let us know who you're cheering for. And Simon folding his ace-5. Raul rocking that Dutch hat today. Ready to rock and roll. I had a lot of Raul fans, Raul's friends contact me this morning. Quite a popular player in the Dutch poker community and also here in Malta. And we have poker coach and poker legend Christoph de Mulder with 2 Broadway cards opting to get involved. Those green chips are 250,000 each. The white ones are 25. The ones in the middle, the orange, are 100K each. So it does look like a raise to about 800,000. So a min raise from Christoph. The graphics will catch up shortly. And Alberto folding from the small blind. Let's see what Daniele Grasso decides to do. Does just have 10-6, but it is suited. Deep in thought, thinking about whether he wants to call here. Decides to save 400,000 rather than play his 10-6 out of position, so an early pot there for Christoph. Now, stealing the blinds and ante is important for stacks like what Christoph has, what Hurley has, because it does add a significant portion to your stack. So Hurley on about 4.4 million. If he gets a steal through before it comes around to him in the big blind, when he still has some fold equity, will pick up $1 million into his stack right here, right now, for nearly a 20% increase. So Gidrute, rooting for Hurley. If it's Gidra that I know that lives in Estonia, Lithuanian Gidra, I am not surprised by that comment. Good afternoon to you, Glenn Brown Poker. A lot of Hurley fans here. Everybody, Hurley, Hurley, Hurley. We will have Alan Aryat joining us very shortly, in fact, so we will get some Estonians into the booth while Hurley is here battling it out. Hurley is also a longtime friend of mine, not that I am playing favorites at the final table. But yeah, go Hurley. And speak of the devil, I see Alan walking over here, and Hurley may be in a spot. He has King Jack from the hijack and an unopened pot sitting on 11 big blinds. Thinking about what to do. And Hurley opting for just a min raise, not a shove. Maybe a little bit more than a min raise, but I think it is for 800,000. And let's see how this plays out. A min raise does look stronger than a shove, but the problem is you may actually not know where you stand even in position on a short stack. And Daniele may decide to do something here with his sixes. That could put Hurley in a very uncomfortable position. We can see he has basically coin flip equity. I don't think he's a 51% favorite, but more like a 48% underdog. And I'll welcome Alan while we're waiting here. So Alan Aryat joining us in the booth. How are you today, Alan?
Hi, Jason, and thanks for having me. Doing well. It's been a long week here in Malta. So lots of writing, lots of new friends, lots of poker, of course, and yeah, now looking forward to seeing my friend Herli here do well in the main event final table.
Well, I'm going to have to ask you to leave then because I thought you were here to root for Gabriella Ree, not Hurley, your fellow countrymate. But I think you could stay. You could stay. It's safe. So Hurley did get the sixes to fold with his min raise. So far it's working out similar to a shove. You can see that a shove would have likely have gotten through if he did indeed shove. It looks like somebody did something. Maybe Hurley's 800,000 is already in the pot. Okay, no, Simon just called. We just don't have the graphics picked up yet. And this isn't a flop that connects with Hurley, Alan, but it is a flop that he could rep with that ace.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big blind defend there has like a lot less aces in his range. So, of course, there are some, but Hurley can easily rep the ace here. But he just has to find the courage to represent it properly now, and like in a big spot like this at a final table, I mean, it sometimes can be pretty tough.
Yes, which is why I would have shoved personally, just so I don't have to deal with these spots. But Hurley's going to pick up more chips this way. All it took was a min bet, got the job done, willing to play small ball off an 11 big blind stack, and paid off very nicely, now up to 15 big blinds.
Nice, well done, Hurley.
And we have, it says Katie, but I don't think it's Katie. It's Kati saying hi to both of us. Still waiting to catch up. We'll catch up, I'm sure. I'm still going to be in Malta for a bit longer. It's not that I live in Malta, but I do spend months of every year in Malta. I do love this island. I do love the poker. And the Battle of Malta is second to none. That 1.5 million guarantee on the main event, that set a record for the island.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. I mean, this time around, it's perfectly convenient for an amateur player like me as well to come in and play some poker, enjoy the good weather, and yeah, meet up with old friends and acquaintances from all over.
We have Christoph with a pretty hand. It is early position, but we'll be opening. It looks like everybody's going with min-raise sizing. So if you're not familiar with the chip colors, Alan, the green ones are 250,000, orange ones are 100. And the white ones are 25,000. They've already chipped up all the other chips, so those are the only 3 chips in play. And now is Gabriella going to try to make a move here? He does have a lot of gears, a very strong player that we've seen run deep many times over the years. It looks like he already folded because the action was on Alberto, who also folds his queen 7. And now it is on the other Daniele Grasso. We have 2 Danieles at the table. Both with very easy surnames to pronounce, so very happy about that. Don't have to challenge my American accent on lots of different names.
Yeah, Italian is one of the languages that I don't speak either, so maybe let's just keep to the first names. We'll be good there.
But Alberto, deep in thought, maybe just going to time every hand this way because I thought that would be an easy fold. Especially now that we see the king-queen, it wasn't that easy of a fold.
Yeah,
definitely. They had
the
wrong person up with the graphics.
King-queen, very, very tough spot there. I mean, you have to put your opponent on, like, let's say, not always on the top range and some other, let's say, more speculative hands as well, and then king-queen is one of the ones that you always run into trouble with if you happen to be against ace-king or something like that. Then
So it looks like Shimon folded his regs, and we have a call by Raul from the big blind with a weaker ace, and there must be some graphics, although we do have the flop now. It's 5, jack, deuce, 2 diamonds on the flop, so Christoph improves the top pair, likely not to get much action here. Will be protecting his hand on this kind of board because it does hit a sneaky big blinds range with the diamonds, but also that 5 deuce being connected. But Christoph
Yeah,
should be
but
happy
it's-
just to pick up the pot
Yeah, the
here.
flop is so bad for Raul. I mean, like, I don't see any floats there either. I mean, nothing really where you can improve on there.
And I believe the two of these gentlemen are very familiar with each other's games, probably played a bunch of poker in the Netherlands, in the Benelux area, Belgium and Netherlands. Christoph has been around for many years, just piling up the results. We see him wearing the Poker Studi patch as well, which means he's likely a coach or affiliated with that coaching group, which is mostly based out of the Netherlands.
Yeah, most likely some other dynamics already come into play as well. I mean, the final table here, they all have been grinding this tournament for the past 5 days, essentially. So some of them have been spending a lot of time together with at the tables. Although I was speaking to Herli earlier this morning, and he said that that this bunch of guys, he actually did not have a chance to play with either of them over the past few days. So this is basically the second hour that they are playing together for him.
Well, Hurley does have that BTO strategy, beer per blind level. It's game theory. He's been doing it since the start of the event. So the players may have to adjust to him more than him adjusting to other players.
Yeah, we already had like a small, like a group joke in the Estonian chat going on about that one. So some new poker terminology being invented in Malta.
So Daniele already folded, actually. That's Simon opening up. We need to be a little bit careful with the graphics here because it looks like it's on a small delay, and it looks like he's opening up 9-5 suited. It is prettier than the hand that we saw Hurley fold on the button before you got here.
Yeah. Seems a bit too adventurous for my taste, but I mean, stealing does have a lot of incentive if the graphics are now right.
He did get Roel to fold a pretty queen 10, and Javier may decide to defend his king 4, but he's so short that he may not. I do defend these kind of hands from a short stack. I don't know if that's correct or not, but there's many ways you can win a hand, and it's not just connecting with it, but does fold. So Simon here picking up some chips, and Javier now is the short stack with 5.2 million in chips.
Yeah, well done. I mean, if you find the courage to open those kinds of hands and get them through, I mean, every big blind is has a lot of value at this point. So, hats off.
So we have people now saying, we have Armuken saying, I hear this Alan Arya character is a PLO and mixed game beast. That's only because you haven't played much mixed games with me, Alan, maybe. I don't know. No, but Alan has got some good results in the mixed games and probably is a better mixed game player than me at this point. That is absolutely true. Old dude saying, what's up, Jay? Enjoying the coverage. Well, thank you, sir. And Spokers Bowl, Alan, you are speaking Estonian too? How are you saying Hurley is the best player? And that's probably Karev trolling us a little bit, but that's okay.
Herli on parim mängija. Easy as that.
Okay, I'm not going to try to repeat that.
Yeah. But yeah,
You
hi
made
hi
noises
to
that my mouth won't physically do.
Yeah, so hi everyone watching from Estonia. So I promised to give a special regards to Cami. So hi Cami, and Cami said also hi to you. So
Hey Cami. Yeah, Cami is speaking Estonian in the chat now.
Right.
Now Daniele here with the pocket tens. Easy open from the hijack. It seems like everybody's going with a similar sizing, but as I say that, we saw the orange chips in play. Maybe it was 2 greens and 3 orange. Yeah, it is still a min-raise. And now Simon being put to the test from the cutoff. Typically, when you're 8 max at a final table, people are starting off very tight, at least with all the ICM.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in this spot, ace-9 would be a clear fold for me. But as we saw from Simon earlier, it might not be for him.
Then again, a 3-bet looks super strong if you're putting Daniele on a wider range than 10s plus, but I do agree with you that the fold is the most obvious answer in that spot. And Javier not waking up with any cards. It does get frustrating a little bit when you really just do not see anything. But it is the early goings, and we may be seeing a walk here. Yep, Christoph with the snap fold to the Queen 7, not wanting to mess around. And being that Christoph is one of the guys I said that was one of the most experienced players to enter this main event, I'm assuming that I am defending way too wide in these spots at final tables in general. I do like to see flops from the big blind, even off like sub 20 stacks.
Yeah, me as well. I tend to like call off lightly on a lot of the BB defense situations, but then again, I haven't been at this final table, so you never know how the dynamics change when the money really changes, right? So your whole, like, let's say, psychology around it might have an effect, like how big of the money is of value to your, let's say, everyday life, right?
Yes. And with our blind levels, very often tight is right. But you do need to make some moves every now and again. And Gabriele, with a pretty king-jack suited, he is under the gun, does min-raise. The chip leader is not actually trying to run over the table at this point, does fold his ace-5. Very often you will see a chip leader just trying to win every pot early on, putting pressure on players, but what can wind up happening there is it just takes that one mistake, and not only you're no longer chip leader, but you're in the bottom middle of the pack. So,
well, ace-5 would be one of those hands that you could actually exploit in that situation and try to put some pressure on. So I don't like the fact that he kind of snap folded that one, so I would at least consider putting some pressure on it and having a look at it.
So we don't know what Hurley had, at least not yet, but he does fold from the big blind. So Gabriela Reed picking up a pot up to 17 million. And we have, I think this must be Tarmo, Sir Tamil saying, Alan, say 12 months in Estonia. Do not do that. I know what that means. We will get ourselves in a little bit of hot water. Of course you can say it, but...
Yeah, but I mean, it's just... Okay. Now I'm tempted.
Wait till Hurley wins a pot, and then you'll say, this is the first pot Hurley's won in 12 months, and it'll come out more natural. Cammy's saying not to.
Oh, Alberto has picked up a pretty hand here.
Alberto Ciliano, another experienced Italian player that has run deep quite frequently in Malta. And is keeping up with the trend of the min raising.
Yeah, correct thing to do.
And Raul with another ace, but the other card also not so good again. If he's folding ace-5, he's likely folding ace-deuce, although Albert's stack size is a little bit different if he wanted to try to pressure. And Hurley now getting short again, forced to fold from the small blind, and we won't see Gabriela Reed do anything fancy with the 3-deuce. Even I don't defend with the 3-deuce.
I actually might sometimes.
Maybe suited.
But yeah. Hand over quickly and we move on to the next one.
So we have pretty much most of the chat rooting for Hurley. I'm not officially rooting for Hurley because I'm the commentator. Alan, though, the co-commentator, rooting for Hurley. Is anybody rooting for anyone else in the chat, or is this like a pure Hurley Twitch group that we have going on? We did see a Raul fan early on. Raul is a very nice guy, very good player as well.
Yeah, I was walking in the room here earlier on, and I saw some Polish guys gathering here. They have their friend here who they were cheering for. There's a pretty strong group from Poland. Met a couple of them in the mixed game final tables here over the week. And yeah, their friend here is also then Shimon is competing here together with Herley for the main prize.
Yeah, we have 4 Italians, one Dutchman, one Belgian, one Estonian, and one from Poland, and Simon Kuzierski. And yes, I did ask him how to pronounce his name because we were going Szymon, and he said, no, just do Simon because
All right.
your Polish is not up to par.
Herley, though, with a very beautiful hand.
And on the button. Is he going to stick with his mid-raise, or is he just going to jam the lot? It looks like this time it's a jam. I saw a triangle, I think, move forward there.
If it's a jam, then I don't like it. I'd still keep it
No,
with
it's a mid-raise.
Yeah, okay.
And Gabriele with something to think about here. If he gets involved, his king-queen would be dominating Hurley's king-10.
Well, being the bigger stack and having position as well, I'd like Gabriele actually to put some, even though I'm rooting for Herley, but this hand requires to put some pressure on Herley as the short stack. Yeah, and that's what he does. 3-bet, basically putting Herley all in.
And this was the first 3-bet we've seen at the final table so far. Gabriele, as I mentioned, does have a lot of different gears.
And as unfortunate as it is, Herley has got to let this one go.
Even if you think you're ahead, you're never going to be dominating anything. Maybe like a Jack-10 can get cute if it's suited like this, but it's not going to be weaker kings.
Yeah, and like even with like against the hand like Ace-10, you're still behind, so you don't want to take this gamble in this spot. So yeah, Herley correctly lets it go.
So good read there by Gabriele Ree, and Hurley still has something to work off. He started with about 4.4 million down to 4.1 million, but that's still 10 big blinds. So we do have Raul fans in the chat. There will be graphics that update the chip counts for those that are asking. We do have Chris fan in the chat. And then we even hear now even the Polish guys are rooting for Hurley. Well, maybe they are because, as we mentioned earlier, Hurley used to be the marketing manager over at Olympic Park Casino in Tallinn. Now the lovely Evie has taken over that role, and Hurley has been basically globetrotting around the world, globetrotting around Estonia, just doing his thing, playing a little bit of poker. And maybe now, after today, we will know him as a Battle Malta champion. If he can pull that off, he will be an absolute legend coming in as a short stack. But there's a lot of work to be done. Is playing quite patiently, though, so that is good to see.
So Raul is now finally giving some thought to that small ace, but still lets it go. Maybe next time he gets it, he's going to open, because this thought process was already a bit longer.
The other spots would have been spots where he would have needed the 3-bet his ace or float from position, but this was an open spot and still, I guess, too early position. It looks like he is not going to try to run over the table, though, because we would have seen that, or maybe he's going to save that for a little bit when he can get to know how the other players are playing, and then he can readjust his strategy a little bit.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Like sometimes you just want to sit at the table and get a feel for like how everybody is acting and behaving, and then once you start feeling yourself comfortable, then you can start making your moves in the right spots.
So a limp by Alberto. Daniele more than happy that that is limped with this 5 deuce. Both his cards are actually live. Not as live as it used to be, despite Alberto not connecting. It is not the worst flop for him. The ace, ace, jack with the big blind limping back. Not surprised about the check, but I wouldn't have been surprised about a little bit of a bet, thinking you're probably ahead and protect your hands, etc., etc. But you also don't want to bloat up the pot when you're sitting on sub 10 million, sub 25 big blind stacks. So the 9 of diamonds on the turn doesn't really change anything. Maybe Alberto will gain some confidence after Daniele did check back the flop.
Yeah, I mean the Italians with 2 pretty even stacks here, and it can go in a way that whoever puts in a bet now takes down the pot, unless Alberto finds some courage to. Well, I mean now he should, because that is a very favorable card for him.
On the other hand, he has like a nice bluff catcher. Like you're not going
Yeah.
to get value out of hands that you may get like a crying queen to call, but that's about it. And probably a queen can fold there. So I would like actually a check here and then just call, assuming Daniele just doesn't blow up his stack and jam the goods. But if he bets, 600, 800,000 to try to take it, then you do have a good bluff catcher. But Alberto thinking more along your lines and
Yeah,
he's
and I
going
mean
with the merge range bet here.
Daniela has nothing and easy to let go here. I mean yeah. I mean, if he would find like a crazy bluff here, then I would take my hats off and start drinking again. But like, I mean, that would be out of this world.
So bad respect to you for that, by the way. We had a little bit of chat the other day, and then I joked with you this morning because I'm not allowing alcohol in streams this year, whether it's with me. Of course, like a beer near the very end might be allowed, but certainly nobody that is intoxicated is allowed in. So I made a little bit of joke with Alan this morning. Yeah, I'd really like you to come in, but only if you're not drinking, knowing that you're going through a sobriety phase.
Yeah, I've played poker for quite a few years now, and I mean, it's very nice to have like a beer or two when you play, right? And then it kind of helps your game. But then over the years, once you start getting better at the game and the tournaments get longer, let's get back to that. As I see, Javier here has king queen, so something might happen here.
Sitting on about 12 bigs, a little bit more. When do you start shoving hands like king queen versus just raising? Like how low do you need to be stack wise?
Well, if I have like still 10 blinds, then I definitely don't shove them. I do have a min click range there, so.
So you have like even a min fold,
Yeah,
min raise
yeah,
fold range
yeah,
there too.
yeah.
So it is just a min bet. And Gabriele, we did see him 3-bet earlier with the king queen. It was the only 3-bet we've seen. He does have chips, so if he does want to 3-bet and fold to a 4-bet, he can, but it would be hard in Javier's case, so he would have to put in pretty much the 5 million. Does fold. Alberto now with the decision with the trace.
And I mean, the psychology part here right now is pretty strong as well. I mean, if, for example, like a hand like king jack, right, you can think about it for a long time, and then if you find the courage to make like a really sound 3-bet on that, then you can get hands like king queen to fold.
Yes.
Because the kind of like the implication that you might go out, and then you start heavily thinking about like, is king queen a hand that I really want to play up against like a really strong hand, and then you start putting those extra top range hand values on the other player, and you might actually fold that. So 3-betting has a lot of incentive here, I would say.
But meanwhile, Javier just picking up $1 million into his stack with the early position raise, gets the job done. It would have been the same if he jammed. So from a results-oriented point of view, it worked out the same. But it is interesting to talk about. And Hurley rocking that GG Poker badge. Alibet Poker is part of the GG Poker network. I always like to see how people dress at the final table. Some people dress a little bit differently than they do on the other days. Some people keep the same strategy. The only difference between Hurley is that heart patch. Otherwise, he's dressed pretty much similar. He's still keeping his beer per blind level up. So Alan has moved away from the beer strategy, but Hurley now maybe has the right amount, 1 per blind level.
Yeah, it's actually like, it's a good, let's say, discipline to hold, because I'd say there's like a fine line between having a few beers, which actually optimize your ranges, to having too many beers, which then gets you into that loosey-goosey phase, then that's no good.
And that's why we need an app, the app to monitor this. That,
Yes.
that you put in when you ordered one, and it reminds you when you're allowed to order again.
Yeah, somebody in the Estonian chat was already saying that we already have the next masterclass signed up for how to drink beer at the proper level.
But meanwhile, look at this. We have Daniele opening up with a min raise from the bottom, and Raul finally waking up with a hand that we know he's going to play. Is he just going to jam in the lot over Daniele's stack? Is it going to be a normal 3-bet? Is he going to peel? The only thing he will not be doing is folding unless he misread his hand. Thinking about all his options. Now, if Daniele was shorter, a jam would be probably the move, but Daniele does have 20 big blinds behind. It is a 23 big blind open for the min-raise of Daniele Grasso, but does indeed decide to jam, putting max pressure on Daniele. And this is not an easy spot. Now, if it's early in the tournament, okay, you call with the eights, but there's ICM involved here. Raul has been very quiet as well. Is Raul really ever doing this with 7s, 6s, 5s? Maybe, but probably not. He's likely doing it with hands that are 8s or better, with those ace-kings, with those ace-queens, some ace-jack suited, maybe even a king-queen suited, hands you'd be flipping against and hands you'd be dominated against. And Daniele can fold here and still have 21 big blinds, be in the bottom end of the middle of the pack.
Yeah, to be honest, I was just, while you were discussing the hand here, I was thinking to myself that this is a spot where I've been many, many times. The last, let's say, bigger spot which I recall was the Estonian Championships last year. And I had pretty much the exact same spot, and I did the same strategy of like shoving it all in. And afterwards, when I was thinking about the hand, I don't really like it, because then you put your opponent in, like, let's say, like a very clear spot, right? He doesn't have that many options, and I would prefer like a small 3-bet there, so that your opponent would have a lot of more options. He can then either fold, call, or rejam, and you give your opponent like a lot of more options to make mistakes as well.
That makes a lot of sense, but on the other hand, at a final table where you kind of want to minimize your variance to some kind of degree, I know a shove seems like you're maximizing your variance, but you're actually minimizing it to a degree. So let's say he 3-bets, then it opens up the possibility for Daniele to 4-bet, and you're going to have to call with your ace-king, and you're likely going to be flipping at that point. You know, he's probably not doing it with an ace-queen.
I mean, if you already shove it in, then you're kind of like, you say that, okay, I'm ready to take the flip, right? So if you have that mindset already, I'm ready to take the flip, then why not give your opponent the chance to actually put in the chips to make the flip and then make the flip?
Because right now he's probably going to get Daniele to fold 8, so you do get a lot of those hands to fold.
True, but you'd still want to get those chips, right? Like, you want to get the whole stack, and ace-king is strong enough. I mean, I take it.
I think it's different as chip leader. Like, I see what you're saying, and you probably know better than me. You're playing a lot more live poker in these big spots than I am. I'm playing a lot more online these days just because I've been traveling so much, and when I do play live, it's half and half between cash, and I can squeeze in a 1-2 day tournament, but I don't have time to actually enjoy the experience of as a player at the Battle of Malta. So I haven't been on a day 5 final table to really know for sure, but just I think you can look at it from both angles.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, the other part of that coin is that you know, one of the basic rules for tournament poker is that I think that's like Daniel Negreanu once said it, that you at a poker tournament, you never want to be all in with all your chips, right? You just want to keep chipping away little by little, taking from your opponent. So in that sense, what you said makes more sense, and you just get those three blinds, 3.5 blinds over to you and hand done, and without putting your own stack at risk. So in that sense, yes, I have to agree with you.
And we have Teresa in the chat. So hello, Teresa. And this is a perfect time to mention what will be going on in Estonia pretty soon. I don't think you're too welcome there, but you're welcome to play cash games. But the Queens of Tallinn, so any ladies that are listening, there is a ladies festival coming your way at Olympic Park Casino November 30th to December 3rd. Teresa is going to be the tournament director like she is for all the big events there. There will be one open event that you can play, Alan, with a €60 buy-in. There will also be cash games, mystery cash games, so there'll be prizes picked out randomly with some mystery prizes.
What's a mystery cash game?
It's that you're playing a cash game, and when you're sitting down, randomly your name will be called out and you win a mystery prize.
All right, nice.
I'm really interested in that, though, because as far as I know, it is the first of its kind in Europe. I know they've done ladies' festivals in places like Las Vegas, so it is really great to see for the ladies' poker community that things are picking up in Europe as well.
But hold a minute, Jason. I see Raul has started to get adventurous here.
It is just a limp, though.
Yeah, but like 7-4, I mean, okay, yeah, sorry, that's from the small blind. I thought it was a raise, but yeah, just from the small blind.
I
That's
think
fine.
this is
yeah,
fairly
yeah.
standard, especially when you're the chip
Yeah,
leader.
yeah. Sorry
And
about
now-
that. I thought it was like from button or something.
And if Javier doesn't wake up with a hand that he feels he can raise, then Raul can feel pretty comfortable to bet flops.
Okay, but Javier, I mean, would you bet if you were Javier here? King 10 is pretty strong, right? I would definitely like at least put like a min click.
Yeah, I think I would be raising there as well, but you are facing off against the chip leader, so maybe that's coming into his mind. But this flop is not one that he wants to see. Raul connecting with middle pair on the queen 3, 7 flop, 2 hearts.
And I mean, it's easy for us to say like I would do that and I would do this, and like every pay jump here that we have right now, I think the first one was like 3,000 euros and then 4,000 euros, so those have a lot of value, and then your decision making might be a little bit affected by that. So
So we were asked Javier's surname, and it's Zukovsky from Italy. Javier Zukovsky. He does show up under Hendemab with a French flag, but I did have a chat with him last night to confirm that he indeed is from Italy. And Raul checking his middle pair twice in a row. Now it's third pair, and he lets Javier get there. This will very often go check-check, although maybe Javier will try to squeak in some thin value, hoping an 8 or a 7 would call, but I would have expected Raul to bet an 8 or a 7, at least on the turn.
yeah, I think this particular hand exemplifies really well how conservative players are at the big final table like this. I mean, I would expect a raise pre-flop from the king 10, and then I would expect a lead on the flop from the small blind in any other game. But here the players have started to like be really, really passive. So, I mean, now it's second pair. Javier looks like he's putting in a bet. Yep.
Will this work? Raul trying to get a read. Javier immediately covering up his neck and mouth, perhaps thinking he has some tells, or perhaps just feels more comfortable whenever he has a spot to have the hand on the bicep. I remember watching Espen Jorstad at the main event final table, and then other times just always with the hand on the shoulder, always in the same position. But Raul with the disciplined fold, Javier picking up just 400,000 net, but keep in mind he had 800,000 of his own chips in the pot, so a nice turnaround for him up to 6.8 million. Great news for Javier fans, not such good news for those that want Hurley to ladder up. So we have a lot more Hurley fans coming in. We have Katre, who unfortunately cannot make the ladies event. We have Pertuyan. You should pronounce this one, because here we have...
Yes, that's easy. Pervaturian.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to try that again. We have Frankie in the chat. Welcome, Frankie. We have Ex-Nipa. That's the least Italian surname I've heard. Yes, that's why I did ask him. Just to keep in mind that I have like a very weird surname, and I've lived in Lithuania for 14 years, and my son carries that surname. So you don't have to be having like a pure Italian surname to be Italian, but he is indeed Italian. Cami is here, Kati is here, so it's like being in Estonia. It's like
Yeah, there was a huge bunch of
Estonians. The Twitch
Estonians.
chat is like that.
There was a huge bunch of Estonians traveling to this festival as well, so I felt pretty much like at home, traveling with a group of friends and playing poker. So, yeah, it's really been a great week.
We need to get those Estonians over to Vilnius in the beginning of November for the Alibet special that's going on in Vilnius. It's going to be quite a great event. I'll be playing that. I will not be working. I'll be trying to maybe not be drinking, or maybe if Hurley wins this, I'll go with the BTO strategy.
So Javier is considering here what to do with the queen 9 off from the small blind. He didn't bet the king 10 on the last hand from the big blind, so I'd be surprised if he makes any move here.
I mean, he should at least limp it in if he's not doing anything else. raising from the small blind when when you're short, but there's even shorter stacks than you, with a hand like this can get you in trouble, and he has too many chips to just outright shove. So based on all those considerations, I do like a limp the best if I was in this spot personally.
Yeah, I'd limp it as well and see what happens then. And it looks like that is what he's doing.
He can't be loving his seat at the table, like pretty much in between both Raul and Christoph.
Oh, he raises.
And now what is Christoph going to do? Christoph in now an awkward spot with his ace-5. Like if he limped, I would expect maybe Christoph to raise. Is Christoph going to 3-bet here? Is he going to call? I do not think he's going to fold, but of course that is an option as well.
Yeah, I mean, ace-5 is one of those funky hands that one of my first thoughts was that to jam it, blind versus blind. But then I saw the stacks, and like Christoph doesn't have that much to cover Javier as well, so I'd need to consider this a bit more. I don't know. Definitely not a fold, so at least see the flop.
And since this is live poker and not online, you can take your time. Eventually somebody might call the clock, but when you're in spots, players are typically respectful if you're not stalling every hand to give you that time to think things through. And does indeed just call. We'll be playing in position with his ace.
And I mean, the fourth option here would be like to put in a funky little 3-bet, just like click it back and see what happens then. I mean, this spot is so... Ooh, Javier flopping nicely there with a
both players with a big piece of this flop. Nut flush draw for Javier, and Christoph with that top pair is likely to go nowhere. And Javier should have a lot of aces in his range, being that he opened from the small blind. We see it's really Christoph with the ace. He does have, obviously, aces in his range that just call, like weak aces like what we see.
Yeah, and we can see some fireworks here because both players, I don't see either of them letting it go on this flop. I mean, Christoph, of course, might be putting Javier on a stronger ace, but then again, there's really a lot of kings in Javier's range as well, and I mean, your opponent sometimes has the flush there, but like in many cases, it's not the case.
But it is Javier that fires out a min-bet. Christoph thinks things over for a little bit. I was admiring that you can actually see bits of the table through his sunglasses. And it is a blank 7 of clubs on the turn. Might slow Javier down after Christoph did call.
Yeah, and I think Christoph really, like, I would say in that spot, it was pretty much like a snap call there. So he's not putting Javier on an ace.
And both players with just double the pot size. Javier a little bit less.
Now, if I was Javier in this spot now, and then your opponent has called that flop, then, well, he has to have a piece, right? And like you're just basically on a drawing hand at this point.
Or you could have the jack of hearts or 10 of hearts.
I would slow it down. I'd check it.
And it looks like Javier is still thinking things through. We can see through the eyes of Christoph de Mulder, though. In the meantime, just love when you can see like reflections on people's sunglasses. You know what they're looking at.
Yeah, and Christoph really has the hawk eye on Javier, really watching every move and every twitch of the eye, what your opponent is doing. So those small tells sometimes might give you the whole answer as well. I mean, like a twitch of a cheek or something like that. I mean, you just pick up the tiniest tell where you can actually put your opponent either he is bluffing or not. So,
but meanwhile, we have Javier firing out for 1.1 million, not doing the Alan Yoria expected move, but continuing to put the pressure on Christoph. And it's not that Christoph has a made hand here. We see that he is ahead with the top pair, but his 5 kicker, he could put his opponent on a made flush. He may decide this isn't the right time. Obviously, Javier also does have some better aces. he would be opening for 1 million from the small blind with ace king, even an ace 7 and ace 4. And does get Christoph to fold it, so nice awareness by Javier. Barreling on the flop with the min bet, barreling again on the turn, taking down the pot and taking away one from the respected professional, Christoph de Mulder.
Yeah, I think if or when Christoph is going to come back and look at his hand, then he might not be too happy about it, because maybe there was a 3-bet pre-flop in there. But yeah, hats off to Javier. I mean, well played, didn't slow it down, pressure all the way and took it down.
I'm pretty sure, though, Christoph will look at things like not from a results-oriented point of view, but from an analytical point of view. So he may be breaking down that hand, but not like, oh, if I 3-bet, I would have won it, based on the fact that he had Queen Heart 9X in that spot, but more just defining the ranges of the players and then running it through solvers, talking to friends, stuff I don't have time for. I have time to talk to friends about hands, but I've given up on putting anything through a solver these days. I'm more thinking about things intuitively and mathematically, but not from, oh, wow, the solver's saying to do this. I've been playing it wrong for 20 years, kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think one of the things that the week here in Malta has taught me as well is that sometimes the theory is one thing, but trusting your instinct at the table is has a lot more value, and it might not always be right, but I mean, who are we to say they are there? They've grinded through 3,400 players and made all the way to the final table, so they must be doing something right.
Yeah, there's a reason why me and you are here.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I'm always here, because I know that I could do better as a commentator than a player at the final table. Although that's not true. Sometimes I do quite well, but it's not in a spot like this where I have to grind for 5 days. It's really the grind. They put in a lot of hours, and then by the time the final table comes around, that's when the most money is. And you have to be so mentally sharp, so mentally aware, and that's where it can be a bit much. And even more so at a place like the World Series of Poker, that main event, I mean, you look at it, and I'm just wondering how players aren't making actually more mistakes. I know people are very critical about the big mistakes that they see, but no, it's quite the opposite. It's a grind for 9, 10, 11 days that those guys are putting in day after day after day in the same event. A lot of emotions invested, not a lot of sleep, not a lot of time to really think about anything other than the main event. And it is quite different psychologically to be playing in these marathon events than in an online event that may take 6-7 hours. So we're being asked, is BTO more effective than CTO? I do not know what CTO is. I don't even want to guess what CTO is. Is it more effective than GTO? It is for Hurley. It has been working out quite well for him.
Well,
I think BTO combines a little GTO as well.
If we look at the table, then Hurley is the only representative of the BTO strategy thus far. So maybe he's the beacon of light for a new generation of poker players coming on up.
Well, he did survive the first blind level with this theory, so expect Hurley to continue on to drink number 2, being that blinds have gone up to 250,000, half a million, with a 500,000 big blind ante. And we have Raul just jamming in the lot here, if this is correct. There are short stacks behind them, but Javier's stack isn't so short. It is Queen 10 suited. Javier with the easy fold, Christoph as well, and Hurley, he's down to just 3.1 million after folding here, but does need to fold. Unfortunately for him, we'll be down to 6 big blinds. Maybe we'll take a spot if he thinks he has 2 live cards, but this isn't really the spot to take, not just because we see Raul does have a dominating hand and his cards aren't fully live, and comes up with the same decision.
Yeah, we see Raul has now opened up a bit his game and putting max pressure on the shorter stacks, jamming it all in with, let's say, a bit of a hand with potential, put it that way. But a good move in the sense that you're putting max pressure on your shorter opponents. So.
But so does, let's say, a raise, and if you want to raise it up a little bit more, you can make it 1-1, 1-2, and then you're not going to be in that spot where that 8.6 million stack that wakes up with the Cowboys and snaps it off, and then all of a sudden you've lost your chip lead, you're in the middle of the pack, and mentally have to be very tough at that point to understand where you are in the tournament and not try to get all your chips back on the very next hand. which I see too many players do. I know I've been guilty of it before as well, where you lose a big spot, whether a bad beat or just a bad play or just a cooler, and then you're trying to just chase back your chips rather than reevaluate. No, okay, now I'm down to 20 big blinds. Opponent has 30 big blinds. How am I going to approach the spot now? And I'm being told, of course, I will have tea at the Vilnius event. But we have Alberto here with the big slick from under the gun. He will get busy here off a 22 big blind stack.
He has been only min raising thus far, so I expect more of the same, but that seems something different. No. No.
I think he put 4 of those green chips out.
Yeah.
Folds all the way around to Raul. Does have suited cards, but it is still just 4 high. Does let it go. Javier with the quick fold, and Christoph likely to fold as well. Something is going to have to give fairly soon with some of these stack sizes. And Hurley just not getting the cards to do anything with. Does have to fold as well. And while Gabriele may have called from a late position open, I'm not sure he will from an early position one, and does indeed fold. So Alberto not getting much action, but being that he's going to be in the big blind next, at least the chips that he won, it'll be a free big blind and a free small blind for him coming up.
Yeah, and from the big blind, I mean, this is something that you and me discussed earlier, right? I mean, King 8 is a hand that I would most likely defend on that spot, but as we can see from the card distribution, then I would be in a lot of trouble again with my king being dominated there. But, you never know when you're going to hit the 8, right?
And it's not just that. You never know when it'll go check, and you can take a stab at a turn on a low board, that kind of stuff. Like a board that is more friendly towards your calling range than it is for the opening range after they check a flop. Because the continuation betting percentages do go down as ICM goes up. You do need to preserve your stack. Of course, you need to win some pots too, so you need to balance all that out. I don't think we're going to see much happen until one or two of the short stack players, though, do hit the rail in terms of fancy play syndrome. And Raul now with a hand, the chip leader with the ace-queen. Happy days.
Don't jam it. I don't think he will this hand though, but I mean, it's too strong to do anything funky with it. I'd expect just like a small min click here.
It is a min click, and I'm not 100% confident that he did jam, even though the graphics showed that in that previous hand. It just seemed out of character for Raul based on how he has played all week long. And it's not the first time I've seen Raul at a final table as well, so I've gotten to know a little bit about how he plays. And Gabriele with the fold, and Alberto with a very similar hand, also Jack-10. Might opt to defend here.
Again, I would defend this hand. Exactly because my opponent might have like either ace-king or like some other weaker ace or ace-queen or something like that. Of course, if you're up against like ace-jack, then you're in trouble. But Jack-10 is like a nice connector, so you do like a lot of flops with that hand. So,
but if we're results oriented, the small blind also had Jack-10, so some of those outs are gone, and Alberto can go 20 minutes in the future, maybe understand that and fold. I'm only joking, fellas. I shouldn't joke about the 20-minute delay, but we are on a 20-minute delay, so this hand did take place exactly 20 minutes ago. And the reason we have that delay is so that we can see the hole cards. And it does help us understand how the players are thinking. I recently did commentating where it was 9 players with 8 spots, and the 9-handed went for like an hour. So it was kind of fun, actually, not knowing what the players had and just announcing the action. The camera angles were really good on that, so you were able to follow, if you can see the chips, you can follow the bet sizings, you can follow the flops. The only thing you didn't see were the players' cards unless they tabled them. So I did enjoy it, but I was then happy when we got back to normal with 8-handed. Like, it is a lot more mentally exhausting to be announcing action that you can't fully comprehend.
Yeah, and I think from a spectator view, as a spectator point of view, it's kind of like difficult as well. To be flat out honest, I'd say it's a bit boring if you don't see the cards on a stream, right? Then, I mean, people like to look at the cards and then have a small chat or like thought about to themselves, like, what would I do in this position? And if you don't see that information, then kind of the magic goes away.
So Raul quietly chipping up, now up to 24 million. Not being the table aggressor at a lot of times, but picking his spots and quietly gaining some chips. Javier folding his low pocket pair from middle position, but Hurley now,
Ooh.
this is his spot. Hurley with the pocket nines. There's really only one thing you can do on a 5 big blind stack. I think Alan and I would agree on what that is.
Yeah, no argument here. Gotta rip it. Yep.
And does jam it in with the 2 black nines. Gabriele folding Alberto, likely to fold his king. If the 4 was a bit better, we'd be talking about this hand differently, but king 4 is not a hand you want to call. And Daniele, though, may have, and he'd be in okay shape if he called.
Yeah.
He has queen 10 suited. He understands Hurley should be shoving a little bit wider than just stuff like pocket nines.
But then again, I mean, Daniela would be putting half his stack at risk here. And in that sense, it's not an easy decision because you might be, like, you know, dominated by hands like ace-queen or ace-10.
He would still have 10 big blinds if he calls because he has $500,000 already in the pot. And he
He
does
does put
make
in
the
the
call.
call.
Wow, so Hurley now flipping for his tournament life. He'll either have a decent enough stack with 6.4 million or be the first player out of the final table. We know what the chat is rooting for. We know what Alan is rooting for. A dry board. Meanwhile, the Daniele fans hoping that that queen 10 connects in some way, shape, or form. And we have Nino announcing the action on the microphone. A little bit of a show here going on at Casino Malta. There are seats everywhere, but here we go. A king out of the window, followed by a 10 or a 6. Oh no for Hurley. Needs a 9. Maybe a jack-queen combo will get him there as well, but does prefer to get that 9. It's the 5 of clubs on the turn, so only 2 outs can save Hurley. Will it be one of the red 9s in the deck? And it's a 10 of diamonds on the river, so unfortunately we have lost Hurley Olap as the first player. All the tables giving him a round of applause. Very nice show throughout the week by Hurley Olap. Finishes in 8th place for 11,240 euros. I do hope those of you in the Estonian community do stick around for the rest of the final table. I know that we've lost our hero, but we do have a lot of good action to come, and maybe we can get Alan to stay for a little bit longer. That's up to Alan. I know he came specifically to root Hurley on, but maybe now we can keep him in for another 20, 30 minutes. It's up to Alan, though.
Yeah, I'll stay for a while. I mean, Herli definitely was one of the main reasons why I'm here and rooting for him. I'd have to say, like, well played, Herli. The final table was pretty clear cut for him. I mean, like, no other really playable hands, and finally found a spot where he can jam the 9s. I mean, can't really blame him there. I mean, he did everything how you should, and just unfortunate that the big blind found like a decent hand to call with.
And he didn't have to call there, as you said, but I don't mind the call either. Like, you could look at it either way. It depends on what you think Hurley can be jamming with.
But yeah, I mean, if you look at Hurley's stack and then put yourself in your opponent's shoes, in that sense, 5 big blinds is kind of like, you know, it's desperation range already. You kind of put him on, like, also like weaker hands like ace-5 or like even smaller pairs or stuff like that. So the queen 10 becomes stronger in that sense.
It dominates those jack 10, 10, 9s, queen 9s that are also getting into the mix, maybe even some lower queens, depending on whether they're suited or not. And we have Daniele here, though, with an ace from the small blind. Daniele Grasso, one of the 4 Italian players at this final table. and does indeed raise it up and gets Simon to fold and picks up $1 million into his stack. So we do have 7 players remaining after Hurley hit the rail. They've locked up 14,350 euros. The next pay jump to 6 is to 18,150, then to 29,950. So a nice pay jump between 6th and 5th. They only get bigger from there. 4th place, 45,550. 3rd place, 65,500. The runner-up, 129,500. And tonight's winner will not only win an amazing trophy, be part of Battle of Malta's history, but will go home with a 209,500 euro top prize. Of course, this is assuming that no deals are made. Players are allowed to make deals, but they will have to leave money left to play for. And it looks like the players are chatting about something. Unfortunately, we do not have any audio coming through our headset. I hope that you guys can at least hear what they're chatting about. But Gabriele Ree having a little bit of fun with Javier Zukovsky.
Yeah, and I think like players start loosen up a bit as well once first blood has been taken, and then kind of like, you know, everybody's already like into the game more and feeling more comfortable about like where they are and how the game is progressing. So we might be seeing some more action coming our way now, like more 3-betting and trying to get the advantage over the other players.
Because even the chip leader now just has under 50 big blinds. It's like 48 big blinds. So until a couple other players do hit the rail, it's going to be a lot of short stacked poker for sure. But Alberto here with the Queen 10 thinking things over from the cutoff.
Raises it up to 1 million. And Daniela with a very similar hand there. And with a tad of a bigger stack, lets it go.
And it looks like this will fold around based on how we've seen Raul play before, that he's likely not to defend here. And Alberto now up to 12 million in chips. So we have a Go Belgium now in the chat. We have lost our Estonian, but it sounds like we do have some Christoph de Mulder fans in the chat now. Christoph is the one taking his seat right now wearing that Poker Studio patch, a Dutch poker school. Perhaps they've also now expanded to Belgium. Absolutely loving the crystal clear graphics and these superb cameras, especially some of the close-up views that we are getting. The lighting is very difficult in the room in terms of, let's say, production, because they make it into like a big show, which is amazing. So the fact that everything is as clear as it is, it's a massive props to the technical crew.
Yeah, in this particular hand seems that nobody's really picking up any cards and just folding around to the small blind where
Raul has a monster. This is the Robbie J. Lou hand we have going on here. If Robbie can do it, you can do it too, Raul. Eventually that joke is going to become old. It probably already has, but we'll keep it going.
Yeah. So how did the hand go? Like Raul is supposed to call now, and the big blind is supposed to bet. Then Raul calls, some 9-10 flop comes out, right?
Yes, exactly. So let's see if Javier does anything. Instead, Raul, understanding how strong his Jack 4 is, raising it up to 3 big blinds from the small blind.
And Xavier has now been passed the hand that took Herley out. So let's see what he does with it, because I would suspect that he already has seen some moves from Raul coming, not against him, but against the other opponents at the table, and even some jams there, if that was a jam a couple of hands ago. And I think there might be some options here, even a 3-bet, right?
Yeah, I think all options are on the table. It really, as you said, depends on what his image is of Raul. If he knows that Raul is actually capable of raising this Jack 4 from the small blind, after being fairly quiet and now he's making a few moves, he may make a move himself.
Because at this point, I mean, if I was sitting left of Raul, then you always have a very strong feeling what the player to your immediate right is doing, right? And if you look back on the past, let's say 10 hands, then Raul has been pretty active. So in that sense, I would keep mental notes on things like that really a lot and see, like, you know, he can't be having like a premium hand, all of those, let's say 40% of the hands that he has played. So here I definitely give some consideration to a 3-bet. And I think that's exactly what Javier is doing here as well, because he looks pretty serious to me. I mean,
I just noticed that Javier is wearing a paddle hoodie. So he's another paddle enthusiast, something that is gaining traction throughout all of Europe, an amazing sport.
he does make the call, though, after giving it some thought. And now the Robbie is definitely going to take the lead, because that is a rather funky flop, which does hit the big blind's range, though, pretty often. So
It would hit the big blind's limping range if Raul did limp, but the fact that he raised, Javier is not going to be calling, I don't think, a lot of these low card kind of hands off the stack that he has, so we will see. Javier does have some backdoors. He has a backdoor flush draw anyway. His queen and 10 are live. So let's see what Raul decides to do. I think Raul will put pressure as the big stack and let it go if he's having any pressure back, or even just a call, just give up on the spot, but maybe I am wrong about that.
yeah, so neither player has really picked up anything here. Raul with just some backdoor gut shots with a 4, and obviously every player drawing to a pair, but that's about as much as we can get from this flop.
I mean, pocket nines would play it the same way. They would open to about a similar sizing, most likely. They would be betting about half the pot on this kind of flop. So Raul trying to rep that he has an overpair or does have at least top pair or better. Of course, ace-king would be continuing in this way. I don't think you're putting your opponent ever on jack 4 per se, but if Javier can sniff out some weakness, maybe he'll find the spot to make a move and would likely get a fold.
I like Raul's composure a lot. Like, he really looks like very calm and steady, just putting out like a machine that c-bet. And if I was Javier, like, putting in another chunk of my chips on this very dry board, then I don't know. Queen 10 just isn't good enough for me here, I would say.
Yeah, maybe you could float if it's a different situation and it's not at the final table, and you're not sitting on a stack of about 13 big blinds. If he's had like reads on opponents, maybe he can basically turn his whatever little equity he might have. We see he's actually ahead here into a bluff. But if Javier does raise, it wouldn't necessarily be that he thinks he has the best hand. He'd be trying to push some of those hands off, like the ace-kings or other aces.
Now that is surprising.
Wow, Javier with some awareness here. This is a raise, and it's not for the whole stack. Now, can Raul sniff it out? Raul has nothing, but if he thinks Javier also has nothing, he may decide to do something here. But we do have our first leveling war going on.
That is very nice, though. I really like that. This means that players are zoned in and they can really get into other people's ranges. And Raul has been caught for the first time with his hands in the cookie jar. So Let's see how if he can find like a really, really funky all in here, or just gonna let it go. Because I don't think you can call here. I mean, like, what would a call do here? Like that would be just suicide, right?
And great play there by Javier. Takes down the pot up to 12 million. Meanwhile, Raul is still the chip leader, but for the first time at the final table is below 20 million in chips.
Yeah, very nice play by Javier.
Javier apparently has studied how to counter the Robbie J. Lute strategy. Then it looks like we have lost some of our Estonian viewers, but a lot of you have stuck around, so thank you very much for that. If you're curious about who you're listening to, this is Jason Glatzer, and I'm joined at least until probably the break by Alan Aryad, who then does have plans after the break. Even if Hurley was still in, he planned to leave after the break anyway, so it's not because of just the pure Estonian connection. But do want to thank Alan for joining.
Yeah, I do have another poker tournament coming up, so that's why I'm here in Malta. Enjoy the sun, play some poker, play some paddle as well. It's a sport that I've picked up lately, well, over this year. Really enjoy it. Easy game, fun game, social game.
Maybe you'll find some people at the final table apparently to play paddle with as well.
Yeah,
But meanwhile, we have Simon here with the ace-king from the cutoff, finally waking up with a hand. He was all smiles before the event started, was really fired up, a lot of energy from his rail.
Yeah, he hasn't really picked up any cards to go with up until this point, and now decides to jam it all in.
Not messing around. So far, nobody waking up with anything. Well, Javier with the Robbie J. Lute nuts, but that doesn't count. And Christoph is not going to be able to call with Queen High for his entire stack.
Mm-hmm.
So Simon picking up 1.3 million into his stack up to 8.8 million. So after Hurley hit the rail, players are now being a little bit more aggressive. Obviously, the ace-king is still a raise, whether it's a raise or shove. That's kind of where we can talk about where we might do things differently, but I don't think anybody's ever folding there or limping there, so those are really the 2 points of discussion. But in general, we're seeing a lot more action now that we are seven-handed.
Yeah, and the blinds are really big as well. I mean, small blind together with the big blind and the ante, it's already more than 1 million. So if you look at Christoph's stack, then that's like an addition of about like 16% to your stack immediately. So, I mean, it's
Happy days.
Yeah, pretty good addition.
Alberto probably wishing he was on the button or cut off with his ace-9. Let's see if he decides to play it from under the gun. If it was full ring, this would be like middle position, but it still would be early middle position. And you have ICM, you have final table. Min raises though from under the gun typically look strong, so these are maybe some of the things he's thinking about, but does play it safe with just the fold.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the ace-9 for me personally, I don't like it like from early position and even like early middle position. Gets dominated quite a lot and like doesn't flop as well as some other hands, so I like the fold there.
Meanwhile, we have Raul here with the king-queen. He is going to do something, just thinking about what to do. We're just doing some timing, probably already had in his head that he will be min-raising. But we have seen him shove before, so maybe he was thinking about what to do. And Javier now with the king-queen. We could see another leveling war between Raul and Javier.
Yeah, I think we have a new hot pairing forming up here nicely. And Javier took the first round, so let's see how this one pans out. And this can be sometimes a bit like, you know, you start feeling that the other player is specifically targeting you. Because every time you do something, then you get like 3-bet or jammed on, so by the same guy. Then that might start playing into your decision making. So, and I already can see from Javier's face that this is not going to be a fold. At least it's going to be a call. But I expect this to be another raise from Javier. Counting chips. and that is going to be a raise. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, he's reaching down into that stack. It's not going to be a small raise either. That stack of oranges is 2 million alone, plus there were a few greens on top. Maybe it's a bit smaller than I thought, but let's see what the official is. Maybe it's the 2.7 million, which would be more of a standard sizing. 2.5 million, so it is actually not a large 3-bet, but a 3-bet nonetheless. And this may actually work where King-Queen beats King-Queen pre-flop. Raul would have to be playing this hand out of position, does not know he has the same hand as Javier. And although we have seen Javier 3-bet once before, it's not that he's going 3-bet happy either. So very often Javier would be doing this with ace-jack and above, and that would include the ace-queen and ace-king. He's doing it with king-queen, but he's probably not doing it with hands like queen-jack. Maybe a queen-jack suited he may get a little bit cute with, but in general, it does put Javier's range much higher than Raul's opening range.
And I can see already from Raul's face that he is disgruntled and in a really tough spot with a king-queen, which is unfortunately in many cases what happens with that particular hand. So you don't know really where you are, and you don't want to risk your... What did he say, all in?
Oh, jamming it in, Raul.
Wow.
Making a move, getting one back from Javier. Javier with the snap fold, so 1 point to Javier, now 1 point to Raul, and these two guys with 2 leveling hands in 1 orbit. Wow.
That was unexpected. Raul
Maybe
really
he's picked up a read on Javier.
Well, they had the same hand. Yeah, I don't know.
Because Javier's trying to hide all his tells, but maybe he has a tell that because in the way that he's hiding. I don't know. We can try to pay attention to see if we pick something up.
One thing that I didn't really like is that how Javier really snap folded this really quick without giving it some extra thought. I mean, in this spot, you should at least consider it for you easily have a minute at this final table, right? I mean, take it, use it, try to analyze it if there's any bluffs in there. I don't know. I don't like the snap fold, but in general, it's of course difficult to call the 4-bet. So
yeah, I think he's also plays a lot online, and in which case you are making those quick decisions because the time goes much faster. If he did want to take his time, it would be more, I think, so that when he really does have to take his time, he's balancing that out to some degree. I also don't hear the table noise. I can't hear what they're talking about on the table either. It's not mic'd up in the headphones.
So you don't hear what they say?
No.
And normally you hear what they say?
Yes. Okay, we had maybe some technical tweaks that we are going to do during the break. But meanwhile, back into the action, Raul now, after taking down that hand, is back above to 23 million, perhaps going to talk to some of his fans on the rail. There is a nice Dutch contingent here rooting him on. And Javier, who just had to give up on his king-queen, giving 2.5 million back to Raul, now has an even stronger hand with ace-queen from the cutoff and an unopened pot that will be opened in a second. But now the hoodie's not up. The hand is on the shoulder.
yeah, and I think one thing that defines a good player from an average player is that how fast you can actually forget the last hand and move on to the next one and try to play it as clean and as good as possible. So Javier here with a pretty standard raise, raising it up to 1 million. And on to Christoph, who's picked up a pocket sixes. And he's got only 4.8 million behind and decides to jam it all in.
So jams it in for 10 big blinds. It's going to fold back around to Javier, who may be making a call. He does not waste any time, folks. So now it's Christoph de Mulder at risk with his sixes against Javier's ace-queen. Once again, a player flipping for their tournament life. We did lose Hurley with the nines against the queen 10 suited. And now it is sixes for Christoph at risk against Javier's ace-queen. Javier would still have okay stack if he does lose the hand, but would be among the chip leaders if he can send Christoph de Mulder to the rail. And the sixes are still ahead on the 8-7-4 flop. Not only ahead, but there's actually some outs. If an ace or a queen come, the 6 and 5 would push him ahead of a bigger pair. Does not need that at the moment, just needs a dry board. And it is, unfortunately for Christoph, a queen on the turn. Javier pulling ahead, but still, once again, a 5 or a 6, which is the tables.
Yeah, now the board really needs to be.
But
like
it's the
a
9
good
of
card.
clubs on the river, so we have lost Christoph de Mulder in 7th place for 14,350 euros. Meanwhile, Javier up to 15 million in chips, and all players at the table have laddered up with 6th place guaranteed to take home 18,150 euros. But it's been a nice run for Christoph. Well done, and nothing to be ashamed of. That hand played itself, and you played superbly over the last 5 days, and do have a 5-figure score to show it. I know you would have liked to have gotten that 6-figure score, but you can't always get what you want. Sometimes the hands do play themselves. So quite unfortunate for Christoph de Mulder. It was a snap call there by Javier. Javier now neck and neck in 6th place with Gabriel Rey, who's been kind of quiet lately, but not really getting a hands to play, letting others do the dirty work for him.
Yeah, true that. And Javier now has been involved in like 3 consecutive hands, picking up cards and finding those situations where to really battle it out with his opponents, losing 1 and winning 2 pots. So he's been really active now, and I guess we'll be seeing more of that.
Raul opening from the hijack with his suited connectors, 7 high. Javier with better spades, but is not likely to be cute against Raul this time anyway.
The 7-6 suited is like a really nice hand. I really like it. It's one of those unexpected ones that once you connect with a flop, then you can really get some value from your opponents.
And then even if you don't connect, you could still rep that you have the stronger hands, and very often that will work as well. But in this case, he just steals the blinds. That's not a horrible outcome with your 7-6 suited either.
Perfect. It's at the end of the day, it's just 7 high, and like you get an additional. What are the blinds now? 3-6.
1.25 million in the pot every hand. Half a million big blinds.
So, well done in that sense, with just 7 high. So we are down to 6-handed play now, and that changes the dynamic a bit. I mean, compared to 8-handed, and now theoretically players should be opening up wider and also 3-betting wider. But let's see how well these players adjust and what they do. So they of course have a lot more history and experience playing against each other. So.
And the money jumps also got a bit more serious as well, which will be going through at least some of the players' minds. Although every player at the table wants to win the trophy, they also want to maximize the amount of money that they win in this event.
And Javier again has picked up a very playable hand with Jack-10 of spades. Opens it up to Gabriele, who finds now the snowman.
As we just mentioned, Gabriele has been a little bit quiet early on at this final table, but also has not been getting cards. So let's see how he plays when he has cards, and does fold the 8, so he's continuing to play very tight. Especially with Javier willing to play hands in general. And this will likely work for Javier. Simon making the fold.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just pondering insta fold with the eights there. I don't know. Like I would say for me personally that the snowmen depend on my mood and like how I have approached any single tournament. But usually I would say that it's not a fold. I would at least try to have a look at the flop and see if it's like either a hit and eight or like it's a low flop, then continue. And I would say in many cases I would 3-bet those snowmen as well and try to get a read on my opponent pre-flop or where do I stand with that. I mean, Jack 10, if you 3-bet that hand, then the Jack 10 sometimes might fold. Depends on how big you go on the 3-bet.
Javier finally finding 2 cards he doesn't want to play. 6-5 in the muck. Gabriele quickly folding his. Berto now with an ace from the cutoff and is reaching for some chips, or at least is protecting his cards with one of those chips. Alberto Ciliano, a strong Italian player, always looks very composed at the tables, as you can witness now, but this has basically been him for the last 5 days, completely focused on what's happening. But does fold his ace-7, so did think it over. And Simon with a weaker ace, but is in the small blind, expects something here. Really all 3 options are on the table. Fold is not one of them, but the jam, the raise, or the call, depending on his style of play. I don't mind a jam here, actually. And it looks like Simon agrees with what I would have done there. He does jam for 7.8 million. Raul with the snap fold with the 9 deuce.
I don't agree
see
with
Alan
that.
looking at me saying, no, you shouldn't be jamming there.
Yeah, I would min click it, and I think Solver says min click there as well. So you're kind of like, you don't need to put your stack at risk there with ace-5. But I mean, it's okay. He gets it through, and a nice million-plus chips added to his stack. So
the problem with what you said in my head is not, I know what the solver is probably correct, but in my head, if I'm just min raising or 2.5x raising, whatever it might be from the small blind, ace-5 does not flop that well, yet you're very often ahead and won't realize it because you're out of position, and you can just bleed away some chips that are very valuable at this stage, whereas a shove just seems like, okay, if I run into a bigger hand, so be it. Otherwise, I'm just happy to take it down. If I'm called by like a pocket pair, at least I have my ace live. If I'm called by ace-king, I have my 5 live. But most of the time, it's going to get through. But maybe that's the wrong way of approaching that situation. At least the solver apparently says I should not be playing it that way.
yeah, and I think like at that point you also need to assessing like make the assessment that like how do you feel yourself playing that hand post flop, right? I mean, and like how do you compare yourself to your opponent? Does he play the post flop better than you? And then if you think you can actually outmaneuver him on post flop, then the min click is easy. You can then find some extra gears after seeing the flop. So I guess like every situation in poker, it has a lot to do with the exact dynamics at that particular point.
So the slots piece asking, don't they have the chat open in the booth? We do have the Twitch chat open, but I haven't really noticed very much happening in the Twitch chat once we did lose Hurley. But chat away in the chat. We'll be happy to talk with you as well. We try to be very interactive, in fact, with the chat as much as possible. But back to the action here. We have Raul limping with the Jack-10. Javier, not going to be cute, is going to check it back, but maybe we'll see a part 3 of the leveling wars between these two players.
Yeah, Javier with definitely being one of the more active players at the table, and in like 90% of the cases, the opponent being Raul.
Great flop for Raul, the 10 deuce deuce. Unfortunately for him, Javier does not even have a backdoor mixed in there, but let's see if Raul will bet or check here. We've seen him play hands very differently at times. does check his top pair over, perhaps hoping that Javier will take a stab at it. Obviously, since it's a limp pot, Javier could potentially have a deuce in his hand, but there's not much for Raul to be scared about on this dry flop. Javier checking it back, and the 6 of spades on the turn does not connect with Javier. Raul now with the check mark. I would expect him to be betting now after Javier checks, just because there's a lot of river cards that might not be good for you.
Yeah, backdoor spades opening up as well. You know, that your opponent might have some random spades in his hand. You just probably not though, but like you want to get some value out of the Jack 10, so just put in like a very small bet and see what happens after that.
Value / deny equity, I think, is also kind of important as well. But let's see, Raul is not only betting, he's betting nearly a pot-sized bet, it looks like. It's more than a pot, an over bet to the pot. And Javier said something there.
Yeah, he said also over bet, like he was like confused, like what is that? Yeah, I have a feeling that Javier is getting very suspicious about Raul's movements here, laughing it up.
Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed at this event in particular, is even when they were down to 3-4 tables, the players were very friendly with each other. Of course, when you're battling in a particular hand, it's not about how friendly you are, you just want to take down the pot. But in between hands, you know, they're being very friendly and open and nice to each other, which is always a pleasure to see. To me, poker is a mind sport. Yes, it should be competitive, but you should have fun too, especially if you're not a professional. But I think most of the guys at this table are pros or semi-pros at this stage of the game. Very often the cream rises to the top, but you do often see amateurs also at the final table. But based on the play, based on what we know about the players, I do not think we have any pure amateurs at this final table. Folds around to Simon.
Yeah, I would say a couple of playable hands, the Jack 8 suited and the Jack 9. Could try a little something here. Let's see what Simon does. Reaching for chips, so I think it's going to be a raise.
1,150,000.
Simon hoping nobody else wakes up with a hand. Will maybe not mind that the big blind calls, but other than that, he wants everybody to fold and would prefer a big blind to fold. But Javier with the sixes. We've seen so many different gears from him.
He just can't find a pot that he doesn't play. I mean, like every hand he has to be involved.
If he does eventually get the chip lead, I think we're going to see Javier try to run over the table too, in a little bit of a different strategy than what we've seen from Raul.
Is it the jam? Because Simon is one of the shorter stacks at this point.
If you jam and you call and you lose, you're down to about 10, 11 big blinds yourself, because blinds will likely go up soon. I think we're approaching a break in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Ooh.
But it was a good fold, in fact, because Gabriel Henry, who has not played very many hands, maybe one hand the entire final table, now does have a hand he will most definitely be playing. Now it's a question of whether he shoves or just 3 bets. Of course, he could just call. If he folds, I think that will bring Alan back to drinking, and he's been sober since April, so let's hope that doesn't happen. We do not want Alan hopping off the wagon.
Well, I'm pretty confident that I don't need to be drinking here, so Gabriele does say raise. So,
he jams in the
jams
lot.
it.
And a snap fold by Simon. An easy fold. I think Alan would have liked to see him pretend to think about it, just to balance his thinking range.
True. But yeah, I mean,
nothing to think about there.
The Jack 9 is a clear fold, so. But you're right. I mean, whenever I'm at a table, and like even if it's a clear fold, I still at least try to give some extra thought, and just like, you know,
pretend thought.
Yeah, pretend thought, and even if like there's always, you can find something to think about, right? I mean, you can still go through the small exercise of trying to go through the ranges that your opponent is jamming there. So just to get a feel of what your opponent is doing, and then the next time when it happens, then you already have some history to refer back to.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Usually I'm just thinking about what I might have for dinner later, and I should be thinking more about the ranges during those spots and using that time more effectively. That's a nice little tip there, Alan. And Raul with the Queen 9. He was quiet in the beginning, then opened up a little bit, then got into some little cute raising wars with Javier. And Javier with an ace. I don't know if he's going to get involved this time. If it was ace-3 suited, maybe we would see a 3-bet, but we never know with Javier. Javier does fold. Gabriele will fold based on how we've seen him play before, but he's not snapping it off, actually. He's been using, like, snap folds, and maybe he's thinking, you know what? I've been quiet. Raul has been picking up his aggression during this spine level anyway, after being quiet the first spine level, but Gabriele playing it safe.
Yeah, as we can see, Gabriele has really picked up like a very, very conservative line, like not playing any hands, and like when he has it, he jams it. So I don't blame him. I mean, it's like ABC poker strategy, and I think it works in like 80% of the time.
Yeah, I think at a final table like this, if I was there, I'd be adopting more of a Gabrielle style myself. I know that people look at me that I'm wild and crazy at times, but during some of my live deep runs, I do like tighten up so much on these kind of stack sizes.
And that's a very solid strategy. I mean, you can't really exploit it.
Oh, Alberto here. Alberto Giuliano here with the jam. And Raul now doing the Hollywooding. Alan must like that he's pretending, okay, what is it? Oh, wait, you have 11 million, I will fold.
I think that was more of a surprise that, like, really, you jammed? But he did with the Jack 10 suited. So I think Alberto has picked up a little, let's say, tell on our friend here with a hat trying to steal way too many blinds. So that was basically, don't do that on my blind kind of thing.
I will punish you.
Yeah.
I haven't really, it's usually I can't pick up that many tells when I'm playing, but when I'm commentating, especially our screen is absolutely massive, I can sometimes pick up tells on the players, and then I try to test that theory a little bit by watching a few more hands. I haven't been able to pick up anything. I mean, there's a little bit with the hoodie of Javier, which I'm not quite sure when the hoodie comes on, when it doesn't, when the hand is on the shoulder, when it isn't. It's not like a standard movement each time.
There
now
it is.
The hand is on the shoulder. And Javier does toss away his jack deuce, and Gabriele.
And I can see now Jason marking down in his notepad that Javier folds when he put his hand on the shoulder.
So we have to maybe make note, but no, we've seen the hand on the shoulder before when he's in the middle of hands and not folding. So Alberto just limping from the small blind with a pretty king 9. It's a decent hand from the small blind, and Daniele waking up with an 8. Strong one. Being that it's a limp pot, though, I won't be surprised if he raises it to 1.5 or somewhere in that range.
He should. And from the faces, sometimes
that Brazilian flag, we'd already see the raise in. I'm always adjusting when I'm in the small blind and there's a Brazilian in the big blind. It's like the amount of times I limp is much less from the small blind, knowing that 90% of the time they're going to be raising the big blind. You play around with the traps and everything. And just an outright jam by Daniele. It will get the job done. Not wanting to play around.
very aggressive play.
Daniele Grasso picking up the pot. Him and Alberto neck and neck with 12 million in chips, and as we mentioned, we're going to be going on a break fairly shortly, and after which the blinds will go up to 300,000, 600,000. So that 12 million stack, which is 24 big blinds now, goes down to just 20 big blinds.
Although, yeah, jamming there with the ace is just keeping it simple for yourself. Just basically forcing your opponent out of the pot and taking down the blind. So, easiest strategy.
So for those of you tuning in that do want a little bit of Italian flavor, we do have 4 Italian players at the table. So I don't blame you. We will be getting Jack Bonnero into the commentating booth after the break at some point. We will still do our best to keep as much of this in English, primarily because my Italian is very rusty.
So our most active player, Javier, again with the 8-7 offsuit, contemplating, but no, letting it go this time.
And good for him, he did. I mean, we did see Gabriele fold 8s before, but 9s I don't think he would be. And NA open from Gabriele at this point is going to look very strong if players are paying attention to his very low VPIP.
Yeah,
and voluntarily put into pot. And not going with the min-raise sizing, a little bit bigger from the cutoff. So deviating from what the other players are doing. Everybody else is either min-raising or jamming from spots that aren't the small blind or big blind. And nobody waking up with anything. And Gabriele up to 18 million. So the tight is right for Gabriele. He continues to pick up small pots here and there. That's kind of what you need to do. Of course, you like to get that double, but in the meantime, you don't want to get yourself short. And instead of getting short, he is picking up some chips. I'm going to check what he started the day with. He started the day with 16 million, now at 18 million. So despite not being very active, it's been a good 2 hours for Gabriele Ree.
Yeah, basically all you have to do is steal or take down 1 pot per orbit just to keep your chip stack at the same level. So he's been doing a bit more than that, and good for him.
And Javier with the ace-10, it is 6-handed, so under the gun is now middle position. I would expect pretty much every player at this table to be opening up ace-10 under the gun 6-handed.
And that is exactly what
Javier
happens.
Does min-raise it. Gabriele folding, Alberto folding, Daniele folding, Simon about to fold if he hasn't already done so. He's still checking, double checking that it is just 7-3, does fold. And Raul, though, look at this with a stronger ace, a very nice hand with ace-jack in the big blind. If it was another player opening from under the gun, you may put them on a super strong range, but him and Javier are not afraid of each other. They're going at each other. It's the biggest dynamic we have at the table is with these two players.
And I was just about to say that if Raul decides to 3-bet this, then I wouldn't be surprised if Javier 4-bet jams there, but they decide just to call and have a look at the flop, which comes out Queen 7 deuce with 2 hearts, with Javier picking up the backdoor flush draw as well.
Also the range advantage on top of that. So even though Raul has the best hand, very often, I mean, Raul may call a small flop bet, but then have to give up on the turn, and Javier is not one that is afraid of aggression. He is reaching for the chips. It is the kind of flop you do want to continue on, whether you hit it or not.
Yeah, standard c-bet there is quite in place, so but let's see. I mean, Raul, we have already seen, is not afraid to put it all in, so he might be having a look and having some thoughts about maybe taking this down with a bluff, but decides just to call here.
It's the reverse float, and to see what happens, I guess, on the turn. It's a dry 4 of spades. Is this going to slow down Javier? I expect Raul to still check here, being that that card wouldn't have helped him too much. Javier no longer has a backdoor to the nut flush. probably does not think he is good at this point, but may think he can push off a 7 or a deuce. Are there any deuces that Raul is calling with, being that he's folded a lot of big blinds, though, so it would really just be a 7 that you're pushing off? He would expect Raul to be 3-betting hands that are ahead of him, like that ace-jack, but Raul playing it cool. So let's see how Javier approaches this. It's very difficult to reach for more chips after your flop bet, even though it was small, was called in such a big final table such as this.
Yeah, timing tells are a thing as well, and once you've already taken that long to figure out what to do next, then you kind of give away a bit to your opponent, and now basically Raul can turn the tables. He's kind of like the.
He may think he's good here and
Yeah,
would be getting
yeah.
a call, though, because after Javier checks back and Raul does check it, no reason to be necessarily betting there if you think you're good. And is Javier now going to be able to find a bet here? I do see a lot of players, when they do have something like a queen-jack, they may be checking back the turn only to bet big on the river, but I don't think that's what Javier necessarily has in mind here,
Let's see.
especially since
Probably
by
he's
now
gonna
Raul
check
knows
it,
he's
yeah.
capable of making moves.
And it seems that we are proven wrong again, as I think Javier is reaching for chips. No, checks. Checks it down.
Because he also has some showdown value. There
Yeah.
are a few hands that maybe would have called the flop, like 2 hearts or something like that. So does check it back, and Raul up to 25 million. Javier didn't lose too much in that spot because the flop bet was kind of small. I think he could have made the flop bet bigger, but I do like the small bet in that spot. I probably would have, I think it was 2.8 million and he put 750, so I'm going a little bit bigger, but not much, maybe 900,000 or something. So we are on break, folks. I want to give a special thank you to Alan for joining us in the booth. The blinds will go up to 300,000, 600,000. When we do return, we will get Jack to join us at some point over the next couple hours with 4 Italians in the mix. But thank you very much, Alan, for joining us, and we will be back soon.
Thanks, Jason, for having me.
Headphone down, it's not mute.
Okay. That?
Yes.
Okay. What I have to do something to begin?
No, this I just have because of the chat.
It's working.
If you want to see people talking, it's over here.
It's working.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't need to touch anything.
No. This is just my personal computer. I have it on mute just so I can read what people are
But
writing.
you begin for us, so
Yeah,
it's
I
very
will,
easy. You take the first.
I will come out this way.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. So you can introduce us. It's perfect.
Yeah.
When we have how much?
I think 10,
We
15
need it.
minutes.
To the end of the rack.
They don't have here. Yeah, this is still
it's for
break.
only because we have 20 minutes. We will see.
But next time we need to make sure there's two set up because
Yeah.
you and Cesare should be doing together from beginning to
No
end.
problem. You introduce us and we work together.
But
talking
this time we make with what we have. This time is the fact that they want to combine even the Facebook Lives together. The people that are listening in Italian don't want to hear English. The people that are listening in English don't understand the Italian. So it's
Main event players 2 minutes before the restart. minute, Atlas, may you wait 2 seats. We're going to restart in 1 minute.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer here at the Battle of Malta final table. We are down to just 6 hopefuls out of the field of 3,432 players, and they have all locked up 18,150 euros with a top prize of 209,500 euros. Very soon, I will be introducing 2 of the Italian journalists that are here, and Cesare and Jack. They will be doing a little bit of commentating in Italian, a little bit in English, at least for half to a full blind level. So we do get some Italian flavor into the booth, being that 4 out of the remaining 6 players are from Italy. The other 2 players are Raoul van Wersch from the Netherlands and Simon Kuzderski from Poland. So we did have an international mix, but we lost Christophe de Mulder from Belgium in 7th place and Hurley Olap in 8th place. And it looks like we have Jack here, so I'll at least introduce Jack and wait for Cesare. So Jack, what do you think? We have 4 Italians out of 6 players left. How amazing is that?
Well, it's a great emotion for me to be here, to be with you. In a few minutes we will have Cesare. He's coming, is working with the blog. I said that the most important thing to have Italian players, the most important thing that we have to remember that we have a lot of Italian players in the tournament. So it's a problem of percentage, you know. Sometimes we say we have not a lot of women at the end of the tournament in the prize pool, in the TM. Why? Because we have not so many girls. We have a lot of Italian players. It's easy to have a lot of Italian players at the final table, and we have to remember that we have a lot of good Italian players, good poker players, because near 20 years that we play poker in Italy, maybe not like 60 like in United States, but in 20 years we are a good player now. Remember when we began to play poker tournament 20 years ago, we had the Swedish school, the Denmark school. Now Italian school is very, very good.
No, it's a good point. It used to be that people would think of Italian players as, let's say, fishy players, but there are a lot of strong Italians. And it is remarkable still that 4 out of the 6 remain. I mean, that's 2/3 of the final table right now belongs to Italy, and it wasn't 2/3 of the overall bomb field. It was more like 1/3. And the fact that Italy is showing its place is, in fact, very impressive. And I see Cesare is here, and I want to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, Cesare, who has been keeping the Italian blog open. If you've been tuning into those Facebook Lives with Jack and Cesare, you are in for a treat, whether you understand Italian or not. It is entertaining. We're going to leave you with these 2 gentlemen for at least 30 minutes, probably a bit longer. You'll be in good hands, and Jack and Cesare, have some fun.
Thank you very much. We will talk in Italian. I have to say to all the poker fans who talk English, we will talk in Italian. By the way, if we have to explain something in English, is not a problem. We can try to do it. By the way, I think it's a different way to make a comment, because there are a lot of Italian players. How my friend Jason said, so it's normal that we begin to talk in Italian. And after, I will talk for another half an hour with Jason. Now we begin to talk in Italian with Cesare. Ok, eccomi qua, mi ritrovo con Cesare Antonini, ci siamo, e adesso, caro mio, possiamo entrare non tanto nel vivo del tavolo, che Jason ha spiegato benissimo. Sì, direi che ci siamo perfettamente. No, ma le cuffie sono già state sistemate. Io mi sento perfettamente,
Tu mi
sì.
senti?
Sì, sì, e anche facciamo una verifica, poi adesso se vuoi verifichiamo anche con il telefono, se siamo in diretta perfettamente, però entriamo assolutamente in cronaca e peraltro la cuffia è la stessa che ha usato Jason Glazer, che ha commentato nel corso di queste prime 2 ore. Ora tocca a noi per una mezz'oretta per raccontare le gesta, in particolare dei giocatori azzurri, ma non dimentichiamo che questo è un torneo assolutamente internazionale. Poi nel nostro caso è cosa nota, tifiamo Italia, c'è un all-in, però è arrivato il fall da parte dell'azzurro di Gabriele con Jack e 5 suited, 16 milioni di chip per lui, era di grande buio, e quindi si prosegue in grande stile con questo tavolo televisivo che veramente sta regalando emozioni, e il nostro sogno è di vedere un altro, dico, giocatore italiano, perché ne abbiamo già visti sul tetto del Battle of Malta, con in tasca una assegno da 209.500 euro e il meraviglioso trofeo che fa capolino
Esatto,
proprio a
Jack.
2 passi dal tavolo televisivo, Cesare.
Esatto.
7-4 intanto per Daniele Grasso, che ha proposto tantissime montagne russe, diciamolo con assoluta chiarezza.
Mamma mia,
Però
davvero.
c'è, perché poi la forza di questo gioco alla fine, money talks, il denaro parla.
È
Alla
stato
fine chi è lì
bravissimo.
vuol dire che ce l'ha fatta.
È stato bravissimo, abbiamo sempre ricordato, per chi non avesse seguito tutta la cronaca, quel cooler pazzesco, doppia coppia a Sodama contro 7 di dame di Samuel Goodman, che era un giocatore che stava aggredendo molto e spesso con dei range molto aperti, perché è un ottimo giocatore con diverse centinaia e migliaia di dollari vinti in carriera, ma insomma un reg abbastanza importante, tant'è che Daniele mi ha commentato: mi dispiace di aver preso questo colpo all'unico reg del tavolo, dal quale forse me lo dovevo aspettare, ma dal quale alla fine probabilmente poteva anche averla questa mano. Ha giocato molto bene Samuel Goodman, poi è uscito anche lui veramente sui roller coaster. Tanto Zukowski ci pensa.
Beh, la mano interessante perché Simon ha K9
Sì.
suited e c'è sul suo race da 1,3 milioni Raul con coppia di 8, è il giocatore con il cappellino più da turista americano in vacanza e anche un po' datato, mentre abbiamo look più giovane per altri, ma insomma la sostanza è che ognuno poi veste non solo alla moda in base all'età, ma anche in base al look del proprio paese, perché veramente notate l'internazionalità.
È
E
bello
vediamo che succede.
anche cambiare look al tavolo finale, no? Magari Gabriele Re ha lo stesso giacchino di ieri di Ralph Lauren, oggi ha ripescato Zukowski la maglia World Padel Tour che indossava al Day 3, ieri un'altra maglia, probabilmente non gli ha dato la stessa fortuna, anche se poi alla fine se l'è giocata molto bene, sto 5 a 16 proprio contro Raoul Van Versch, 5 al flop, colpo che l'ha zoppato, un colpo che poteva uccidere non solo quel momento del torneo, ma tutto il torneo, perché sarebbe andato davvero insieme a Gabriele Rea ad avere oltre il 50% delle fiche, quasi il 60% di tutti i giocatori in gioco, incredibile, a 13-14 left. E quel colpo ha riequilibrato il torneo. Raoul Van Versch è stato molto bravo, devo dire, ad aggredire spesso l'apertura di Gabriele Rea, ha portato via quasi 1,5 milioni, 2 milioni, tribet showando spesso, e tanto ha foldato Zukowski, flop monotono a fiori.
Viene a dire che è un flop che frizza molto l'azione, perché non ci sono fiori da parte di entrambi i giocatori, c'è l'asso che limita ovviamente il K, e nel contempo il giocatore che a coppia di 8 può pensare che il raise sia arrivato proprio con un asso, ma l'elemento che dobbiamo prendere in considerazione è probabilmente proprio l'assenza di fiori. Adesso vediamo chi se la gioca meglio. Vedete che statisticamente Raul è davanti al 76%, ma le statistiche con le carte che noi vediamo sono una cosa, le statistiche perdono valore, e in questo caso vedete la bettata di Raul, Simon folda e il piatto per Raul che porta a casa 3 milioni e 8. Parliamo un po' degli azzurri, Cesare?
Sì, abbiamo visto davvero, sono 4 grinder, 4 giocatori online, Everbrun 1, Alberto Cigliano, King Maven, se non sbaglio, Gabriele Re, non so il nickname di Javier Zukowski, e Daniele Grasso invece Aziz, ora ve lo dico, non mi sovviene in questo momento, l'abbiamo scritto in questi giorni su tutti i report, su tutti su ufficialità, Battle of Malta Official Island Group, e più o meno vivono tutti qui a Malta. Intanto c'è l'all-in di Simon, 4 milioni e 7, dama 9. Qui Raul potrebbe chiamare tutta la vita,
ci sta,
perché
ci sta.
K-Dama un'ottima mano in five-handed, e lui comunque ha dimostrato spesso di non aver paura di metterle dentro, assolutamente.
Beh, anche perché la differenza tra 18.000 euro, faccio un esempio, e 209.500, stiamo parlando di una macchina, e non è una Mercedes ma è una Fiat, e un appartamento. Poi, come sempre dico, dipende dove lo comprate. Se ci fosse qua Jason, gli direi sulla quinta strada, forse un piccolo garage per un'utilitaria, ma se siete a Gallarate probabilmente prendete anche
Ha
qualcosa di più
passato
importante.
invece, strano questo
È vero,
fold,
sono d'accordo con te.
perché 4 milioni e 7 sono 8 bui, lui è chip leader. Vediamo se ci pensa Daniele Grasso con K10, paradossalmente potrebbe essere una... No, anche lui passa chiaramente, ma lui ha 10 milioni, quindi avrebbe avuto sicuramente, si avrebbe compromesso il torneo. È situazione strana perché è molto corto il polacco, e i 4 azzurri sono dominati da Raoul Van Persie, giocatore maltese d'origine olandese, cioè che gioca a Malta, flaggato Malta su Mob, anzi su Mob olandese, qui si registra come maltese, però è chiaramente un grinder online che gioca sull'isola. Field pieno zeppo di questi giocatori, ormai gli italiani sono tanti, e tra italiani, siciliani, il gruppo Eros Nastasi, Nicolai D'Antoni, Federico Petruzzelli, insomma sono tanti i giocatori di riferimento che quando c'è un torneo a Malta, soprattutto il Battle, non se lo perdono. E ovviamente chi è qui, come mi diceva Alberto Cigliano, che è di Ischia, napoletano, insomma, campano, e ha detto io non mi perdo assolutamente un torneo così giocando in casa, quindi a pochi metri, non so se sono a Slima o San Giulian, non so dove vivono, sia la Valletta, insomma è differente, credo che vivano nei paraggi perché sono i casinò.
Comunque l'isola
Però
credo che
col
sia di
taxi
27
arrivi...
km se non sbaglio, come estensione.
esatto,
Quindi...
arrivi con 20 euro, arrivi dappertutto.
Intanto tantissimi amici ci chiedevano il commento in italiano, e ovviamente li abbiamo soddisfatti, e ringraziamo anche l'organizzazione e ovviamente Jason, totalmente disponibile a proporre questo mix che ritengo possa essere gradevole, anche perché non dimentichiamo che siamo supportati dalle immagini, quindi anche se non conoscete l'inglese ma sentite
Sì,
il commentatore
esatto.
in americano, ovviamente lo percepite quello che sta capitando, e questo vale anche per gli amici che non parlano italiano e che magari ci stanno sentendo. Però, essendoci giocatori italiani, tanti hanno piacere di sentire non tanto noi quanto voci tricolori. Attenzione, perché abbiamo il raise a 1,2 milioni di Alberto, e c'è Simon con asso e 7 con 5 milioni dietro, che per me potrebbe, visto che è di bottone, potrebbe andare in all-in realisticamente.
È riandato l'in, sì.
Esattamente.
Dato l'in, le ho messe dentro adesso, ci pensa, stanno inquadrando Daniele, ma ci sta pensando Alberto Cigliano. Non ho seguito le pronunce di Jason.
Si assomigliano un po', secondo me hanno sbagliato, perché Alberto e Daniele si assomigliano un po'.
Sì, sono totalmente differenti, forse la barbetta li ha
Siamo un po'
colti.
Gianbruno, siamo un po' Gianbruno, deve stare attento. Alberto, siamo un po' Gianbruno, deve stare
Che
attento
si è tagliato
ai
il
fuori
ciuffo,
onda.
si è tagliato il ciuffo. Tanto brilluccica e splende la giacca d'ordinanza di... Tanto ecco, c'è stato il fold, vedete, inquadrato Daniele Grasso che proprio si stava disinteressando quasi della mano. Vabbè, piccolo errore, ma non fa niente.
Però guarda da vicino, la felpa è simile, blu
Sì.
con la riga bianca, la barba, la stessa conciatura, capisco anche gli amici della regia un po' vengono ingannati.
Sì. Come diciamo fisionomia sono davvero molto molto simili.
Se al tavolo c'era anche Salvini, secondo me facevano un po' di confusione, veramente la somiglianza è notevole. Ovviamente ci scherziamo sempre sopra, e voi sapete che viviamo il poker con il sorriso, fermo restando che la cronaca è prioritaria, proprio perché ballano 209.500 euro, e anche quella meravigliosa Hall of Fame, perché l'ingresso fa capolino.
Che verrà aggiornata per la prossima data, che ancora non è stata comunicata, Jack. C'era qualche spoiler in quelle di ottobre, in quel di giugno, quando siamo stati qui per la data di ottobre. anzi si erano spoilerati l'organizzazione mettendo praticamente il pannello nell'area cash, e quindi c'era il mistero sulle date che erano state invece già scritte da qualcuno in qualche pannello. No, a parte gli scherzi, insomma, davvero non c'è ancora una data, non c'è ancora l'idea del garantito che ci sarà. Sicuramente sarà un grande montepremi, sarà una grande action
E saranno
per il
diversi
secondo
giorni.
appuntamento, e saranno, sì, può darsi o un festival, o sappiamo questo, o un festival oppure i soliti 6 giorni, 7 giorni.
Perfetto, intanto Daniele Grasso con coppia di 9
Molto
di
bene.
bottone con 9 milioni e 9, ricordiamo adesso i bui 300.000, 600.000, per cui è vero che la struttura è splendida, ma bisogna fare azione e l'ho visto sibilare all-in, credo di avere visto bene. Attenzione
Sì,
perché Simon con 7 milioni e 4 con coppie di 5. Io credo che se fosse capitato l'inverso sarebbe stata una manna dal cielo, perché
sì,
Simon sarebbe andato lì e Daniele
sì,
avrebbe collato, così invece Simon secondo me potrebbe foldare.
sì, probabilmente si può sentire sicuramente
È
un
vero che è una
flip.
guerra di bui, eh?
No, beh,
Bottone,
bottone
piccolo buio,
buio.
grande buio, cioè a me che non ci sono tanti giocatori, però è una posizione in cui il bottone può comunque rubare, infatti folda, vedi. Raul Dorancek. Io per guerra di bui non intendo sempre piccolo su grande, per guerra di bui intendo anche posizioni in cui il bottone cerca di rubare sul piccolo e sul grande. Chiaramente la differenza che faccio è tra, non so, un UTG e un UTG più 1. È ovvio che in un tavolo a 5 tutte queste posizioni assumono un valore diverso.
Sì, Blind War, vabbè, SBBB, insomma.
Sì, assolutamente, cioè questo è chiaro che è tradizionale, però che il bottone cerchi di rubare i bui da piccolo su grande per guerra di bui, giustamente tu fai una specifica più analitica, cioè il fatto che si discuta di piccolo su grande. E allora, Gabriele con 6 e 5 da UTG, Alberto 8 e 4, 10 e 9 per Daniele e Asso e Donna sui te per Simon.
Ha una fase davvero che il, le starting hands gli stanno dando opportunità di fare sempre action. Intanto è salito da 4 milioni e 7 da quando siamo arrivati al commento a 7 milioni e 4. E adesso secondo me qui può anche riandare
Beh, deve
all-in.
andare lì, ma non c'è neanche un
Sì,
dubbio.
comunque è sempre nell'arco dei 12-13 bui, quindi anzi 12 bui e qualcosa. Non vediamo le carte di Raoul Van Versch. Intanto
Che
complimenti per
comunque
la
le
grafica e
butta
la
e le butterà via
regia.
anche Xavier.
Davvero una grafica meravigliosa, quasi da videogioco.
È vero, e poi abbiamo questo pannello sulla destra con le 5 carte che
Molto
al
bello.
momento sono infuocate, poi le vedremo scendere più tardi quando ci sarà l'occasione. Non abbiamo visto ancora lo showdown, semplicemente perché appunto i 6 giocatori si stanno dando battaglia e lo stanno facendo fondamentalmente pre-flop. È un tavolo ovviamente aggressivo, la struttura tiene, ma è una struttura che impone a un certo momento di fare azione. Credo che sia anche la cosa più giusta, non tanto per la durata del tavolo stesso, ma per la spettacolarità, perché i troppi tempi di attesa secondo me lo rendono meno godibile. Invece a me piace molto questo tavolo fatto alle 2 del pomeriggio, al di là del delay del giorno successivo, poi ovviamente può fare tutti gli aspetti organizzativi, tutte le considerazioni del caso, però è molto bello, finisce un orario consono, ha grandissimo ascolto e molto dinamico. La struttura permette di giocare, ma nel contempo bisogna spingere per chi vede è più dinamico appunto. Xavier intanto asso e jack e qui vediamo da piccolo buio come agisce.
I due non si sono risparmiati, tanto dietro Antonio Cayman parla vecchio, Neo Nonno l'abbiamo celebrato, l'arrivo di Tiago, il suo nipotino è volato a casa per incontrarlo e è tornato per seguire il Battle of Malta perché c'è tanto lavoro da fare, tanti giocatori, davvero tanti tornei. Organizzazione sempre sotto stress. Vediamo Xavier Zuccoschi, dicevo, non se le sono risparmiate i due,
No,
insomma non hanno mai fatto soft play, sono giocatori abituati a giocarsi il colpo, quindi non ci sono assolutamente problemi.
vediamo come la gioca perché è chiaro che ha tutte le opzioni per fare un rilancio, e in questo caso sarebbe forse anche contento di ricevere un ordine di collare, magari facendo pensare all'avversario uno stile. Ecco quello che tu dicevi prima della guerra di Bui.
Tanto un grande saluto a Gianluca Cabizza che ieri ha sicuramente animato la nostra serata, eravamo andati lì timidi con Jack Bonora,
E poi,
e invece Gianluca che ha fatto ITM al main per scommettendo.it e per se stesso ovviamente, e quinto al Domus Bet ai roller, quindi è andato a vincere con un diciamo fuori casa, no, a parte gli scherzi, insomma un torneo molto importante da 393 entries, il Dark Knight Domus Bet ai roller da 1100 euro, e mi dice insomma 18.000 più altri 3-4.000 nel main, più insomma pare che sia andata molto bene al cash, quindi molto bene, grazie ancora a Gianluca della serata, ma soprattutto complimenti per il tuo torneo, per la tua performance di questa bella trasferta.
sì, veramente è stato godibilissimo, ci ha regalato una serata brillante ed è stato anche molto bello, posso dire, perché ci è sembrato un po' di tornare indietro nel tempo, nel senso che tutti i dealer a fare baldoria, champagne a fiumi, risate, amori, sorrisi, sembrava di tornare veramente alla preistoria pokeristica, quando tutti eravamo euforici. Poi rimane un lavoro che noi amiamo, ma probabilmente consoni anche che i nostri fegati non sono più quelli di una volta, magari non eccediamo come un tempo, però di fronte a un Moe bianco, anzi a dei Moe bianchi, come dire di no. Gabriele, 8-4 da Piccolo Buio, sta facendo le sue valutazioni.
Insomma, era diventato un round table, come dicono gli inglesi quando fanno i convegni attorno al tavolo, che fanno queste conferenze. Invitavamo tutti, venivano tutti, chi si autoinvitava per bere, insomma, era stato bello.
Sì, 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 sì.
Che belle ragazze.
E ovviamente il sottoscritto.
Niente di fatto tanto.
È vero o no?
Jack Bonora si è
Ancora sono le ultime zampate,
ha sgarrato alla fine della trasferta, del lavoro, ha tenuto un comportamento eccellente, una dieta mediterranea e poi alla vista di
una bottiglia di una bella ragazza
di
non ho saputo dire di no.
una combo che poi c'eravamo io e Gianluca e facevamo i diavoletti, e per cui il grillo parlante l'abbiamo schiacciato per terra, l'abbiamo ammazzato praticamente, e dopo siamo andati, insomma, ecco.
È vero.
Va bene,
Ma
insomma, bella serata.
Noi ridiamo tanto, ma in realtà questo è il bello del torneo, è il bello dello stare
Sì.
insieme, del viaggiare, giocate online, ok,
Guarda,
tutto
ieri mi
bello, ma
diceva
questo è meraviglioso.
la DC, la dealer coordinator Michela Piaf, che gira tutto il mondo, che va a Cuba, andrà adesso a New York, segue tutti i tornei di Europa, insomma, per il suo lavoro. Ha detto Malta, e il Battle of Malta è la sua casa, ha detto l'evento più divertente in assoluto, e è vero. E poi ai piatti c'era Gianni Bevitori. Attenzione, qui l'all-in di Alberto Cigliano,
Dai,
asso 7.
sono troppi, dovrà foldare Daniele.
Sì,
Non
Jack
può
10,
collare con Jack e
derby
10.
azzurro. Sono comunque una fase del torneo, Jack, che sicuramente metterà un po' in difficoltà i giocatori se qualcuno non elimina e non c'è un riequilibrio un po' delle chips in gioco, perché anche con 11 milioni insomma sono meno di 20 bui, per cui inizia ad esserci pochi margini per vedere. Invece il torneo bellissimo, abbiamo visto aperture, 3-bet, 4-bet, Ribeiro su Timothy Chang, altro giocatore fortissimo inglese d'origini giapponesi che ha giocato fino al day 3 il torneo. Ricordiamo Fabian Quos, ricordiamo William Cassuff, tantissimi giocatori molto molto forti a livello internazionale che sono venuti a giocare questo torneo.
Veramente splendido, questo è un torneo di caratura europea, direi a tratti anche mondiale, ha superato il garantito, ha superato il 1.700.000 a fronte appunto di un garantito era 1.500.000, occhio intanto a Daniele Grasso con 9.900.000 con Capadonna off, è un risultato splendido nonostante l'assenza di circa 300 israeliani a causa del conflitto che ben conosciamo. Olin decide di andare diretto Daniele, Simona K4 folderà. Non ha senso mettere 7 milioni e 7 ovviamente
No,
con
no.
delle carte assolutamente marginali.
No, assolutamente, infatti.
Via. E vediamo che succede ora.
Finisce qua.
La
BVB.
mano finisce con il fold, ovviamente noi finché non c'è il fold ipotizziamo una mossa che è assolutamente scontata, però se non c'è logicamente dobbiamo attendersi di tutto perché ogni giocatore può fare le valutazioni che ritiene più opportune. E poi insomma ricordiamoci sempre, intanto fioccono messaggi, io li leggo con grande piacere. Sta piacendo l'idea del in italiano, tanti amici ce lo stanno scrivendo, ma ribadisco non è una colpa o un merito, semplicemente Jason è americano e noi siamo italiani, poi io va bene parlerò anche in inglese e lo farò volentieri dopo insieme a Jason, però la sostanza è che abbiamo intanto un buonissimo rapporto con tutti i blogger
Certo.
statunitensi, con l'organizzazione totale disponibilità di scegliere i momenti migliori anche in base alla partecipazione al tavolo finale dei giocatori italiani e abbiamo proposto questa osmosi che a tanti è piaciuta. Poi logicamente gli americani potranno dire, o comunque chi non parla italiano potrà dire, beh perché adesso non c'è il commento in inglese, tornerà molto presto, ci alterneremo. Spero che possa essere qualcosa di interessante ed è una scelta precisa da parte dell'organizzazione. Adesso però occhio alle carte perché Gabriele ha coppia di 10
Wow.
e vediamo se trova clienti. 8-2 per Alberto, non sarà certo lui. 9-5 per Daniele, se ne andrà.
Sì, vediamo Simon.
Via Simon con Jack e 4 e via Raul con 8 e 3. Non la capitalizza, vero?
No, un Open che per carità gli porta comunque 1,5 milioni.
Ma io poi
Però
se gioco nella vita tutte le volte che rilancio gli altri fold non mi
ma ci
diverto,
dici mai
sai.
di seguito arrivo a
Tu
15
mi dai
milioni.
2 assi tutte le volte, io rilancio e tutti foldano, io divento ricco.
Comunque davvero parlando con William Cassuff, insomma il livello ha detto è molto buono. Ho pescato un tavolo chiaramente con tutti i recreational player, in bolla lui ha martellato tantissimo, ha fatto triple up in bolla uncontested. William Cassuff ha fatto davvero un'aggressione totale, definitiva. Tra l'altro molti giocatori preferiscono giocarsi la bolla quella vera, cioè senza il 15% ogni giorno, però anche quando arriva al 15% c'è comunque la fase bolla giocata e che può portare molti vantaggi. Chiaramente poi se si aggredisce male, si aggredisce in maniera sbagliata, si trova poi che ti tribetta sempre oppure ti batte, ti flatta e poi ti batte post flop, post turn, è un altro conto. Però insomma in genere chi forza bene, chi sa forzare bene in bolla può davvero avere grossi benefici, perché c'è chi vuole arrivare a premio, lo Scary Money classico. Raul
È di
K9 sui
piccolo,
quadri,
a 26 milioni, e secondo me dell'azione la deve fare con K9 Suited.
aggredisce sicuramente.
Poi chiaramente dipende anche dallo stack dell'avversario, perché può anche decidere di pushare direttamente in base allo stack dell'avversario oppure effettuare anche semplicemente un rilancio. Vediamo. Le vedete le chip sono indicate, le verdi sono da 250.000, le arancioni sono da 100.000.
Bella questa inquadratura. Zukowski a dispetto della flag francese su Random Mob, del suo cognome, è italianissimo, diciamolo, anche perché insomma qualche amico mi ha fatto notare che capita che qualche collega magari possa aver sbagliato la nazionalità, anche se poi lui tra l'altro è stato sempre pagato italiano.
Attenzione perché adesso potrebbe esserci anche l'all-in da parte di Xavier. Attenzione.
Beh, 14 milioni con asso 6.
Sai, ha raisato 1,8,
è un po' tanto,
potrebbe anche pensare di spingere direttamente, ovviamente puntando sul folding equity. E come dicevi tu, appunto, è una guerra di bui, io non mi meraviglierei.
Sì, però tra loro due non stiamo parlando di chi rilancia per rubare il buio a caso, Due giocatori
Vediamo.
molto molto tecnici.
Fa solo
chiamato per forza, dai. Intanto i quadri sono una bella notizia per Xavier, che non lo sa, ma sarebbe comunque un flash draw nuts, ma abbiamo
e
solo
invece
un
una bruttissima notizia per l'azzurro, perché esce K9.
Mamma mia. Mamma mia.
Vabbè, adesso ha chiaramente la mano in mano, scusatemi il voluto bisticcio di parole, e vediamo se il francese capitalizza, se Xavier si sente forte con quel quell'asso tra le mani. L'idea di un colore runner-runner sembra essere assolutamente remota, cercare delle scale è molto impegnativo, per cui francamente viene da dire esci dalla mano, però il problema è, caro Cesare, che noi
Lo
vediamo le
so,
carte, è troppo facile, vero?
lo so, ieri Gabriele Re contro Van Berch ha vinto un piatto di 10 milioni con 9,5 difendendo il grande buio con 9,5 e ha preso il 9, il board si era accoppiato e Van Berch ha la dama 10, per cui è un giocatore che può fare anche adesso bet tutte le strade in bianco e tu devi saper polarizzare quello che ha, quindi è una mano secondo me più complessa di quello che può sembrare per Xavier, anche se poi può anche valutare subito di essere sotto al flop con un K e con pochissime
Fa call.
prospettive. Infatti richiama. Paura che questa mano sia un po'
Dispendiosa.
sanguinosa, sì.
Quell'otto di quadri.
Bene.
Bene, te lo dico dopo, perché il problema, caro Cesare, adesso con un 7 chiude una scala e con un quadri fa chiudere il colore Naz, ma se non lo chiude questo giochino gli costa tanto.
Lo so, però si apre una bella prospettiva e tante out.
È vero?
Ha sicuramente 2 blocker per il colore che sono K9, però
allora, lui rimane con
rischia
11.
di perdere molto.
Se lui adesso mette 3 milioni e mezzo, l'avversario può tranquillamente collare. Se anche va in all-in, ovviamente Raul fa call.
Per forza.
Se non esce il colore, rimane magari con 7 milioni e mezzo. Ed è una azzoppata importante.
Sì, no, un colpo che abbiamo subito detto che è molto rischioso, però anche tutti e due stanno giocando bene a parere mio.
Io credo che punterà un metà, tre quarti piatto più o meno Raul, perché a questo punto fiuta qualcosa, vede che l'avversario arriva dietro.
Se vuole trappare ancora o chiudere.
Cominciano ad esserci un po' di progetti.
E più che i volti piacerebbe vedere, ecco, 2 milioni e 2, non l'ha fatta lunga.
Bravo.
L'ha fatta per trappare.
Assolutamente sì, hai pienamente ragione.
Però dà l'opportunità a Xavier di investire meno e di rischiare meno del suo stack e di provare a vedere questo river che costa abbastanza caro.
Guarda, poteva costare molto di più su un piatto da 7 milioni.
Quello
2
sto
milioni e
dicendo.
2 alla fine è un affarone.
Esatto,
È vero?
gli ha dato l'occasione di risparmiare, ma comunque di investire tanto.
Investire tanto complessivamente, volevi dire, certo.
Se avesse fatto 3 milioni e mezzo sarebbe stato molto più difficile, oppure avesse provato a chiudere. Mi sa che l'ha messa dentro, perché ho
deve
visto il
arrivare
movimento della mano. Io ripeto, vorrei vedere più tutto quanto la figura del giocatore. Call.
River.
Che ci vuole un gran river.
Dai, un bel quadri. Aia.
Palo.
Ma questo è proprio palo pieno, eh.
Palo per noi.
Sì.
Palo di Zukowski.
E credo che di fronte a queste carte non ci sono progetti di scala, non ci sono progetti di colore. Lasciate perdere ovviamente i 6 e i 7 perché non credo che mai sarebbe andato a fare un gol per un 8 incastro.
Certo.
Quindi può bettare tranquillamente. Io credo che se lui mette sul tavolo anche solo 2 milioni proprio per fare una value bet, lui magari può confidare che abbia per ipotesi un 9, un K con un kicker più debole del 9.
Addirittura,
Vabbè.
All-in bene perché può sembrare in bluff, sul livello di pensiero particolare può sembrare un bluff e magari potrebbe spingere, ma passerà sicuramente Xavier. Però l'ha messo in crisi perché adesso dice ok, che me lo sto facendo con l'aria, ma chiaro che se ha anche hittato un 9 deve
non
passare.
ti giochi il torneo per questo hero call, dai.
No, esatto, devi avere proprio una percezione, una valutazione. Che ripeto, quella mano con Gabriele Re con dama 10 che è andato a perdere tantissimo, 10 milioni di piatto, però siamo veramente davanti. Intanto la possibilità per lui di arrivare a 32-33 milioni di ammazzare il torneo per Van Berch. Sta pensando ancora.
Sta solo pensando alla faccia che fare prima di foldare, e quella è la faccia da fare.
Ecco, sì, è già foldato.
Il call non può esistere.
Brutta situazione, però alla fine, diciamo, come abbiamo detto, l'ha salvato un po' quella 2 milioni e 2 che è stato Secondo me avrebbe messo anche 3,5, però comunque davvero piatto sanguinoso, e Van Versch continua a bastonare noi italiani. Eccolo Michel Vagliemiglià con questa giacca fluorescente quasi, glitterata, e Marco Romoli è il suo assistente oggi. Sono orgoglioso di lui perché Floorman Ternano, ormai internazionale comunque.
Però Romoli una giacca così non ce l'ha, eh.
No, mi ha messo questo completo da Cassa Mortaro.
Ho capito, lui c'ha lo smoking canta Le Feuilles Mortes in francese,
Esatto.
e l'altro mi arriva da Casa Mortaro, dai, non mi fare scherzi.
Esatto,
Teniamoci su,
un po'
la scuola,
Sarkozy, un po'
la scuola
Sarkozy.
italiana.
È un po' Sarkozy.
Sì. Tra l'altro Sarkozy, penso, ho conosciuto un caro amico al mare, maestro di tennis, che ha dato lezioni di tennis a Sarkozy, che praticamente mi fa, in un'ora ha giocato 10 minuti, per il resto era sempre al telefono con le guardie del corpo attorno.
Ma dai.
E poi ha dato lezione anche a Brad Pitt, che gli ha lasciato $100, però mi ha detto, è tristo a tennis che non si guarda. E poi ha dato lezione anche a me, quindi pensa, lui ha avuto modo di giocare sia con Brad Pitt che con Jack Bonora,
Grande
che
fascino.
non ha notato nemmeno la differenza.
Ha
pensa.
detto ha più fascino Jack Bonora di Brad Pitt. Sicuramente al tavolo del locale è più forte Jack Bonora.
Sì,
Senza
sicuro.
ombra. Poi ti devo dire una cosa, dopo di un locale che ho visionato molto bello per
Mi fido
Malta,
ciecamente di te.
ti dirò una mia recensione.
Tu sei
Se volete saperla in direct vi risponderò. come
il
dicono
mio Antonino Advisor.
quelli.
209.500 euro per il vincitore.
TripAdvisor, cioè
TripAdvisor?
proprio.
Mangiamo qualcosina.
Una trippa. Vabbè, torniamo in action.
Ogni tanto noi scherziamo proprio quando c'è magari la mescolata delle carte, ma poi siamo prontissimi a entrare in cronaca, anche perché gli elementi ci sono tutti. Tra poco rientrerà dopo la prossima eliminazione Jason Glazer, e chiacchiererò con lui in inglese. Al momento sono in 6, quando rimarranno in 5 intanto abbiamo Daniele con Asso K, attenzione.
Switcheremo con Jason.
Assolutamente, anche perché Cesare è dedito ovviamente a un blog che sta seguendo in tutti questi giorni con la massima cura, la massima attenzione. Intanto vi ringraziamo sia per degli ascolti clamorosi. Da quando abbiamo iniziato a commentare in italiano abbiamo avuto un incremento notevolissimo, non per dire quanto siamo bravi, ma per dire che magari è la lingua che vi interessa, e ci chiedono molto del prossimo battle. Va bene, delle date, c'è chi ha scritto aprile, vedremo i dettagli. Noi stessi non lo sappiamo, anche perché poi comunque in qualche modo ci dovremo organizzare, Cesare.
C'è qualcuno che davvero fa, insomma, intelligence qui dentro. Roberto Betti, peccato non poter essere venuto, ma verrai prossimamente. Gianni Beitori, ciao Cesare, ciao Jack. Gerard de la Gas, saluto a Gerard de la Fas anche, che si diventerà il nuovo tormentone del poker
Il call
internazionale.
intanto di Gabriele sul race con ASK di Daniele.
Mano interessante,
Assolutamente sì, derby azzurro
giocatori molto bravi.
che vede
Subito
sorridere
il 9,
almeno al flop il buon Gabriele.
subito il 9.
Si copre la bocca, cerca di non dare tell.
Ieri è stato divertentissimo mentre commentavamo in diretta la fase finale, quando io stavo facendo adesso esce il corto, poi possiamo magari andare a cena da sciacca, lui e tutti da sciacca, grill.
E noi eravamo già pronti come degli
Eravamo
amanti.
già pronti, no, è un ottimo plan, ha detto.
Che vuol dire
Infatti
che
dopo-
sciacca è il diminutivo di sciacallare, nel senso che
Esatto.
parliamoci chiaro, quando i commentatori vanno dietro a quelli che vincono i tornei e che li ringraziano per il commento positivo e magari arriva la cena.
Adesso perché devi dire che andiamo, ci invita.
Scherzi a parte,
Giustamente.
possiamo dirlo, cioè la soddisfazione di festeggiare
Sì.
un trionfo con uno che ha vinto una cifra che ovviamente può permettersi di spendere in quel momento tanto, e vivi una serata di euforia assoluta, no? È
Certo.
qualcosa di unico. Intanto vediamo il turn. È un 2 di picche,
Bel
attenzione,
call.
perché arriva la terza picca e Daniele ha l'asso di picche, quindi
Stimolante.
c'è da dire però che Gabriele ha il 10 di picche, quindi potrebbe anche pensare di non trovarsi male in caso di colore.
Sì, potrebbe pensare a un paracadute, adesso però checca per vedere dove sta Daniele, per capire cosa farà, per avere magari qualche informazione, che ha la top pair kicker 10, non lo mette chiaramente mai su asso 9, mai su un 2, checca ancora, vediamo il river dama di quadri che evita diciamo situazioni spiacevoli per Gabriele col colore, board che tutto sommato per Daniele a suo K, Gabriele ha difeso il big blind, potrebbe anche sembrare buono con asso K, con asso Ike, però insomma se Gabriele sta nel colpo difficilmente che sia totalmente bianco, e infatti non lo è. Quanto farà?
Intanto ricordiamo che il piatto è 5 milioni e 7 e i voi sono 300.000, 600.000. Io credo che... Tanto arriva il check di Gabriele. Vediamo se Daniele prova a strappare il piatto, magari ipotizzando che quelle carte non siano nel range del suo avversario, perché due sono abbinate, quindi si riduce la possibilità che ci siano i due. Certo, i 4, i 9, va bene check entrambi e poi Daniele spera che vinca l'asso alta, invece non è così perché c'è quel 9 che dà un piatto a Gabriele che incrementa il suo stack di 2 milioni e 7, sale a 19 milioni.
E diciamolo, ha avuto begli scontri con Raoul Van Berch, sarebbe bello vederlo sfidare l'avversario maltese olandese in heads up, ma sarebbe bello anche uno scontro tra italiani. Il polacco intanto si è rimesso in gioco e non è più la cenerentola del tavolo, quindi ha sicuramente maggiore folding equity qualora dovesse rinforzare un'altra volta in all-in. Questa tra l'altro è una buona posizione, ma tutte sono buone come posizioni, come diceva Jack prima, quando si rimane in 6 o in 5 è ancora meglio.
Sì.
Asso 2 fold Daniele. Sicuramente non è questo il caso per Simon. Anche Raul non si inventerà nulla.
Folda 6 e 3 suited per Javier e asso e 6 suited di piccolo buio per Gabriele, e qui ovviamente si farà sentire.
Poche ridire.
Poi vedremo le carte dell'avversario, ma intanto la certezza che abbiamo è che con queste carte da piccolo ovviamente ha senso effettuare un rilancio.
Poche ridire.
All-in, dichiara direttamente l'all-in e troverà l'immediato
sì.
fold dell'avversario,
Sì,
che ha
sì.
due cartacce, 8 e 2 off.
Sì, davvero nessuna possibilità.
Beh, mi sta piacendo anche come struttura questo tavolo, perché è vero che magari non vediamo tantissimi board, però i giocatori debbono fare azione, ed è una cosa che io apprezzo, perché poi anche semplicemente gridare all-in, al di là che magari non si gridi call, rende molto dinamico il tavolo. Poi è ovvio che vedere le carte è sempre affascinante, vedere un river.
Gabriele con 9 e 10 sono giocatori che giocano con un range molto ampio, perché sanno giocare il call, perché aggrediscono, devono aggredire, perché sanno condurre la mano, analizzare bene post flop, quindi vedremo sicuramente sempre più action, come dico sempre io, il tavolo lo fanno gli attori. Coppie e 2 per Raul, il tavolo lo fanno i giocatori come il film è buono, lo fa l'attore bravo, insomma, no?
Anche il copione ogni tanto, e le carte sono il copione.
Il copione è fondamentale.
Parafrasando Victor Hugo, il destino mischia le carte, l'uomo gioca la partita.
Esatto. Però come dicevo, anche se il copione non è grandissimo, ci sono giocatori che aggrediscono, diciamo, la recitazione, no? E ti valorizzano.
È chiaro che Vittorio Gasman poteva recitare anche l'elenco telefonico.
Bravissimo, esattamente. 4-4 in BVB per Alberto Cigliano. Come diceva Jason Glazer, ha chiesto la pronuncia, stava molto professionale, ha detto come si chiama? Alberto Sigliano, no? Ha detto Jason non parlare, all-in diretto, 9 milioni e mezzo.
Sono da foldare. Se ne va
sì,
Daniele.
sì. Non è proprio il momento di fare nessun colpo di testa.
Che poi, intendiamoci bene, sono proprio delle lettere che non vengono utilizzate allo stesso modo dagli americani, cioè tu puoi girarla come vuoi, ma io, che ovviamente ho tantissimi amici nel mondo del basket statunitensi, sono in Italia da 20 anni, ma ancora sulla pronuncia
Sì,
commettono quegli errori perché non è proprio nelle loro corde.
sì. Invece come i cinesi con questa R tramutata in L, forse è proprio una... Non conosco il cinese, forse è proprio una, come dire, una modalità della loro lingua che alcuni dittonghi, alcune fonetiche sono praticamente per forza così e sono difficili da cambiare se non con uno studio molto approfondito, immagino. Asso 5 da UTG per Raoul Van Verch che sfoggia questo cappellino all-in, diretto?
Da UTG non credo proprio. Con 32
Race,
milioni no, con asse 5.
race.
Race ci può stare, perché il tavolo è da 6 e già posso dire che è una mossa abbastanza forzata e data anche dallo stack, secondo me.
No, va bene, il suo
Sì, però,
5.
voglio dire, ci sta, non è...
Stack da chip leader va bene,
Esatto,
sì,
stack
sì,
da
sì.
chip leader ci sta anche un asse 5 off in un tavolo da 6 giocatori.
Chiaramente non ti apre Simon o adesso
Esatto.
Zukowski, però se hai dai 20-25 bui penso proprio di sì. Casino Malta per il Battle of Malta, eccola qua la situazione, 33 milioni con 55x Raoul Van Verce, Gabriele Re 33 bui e poi vedete che situazione davvero equilibratissima da Alberto in giù 17, 14, 10, 8 bui, insomma livello mi sembra passato 400-800 mila, davvero ogni giro intanto sono 2 milioni e mezzo e comunque no ancora non è passato, quindi chi è sotto quando scatterà il livello avrà maggiori difficoltà come al solito. Analizziamo
Occhio al
Avier,
Xavier,
qui per esempio Avier con asso 10 o Shova
per me
o
può anche valutare da UTG di andare all-in, è vero? È vero.
da OTG, esatto come dicevi tu prima, però insomma è una mossa molto strong. Decide comunque di aprire 1 milione e 2 forse.
Beh, io credo che stiamo parlando di professionisti che sanno perfettamente quello che fanno. Poi qui praticamente resa per 2 è un segnale, ha margine ancora per foldare, ma anche margine eventualmente per collare un all-in, perché voglio dire,
No, per
uno può fare
forza.
quella mossa anche per poi farsi pushare.
Vediamo se
Ecco,
difende
potrebbe
Raul.
completare Raul e dire, beh, io 600 tutto sommato con queste due carte le metto, avendo anche quello stack. Oltretutto con l'avversario con 7 milioni e 100, se viene fuori la carta buona, gli puoi
Sì.
portare via uno stack riducendolo veramente in condizioni disagevoli. Arriva il call che io appunto mi aspettavo e adesso vediamo che succede il flop. Eccolo lì.
Il 10.
Beh, è una bellissima notizia per Avier.
Mamma mia.
Per Avier è una bellissima notizia. Perché
Assolutamente
c'è quel
sì.
10 e con 7 milioni dietro. Il ragionamento di Raul te l'ho fatto vedere all'inverso, ma adesso la manna dal cielo è proprio per Xavier, perché può giocarsele tutte e gliele può portare via tutte.
Può adesso anche puntare qualcosa, ancora
Assolutamente
potrebbe
sì.
uscire 2 milioni e 2.
E
2 milioni
non
e
mi
2,
meraviglierei se
2 milioni e
puntasse
2.
adesso un 2 milioni e mezzo se l'avversario spingesse completamente in all-in, avendo donna a 10.
1 milione invece ci smentisce. Raul ha preso un giocatore non proprio deep, adesso è rimasto un 10 bui dietro, però è un giocatore molto forte, quindi sta pensando al significato di
Secondo
questa
te come
mossa.
se la gioca di fronte a questa beccata da 1 milione?
Non lo so, potrebbe anche chiamare tanto a 10 top pair kicker dama. Chiaramente per lui adesso quasi un cooler se dovesse andare a finire male.
Magari confidando anche su una bettata turn per poi pushare.
Sì, vediamo le size, vediamo quello che fa. Intanto
Fa solo
gioca.
call. Intanto vediamo il turn perché quello determinerà molto.
7 di
7.
cuori. Buona occasione questa per Zukowski per
Sicuro.
riportarsi, se riesce a portargliene via anti 3 o 4 milioni.
Può
tornerebbe
tenere
a
secondo
15.
te Zukowski che il big blind che ha collato possa avere quel 7 tra le mani e abbia collato con la second pair?
Potrebbe
O
avere
è pronto già a giocarsi tutto?
No, vabbè, sicuramente sta mettendo nel range delle molte ipotesi, sta cercando di scartare tutto quello che può avere o non avere, soprattutto quello che può non avere, però, certo, la big blind.
Con quello stack lì
Asso
ci sta
Asso
tutto,
7 sarebbe una beffa clamorosa, no? Però a quel punto sarebbe davvero 1.200.000, ancora un invitino per Raoul Van Versch nei confronti di
Beh,
Zukowski.
Xavier non può mollarla. Non credo che la raiserà. Per me collerà e basta. Strategia
Cioè,
applicata da veri campioni.
Se perde questo colpo nella sua testa va davvero short, ma non può sapere di avere la mano migliore, ma sotto sotto penso che se lo senta.
Infatti call.
Ancora call, ora deve sperare che...
Un blank sarebbe ideale.
quello senza dubbio, deve sperare che magari...
Ed è la carta perfetta. È il 5 di quadri. È la carta perfetta.
Qui se esce bene Raul, se fa una bella puntata, lui può mandargli tranquillamente tutte. Invece cecca,
Io metterei... Ah, guarda, con 4 milioni e 9 valuterei anche se andare in all-in. Su un piatto da
Sì,
7
no, adesso può andare all-in
Per me può pushare.
per dare la sensazione che magari vuole
stillare,
strappare il piatto e poi lì si scatta la solita valutazione che dipende poi
Tu
dal
andresti all-in o
ragionamento
faresti una
fatto.
value bet da 2 milioni e 2?
Io andrei all-in.
Ok.
Andrei all-in se avessi la sensazione che di rappresentare un bluff e magari di essere chiamato dall'avversario, che devo sperare che abbia, ecco, dama 10, K10 o altre combinazioni chiaramente sono un po' rischiose. Se non vuoi rischiare tutto, che fai? Però esci di un paio di milioni, cioè un po' poco credibile come mossa.
Da un lato hai ragione, è proprio un invito a nozze, però la tua analisi è sacrosanta. Io mi diverto sempre a porti domande, tu le poni a me, noi le poniamo agli ascoltatori.
Sì, poi sempre...
Non insegniamo, raccontiamo e chiediamo soprattutto con grande umiltà, ma rendendovi, crediamo, partecipi in tutto e per tutto del tavolo televisivo che andiamo a commentare dal Battle of Malta, da questo meraviglioso casino di Malta che ci ospita.
4 million
Ho sentito bene all-in?
900.
Sì, penso abbia detto 4.900.000, se ho capito bene. Avrà detto
Sì.
l'importo esatto vedendo ciò che è scritto in grafica.
Vediamo il tavolo, quindi non possiamo dirvi, la grafica non è chiara.
No, però ho sentito 4.900.000, credo che
allora, perfetto.
gli abbia detto all-in, a meno che l'avversario non abbia chiesto l'entità dello stack a disposizione di Javier.
Sicuro. Bel piatto per Xavier Zukowski che risale molto nel count. Alessandro Picchierri sullo sfondo con Samuele Lopresti, un altro che ha giocato un ottimo torneo, peccato per lui.
Credo che abbia messo qualcosa, un paio di milioni. Ti ricordi che era 11? Se ricordo bene?
Sì, era
me...
era 7 milioni il piatto. 7 milioni, quindi andavo
Era
all-in.
7 milioni, quindi ha
All-in,
pushato
guarda,
l'in 4,9.
andavo
Infatti
all-in.
allora, come avevo sentito prima, perfetto.
C'è all-in o ci sta ancora pensando?
Ma è normale che ci pensi, Cesare?
No, pensavo che avessi segnato il piatto, scusa.
No, non era segnato, infatti te l'ho detto, non
Ora
è
ha
finita.
foldato, ora ha foldato.
E ha foldato. Bel fold,
Beh, bel fold, sì.
È mica scontato,
No, non è scontato, però chiaramente può anche avere qualcosa Zukowski.
Assolutamente sì, però voglio dire, ci sono tanti che dicono io donne 10, è la top pair, posso eliminarlo, magari in bluff, gli porto via tutto, e lui invece ha foldato. Bravo lui.
L'idea che fosse un po' disperato poteva esserci, infatti all-in è un ottimo segnale. Chiaro che poi questi giocatori possono pensare ma mi ha fatto lì magari perché proprio ce l'ha. Ecco qua la situazione.
Intanto Raul comanda con 29 milioni, Gabriele 20, Xavier 13, Alberto 11, Daniele 7,5, Simon 5,9. Già a premio però più infelici Christophe Ederli 14 milioni 350 e 11 milioni 2,40. Altro giro di carte, Cesare.
Sì.
Gabriele UTG con K6, sono carte da foldare.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Ah, ok, allora spieghiamo che cosa abbiamo fatto. Abbiamo spostato il microfono perché noi siamo in delay di 20 minuti e di conseguenza si ipotizzava che quello che entrava nel microfono di sala entrasse nel nostro, per cui avete sentito questa breve interruzione, ma non credo che sia un particolare problema. Poi non è un mistero, è vero che esiste un po' lo spoilerare, ma fondamentalmente la sostanza qual è? Che tutti sanno che c'è un delay di 20 minuti e noi raccontiamo quello che è accaduto 20 minuti fa, a differenza di quanto abbiamo fatto nel corso delle nostre dirette in questi giorni, dove assolutamente eravamo in tempo reale e i numeri sono stati eccezionali. Posso dire, Cesare, che i numeri delle nostre dirette sono stati quasi simili a quelli di questo tavolo finale.
Allora, su Facebook sono stati davvero ottimi. Su YouTube ci sono degli ascolti clamorosi, lasciami dire clamorosi,
Del tavolo.
del tavolo, perché siamo sui 700, secondo me siamo anche saliti, e ho seguito questi giorni anche il tavolo dell'EPT con l'ottimo lavoro svolto da Alberto Russo e Giada Fang, e ho visto ottime visite, però le visite in proporzione le visite mi hanno sorpreso, davvero mi hanno sorpreso. Tanto ringraziamo il Signore, il mio pastore, Mario Sfameni. Salutiamo Mario, grande lavoro come al solito, davvero importante questa organizzazione, un torneo difficilissimo da organizzare che ha avuto davvero tante perturbazioni in questa fase. Il Poker Live è cambiato, da quando è tornato il Battle c'era il ritorno da post pandemia. Adesso il Poker Live nel giro di pochi mesi ha subito un incremento dell'offerta con una domanda molto importante, ma ha subito un incremento dell'offerta a parimenti molto forte, e quindi non era facile fare questo risultato. Siamo arrivati credo a 3 milioni sui overall di
Sui
prize
garantiti.
pool messo in palio, sui 2 milioni garantiti alla vigilia del torneo.
Eccezionale. Mi consenti di salutare
Vai.
Fulvio Prete che ci sta guardando,
Certo.
Monica Poggi dei Golden Boy.
Ciao.
Ci chiedono anche il prize pool, intanto vi dico subito 209.500 per il vincitore, 129.000 per il secondo, 65.000 per il terzo classificato.
Bravo.
Ci sta seguendo anche l'amico Fabio Vitale e poi arrivano commenti a nastro di incitamento in particolare a Gabriele.
Gabriele.
Noi sosteniamo in assoluto tutti gli azzurri, ma adesso cronaca Cesare perché può succedere qualcosa di interessante.
Bella mano, sì, 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 sì.
Passo ai 10 per Daniele, K e donna per Raul.
Gli azzurri stanno cercando, grazie anche alle carte, alla combinazione delle carte, di incastrare in qualche modo Raul Van Verci, che si sente sempre più accerchiato dai nostri, però davvero c'è
Call di Raul,
chi ci
il
minaccia.
flop ci dirà tanto su come si svilupperà questa mano.
Esatto.
Vediamo se è un flop alto. Attenzione perché qui può succedere qualcosa. Trova la coppia di K Raul, ma con una donna chiuderebbe la scala Daniele.
Check.
Infatti vado a mettere 100 euro di verde di diesel.
Il check di Daniele con asse 10, Raul potrebbe farsi sentire su un piatto che è 3 milioni e 9. Lui ha 29 milioni contro i 6 e 3 dell'avversario e devo dire, intanto esce un 5 di cuori al turn, che una bettata avrebbe già una sua incidenza perché è corto Daniele, quindi a 10 bui e se Raul si fa sentire è duro andargli dietro. Chiaramente una donna al river sarebbe una mano dal cielo, ma bisogna poi arrivarci al river.
Davvero al contrario di Javier Zukowski, Daniele Grasso ha avuto un board decisamente più difficile contro Raoul Van Werch. Non sarà facile per lui giocare questa mano e chiaramente sta selezionando qualche chips, credo.
Bet. 1,300,000.
5 milioni e 2 il piatto sulla bettata da 1 milione e 3 di Daniele e attenzione perché adesso Raul vediamo se decide di collare e basta stimolando Daniele a una bettata river sentendosi forte con il K oppure se decide di spingere subito. Per me potrebbe anche solo collare, infatti fa così. Noi confidiamo ovviamente su una donna al river, ma non c'è, è un 2 di picche, vedi proprio questo è l'emblema. Uno confida su una donna e arriva un 2 di picche. Cosa che è capitata spesso a me Antonini nella nostra vita privata, questa volta capita a Daniele a un tavolo da poker. E intanto viene a seguire la nostra diretta live l'amico Francesco Legnaro, brand ambassador del Battle of Malta, grandissimi numeri e prontissimo per le IPF dall'8 al 12 febbraio al Perla di Nova Gorica, appuntamento da non perdere.
E stasera tutti da sciacca con Francesco Legnaro, incredibile.
Noi ospiti e noi siamo pronti a fare...
L'ha dichiarato in diretta.
Siamo pronti a fare pubblicità senza nessuna morale.
Che bravo, grazie Francesco che ci porterà da sciacca. L'ha appena detto in diretta per questo spot di Jack Bonora, giustamente. Eccolo qua.
È bello perché tutti sanno che se passano da qua noi ci ricordiamo di evidenziare i loro eventi. Allora fra poco passa uno che ha un mobilificio, abbiamo un fantastico armadio, 4 ante.
No, ottimo lavoro di Francesco, anche nei dettagli, anche nell'accommodation.
Beh, i giocatori sono innegabilmente coccolati, non a caso come brand ambassador abbiamo seguito spesso il grande lavoro fatto per portare i players a questo torneo. Chiaro, molti vengono da soli, ma molti poi vengono volentieri seguiti da un professionista. Noi ridiamo e scherziamo perché vogliamo che il clima sia questo, ma il lavoro fatto, mi raccontavo di aver fatto 5.600 km per questo battle.
Sì, davvero un lavorone. Daniele, tanto all-in ancora di Raul che fa sempre questa mossa al river, quindi confonde molto anche le idee, perché potrebbe farla a questo punto quando è pieno, quando è vuoto, quando è in bluff, quando è in semi bluff. E anche ieri ha fatto spesso questa move all-in al river e ha costretto spesso anche, vabbè, ci sono 3-bet shove spesso sull'apertura di Gabriele Re, che era posto 1 e Van Werch era posto 4 a questo tavolo, e ha trovato ovviamente il fold, ripeto, 3 o 4 volte, gli ha portato via 2 milioni, ma gli ha fatto un piatto pazzesco a 10 milioni totali. Ecco il nostro ottimo dealer
dalla Sicilia.
siciliano. Sì.
Intanto l'abbiamo salutato prima, ma lo rifacciamo e l'abbiamo ringraziato anche prima, Gianluca Cabizza, che si è regalato un quinto posto all'High Roller firmato Domus Bet, un successo clamoroso, 373.000 di prize pool, 393 players, un torneo entusiasmante. Gianluca ha giocato un torneo meraviglioso, avete visto che ho fatto anche la diretta del tavolo finale, l'ho fatta da solo perché Cesare era impegnato notevolmente nella fase del blog e quindi l'ho seguita con maggiore attenzione sotto il profilo tecnico, perché di norma tendo a fare la prima voce, con Cesare seconda voce tecnica, e in qualche caso ovviamente posso cambiare ruolo e fare anche l'unico commentatore tecnico, ma sapete che siamo abbastanza sinergici io e Cesare. Beh, ho guardato il torneo di Gianluca, l'ho visto veramente di alto livello ed è uscito in una mano che non era gestibile in maniera diversa, ha dimostrato di essere veramente un grandissimo giocatore. Raul con asso e 2 off di cut-off, vediamo se ha delle idee. Di certo quello che sappiamo che ha delle chip, 35 milioni signori.
Salutiamo anche Roberto Campanile da Acqua Pendente, e questo è insomma un assist che faccio a un amico. Ringraziamo l'ottimo lavoro di Gio Falchetto, che quando c'è uno string in italiano in giro per il mondo e ci siamo io e Jack, insomma ci aiuta, ci condivide
Grazie di cuore.
su Asso Poker, Italia Poker Club. Ringraziamo anche Luciano Del Frate, che non ci siamo riusciti a vedere neanche questa volta qui a Malta, nonostante abiti qui dietro. Siamo veramente due lazzaroni, a parte scherzi, molto
Anche
impegnati nel lavoro.
Quando venni qua nel 2014 facemmo serata insieme, tu ricordi che ne valse la pena, eh?
Sì.
Eravamo qua per un bel torneo.
Ma forse non ci vogliamo vedere proprio per quello, perché siamo abbastanza pericolosi.
Mi ricordo che arrivai con 3 modelle bellissime ucraine, perché diciamo una proprio abitava qua e altre 2 vennero in vacanza a trovarla, una peraltro una bravissima ballerina, campionessa del mondo di boogie boogie ucraina, e ci trovammo qua tutti e 3, quindi mi presentai con loro. Insomma, alla fine fu una serata al vecchio Ugo's Pub, brindando.
Erano delle lavoratrici dei tavoli online.
Dei tavoli online, l'altra invece
sono...
è agente immobiliare, e poi si
ok.
era rotto un ginocchio, ma era stata campionessa del mondo di boogie boogie e rock and roll. Infatti io con lei ogni tanto ballavo il rock and roll e ovviamente c'era una velata differenza di qualità, non solo estetica ma anche tecnica.
Passa Simon.
Raul con asse 4.
Eccolo qua dai Jack, pronto
si farà sentire ancora, Cesare?
Sì, senza dubbio. Addirittura gli ha chiesto lo stack a Gabriele Re, che è sul bottone, quindi evidentemente teme la sua reazione e non vuole un'escalation di race, re-race. All-in diretto con asso 4. Attenzione
adesso
Xavier.
bisogna fare call, Adesso bisogna fare call.
Ace Jack suited.
Peraltro Bui saliti 400.000, 800.000, secondo me è
Esatto.
l'occasione d'oro per fare call.
Esatto, attenzione Xavier, ricordiamo la mano che l'aveva condannato asso 5, asso 10 ieri al day 4 con
Bravo.
il 5 sul flop. Stavolta anche partirebbe praticamente quasi la stessa mano, asso K, asso 4, asso Jack. Ma chiaramente è un colpo che dobbiamo provare a rigiocare. Vediamo se Xavier se la sente, se capisce, percepisce che ci sono buone possibilità di vincere questo colpo, perché non può sempre andare male. 70-30.
Ballano tanti soldi, le nostre considerazioni davanti a un monitor sono molto più semplici. Qui ci sono giorni di gioco, ci sono istori, ci sono emozioni.
La sua percezione, chiaramente.
Insomma, ragazzi, uno dice: vinco sto colpo, magari gioco per vincere un appartamento, esco, accidenti, quanti rimpianti. Per me deve avere la forza. Sai cosa si dice agli sportivi? Fai in partita quello che fai sempre in allenamento. In questo momento lui deve avere la forza di dimenticarsi di essere lì e deve dire matematicamente, in questa condizione, cosa farei a un free roll online?
Guarda, stessa espressione di ieri quando poi ha fatto call. Sa benissimo che ha una buonissima mano, sa benissimo che Raul può farlo con tante mani questa azione, e anzi l'indizio dell'all-in, però lui fa sempre all-in, quindi confonde molto le idee, perché potrebbe anche, non credo che con asso KK da Madama Jack apra direttamente all-in, magari dai Jack sì, perché comunque sono dei giocatori che adesso sono scesi sui 10-12 bui, quindi potrebbe farlo. Gabriele Re anche sembra molto interessato però
sì,
alla faccenda. Fold.
Non mi piace neanche un po'. 8-8, bravo, hai visto bene?
Era molto interessato.
Hai visto bene. Però Cesare,
it's very interesting.
lo dice Jason, lo sente in sottofondo, che dice giustamente sì, anche lui è affiddato in tela, anche Gabriele è interessato. C'è da dire che se fosse andato l'in il giocatore precedente, Xavier, Gabriele avrebbe foldato coppia di
certo.
Però adesso può fare la valutazione, dire cosa faccio call, se la giocherebbe come vedete al 72%, ovviamente non lo può sapere. Aggiungiamo però che comunque è una posizione in più, quindi c'è, diciamo, posteriore, quindi c'è meno possibilità di trovare degli avversari con delle carte migliori delle tue. Io avrei collato, e attenzione, guardate che gli stack perché la valutazione fatta dal giocatore corto in quel momento, secondo me, collando può rinascere. Per me Gabriele invece può foldare, perché si giocherebbe il torneo collando con coppia di 8. È vero che se lo vince inverte i valori, l'altro scende a
È una
18 e l'altro a 19 e
decisione.
lui va a 36. Però
Mi sa che ha
io credo che
foldato anche
folderà.
lui. Ha foldato anche lui.
Esattamente. Vedo che anche Jason al mio fianco applaude perché capisce la sensatezza della scelta.
Sì.
Io ho ritenuto più sbagliata la scelta precedente di
Xavier.
Xavier in relazione allo stack.
No, senza dubbio mi sarei aspettato qualcosa in più a soggetti da picche. Ripeto, confonde molto le idee Van Berch con questi continui all-in sia a river sia in fase di apertura della mano e quindi evidentemente non se l'è sentita, forse spero, non credo poi tra l'altro che un giocatore come Zukowski abbia calcolato e abbia ancora ripensato a quell'asso 5 asso 10. Noi l'abbiamo messo nella cronaca perché era significativo, è una situazione simile, però loro devono sicuramente dimenticarsi i colpi, cioè tenersi chiaramente l'history che hanno vissuto, ma non farsi condizionare poi dal fatto che potrebbe riperdere. Chiaramente era molto contrariato, era molto tellato, visto che era già indicava il fold, però secondo me condivido l'analisi di Jack, avrei sicuramente messo questi 10-12 bui.
Ovviamente noi facciamo le nostre considerazioni, vi invitiamo a dire la vostra
Certo.
opinione, qualcuno magari non concorda online, qualcuno invece ritiene la mossa sensata. È ovvio che in questo momento sono 1000 flashback e questi giocatori ripensano a un'infinità di mani, tra cui quelle perse. È ovvio che se sono qua sono più quelle che hanno vinto che quelle che hanno perso e certamente hanno vinto le più importanti. Però, ribadisco, non pretendiamo di spiegare il poker, desideriamo solo raccontarvelo e analizzarlo insieme a voi che siete i fruitori del nostro servizio e vi ringraziamo di cuore per essere presenti. Peraltro abbiamo superato le 310 visualizzazioni in questo momento in diretta, numeri interessantissimi. E poi Andrea Settepani dice: con le carte noi che possiamo vedere siamo capaci tutti. Questo ti garantisco è assodato. Io mi ritengo uno dei più forti giocatori del mondo di poker a carte viste. Il problema è che non si vedono, e allora
Esatto.
sono qua a commentare e non a giocare. Però, ecco, è ovvio che fa parte del gioco, no? Quando commentiamo, fare delle valutazioni. Onestamente, con quello stack che oscilla sui 10 bui, agli asso jack di picche, è un'azione abbastanza tipica che fa questo chip leader. Francamente, in virtù dei bui che hai, per me devi collare, che mentre concordo sul fold di coppia di 8.
Su YouTube siamo saliti a 794 spettatori, davvero ascolti pazzeschi, ma il Battolo ci ha sempre abituato a questa audience. Stiamo facendo più della De Girolamo praticamente.
Beh, insomma, fa piacere vedere che il commento in inglese è ovviamente un must, ma i numeri stanno crescendo anche con il commento in italiano, semplicemente per il fatto che ci sono svariati giocatori italiani. Quindi non dimentichiamo che in tutti questi giorni abbiamo fatto moltissime dirette sul canale ufficiale del Battle, proprio in italiano, col sottoscritto e con Cesare Antonini, e lo ricordo sempre, le riprese di Michele Nucci e di Marco Magnani, avete visto anche delle splendide foto firmate da Irene Galliera.
Sì, un grande team, grande blog anche di Jason Glazer, Lyle, che hanno fatto davvero un ottimo lavoro, dettagliatissimo, si sono persi una mano.
Mi consenti di leggere un commento
Vai.
di Edoardo Accornero? Non è tanto quello, è che il big blind ha 5 bui e c'è uno scalino di tanti soldini. Considerazione da recepire, ovviamente.
Sì, no, certo.
Ma il bello
Però,
è questo, è di battere.
Lasciami dire, gli scalini...
Di fronte a 209.000 euro, Cesare?
Molto verticale. Tanto l'in di Daniele
3 milioni.
Grasso
3
di 3
milioni.
milioni.
Con asse 8 si può collare,
Call.
Sì.
C'è il call, si va. Siamo davanti, partiamo davanti.
Un piccolo buio per Raul. Vediamo il grande.
Già passato.
Ecco, è folda il grande. Vabbè.
Beh, su 2, dai.
Lo guardavi in relazione agli stack, però sei isolato per 5-9, quindi bisogna
Lo so.
foldare, non si scappa. Asso 9 contro asso 8,
Stavolta.
74% contro 26, forza Daniele, vediamo se va a rimpinguare il proprio stack, a 3 milioni, vuole ritrovarsene 6, Simone lì,
Simon Kuzelski sit one with
Simone
ace
che era
Ace
detto
and
colpo
8
decisivo, era
and
praticamente
Grasso Daniele
against
with
Ace and 9.
suited hearts.
ha vinto il colpo tra
Sì,
9
flop,
left
please.
tra i due più short, ha vinto lui contro il tedesco che è uscito in nona posizione, è qui e se l'è giocata molto bene.
No,
King 10,
8K
l'8 per
10.
Simon, brutta notizia.
Ancora no, non ci sono.
the turn,
Sì,
2 di
brutto.
fiori,
2 of clubs, so not possibility to
Un 8%.
flash. See
Milo
river,
Branciforte chiama
River.
le carte.
queens,
Dama.
e vince il piatto Simon, ci saluta
So
Daniele,
we lose
una
one
vera e
players.
propria beffa. Noi salutiamo
Daniele,
anche
congratulations.
Cesare Antonini perché all'eliminazione avevamo indicato il
Ciao a
rientro
tutti, ragazzi.
di
Grande
Jason
piacere.
Glazer e ringraziamo Cesare per una diretta preziosissima. Magari dopo troveremo anche il modo di ritrovarci. Peccato davvero. Non c'è niente da fare, noi siamo sfortunati, caro Cesare, anche quando commentiamo. Tifiamo per un italiano, niente da fare. Non è che abbiamo smesso perché da giocatori siamo sfortunati, anche da commentatori. Allora, Raul 39 milioni, Gabriele 18 milioni, Simon 11 milioni, Xavier 9 milioni e mezzo, Alberto 8 milioni e 7, per Daniele 18 milioni e 150 e ovviamente dei rimpianti perché partiva al 72% in questo colpo. 14 milioni per Cristofe e 11 milioni per Erdi, ma adesso si sale e si viaggia per la moneta da 209.000 euro. Ok Jason, now let's talk in English. You are the showman. I will try to help you, nothing more. Come on.
Well, it's great to be back. Unfortunately, it's because Daniela Grasso just hit the rail on that bad beat that you saw, that ace-9 got in good against ace-8, but that's the way poker goes sometimes. Sometimes the best hand does not win. It just hurts a little bit more when it's in big spots, but the other 5 players have to be over the moon, nearly 30,000 locked up for a 600 euro buy-in. So stakes are getting higher and higher, but it's amazing poker left to play. And yeah, there's not going to be a lot of more poker to play, though, because when it gets down to three-handed, they're going to move to a 30-minute clock. And stacks I could see already fairly short, outside of Raul, who just keeps adding and adding chips to his stack, now has nearly half the chips in play. But it's been exciting to watch you and Cesare on the sidelines. I couldn't understand most of what you were saying, but just the enthusiasm, the excitement towards the Italian poker community. So well done.
I think it's fun. I think it's funny to listen people who talk in other languages, because sometimes for us it's the same thing. When we listen you talk in English, it's great. It's like to listen or watching a match of NBA, of NFL, or Major League. And sometimes when we listen to comment in Spanish, it's like a music, it's like a movie. Lo sentimos, amigo fanático. El juego está suspendido por lluvia.
And then
funny.
goal! Oh, wrong sport. Wrong
He's
sport.
really funny, and I think it's like a joke. But we can talk in different languages. I know that my English is not perfect, but it's not a problem because we have great video, a great broadcast. So it's very easy to understand what we say because we talk about the pair of 3. Okay, say maybe I don't say a pair of 3 perfectly. By the way, you can see a pair of 3.
You can
on
see
the
it's
video.
a
So
pair of
it's easy,
threes,
no?
thanks to what the group at MST
Yeah.
Audiovisual, they're the ones behind the stream. They've done a fantastic job with the graphics. And look at this. I come into the booth and Javier right away just jamming in the lot with his trays. It's going to work.
Javier, all in now.
Yes.
And
Ben
what the
picks up
pot.
2 million in chips. Nobody playing back at him.
yeah.
Nobody's showing up with anything, but Javier has played well all day. I was watching most of it while you guys were manning the booth. And yeah, it's been amazing poker. I've been really
I think
enjoying
so.
it, whether commentating or watching. It doesn't matter to me.
I think it's the right structure, Jason, because it's the good quality, correct level between a good structure and the opportunity to make a lane. Because sometimes I do the comment of poker tournament with the great structure, but all the player can wait a lot, never all in, fold, fold. We have to remember that we have a TV table, we need to have a show. And so you have to have the correct structure to play not so much deep, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And they did have a very good structure throughout the event, as you pointed out. 1 hour blind levels starting on day 2. We are on day 5 right now. No skip blind levels at all, so they've had a lot of play, and they battled themselves down to now it looks like around the 20 big blind stack, a little bit more maybe now that we lost a player, but still, when that happens with 1 hour blind levels, it means the players have really been battling and battling strong, not actually trying to grab those thin all-in margins as well and just trying to preserve their stack and build it from there. But Javier, once again with the hand, back-to-back hands, first with the trays, now with the ace-10. He may be jamming it in again. He has about 14 big blinds, so he could just open off the stack as well. It's one of those in-betweeners where some people will already be jamming, some people will just be opening.
Now let's go what's happened. We have the blinds, 400,000, 800,000, and Xavier with ace-10 need to make action.
And it looks like a min raise to 1.6 million. Gabriele with the easy fold, Alberto with the easy fold, and Simon here, maybe not an easy fold, but we'll see how he plays it. They have very similar stack sizes, these two. Simon
just
did
won the
just pick
pot.
up some chips with that ace-8. Maybe he thinks any ace will win a
Yes,
pot.
but lucky. maybe can make a call because he's on big blind. He has the ace. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he will fold, and I don't think he will spaz out, so I think
Yeah,
we're looking at a
I agree,
call,
I
but
agree.
let's see. He is thinking it over. It isn't the easiest spot in the world. He
Fold.
fold it. So preserving his stack
Really
it was a
nifty.
good fold in a results-oriented environment. So still has 9.2 million. And the next pay jump is the biggest thus far. I mean, they've locked up 29,950 euro jack,
Yeah.
but it's 45,550 that they're guaranteed with just one more player to hit the rail. So really, the name of the game is just outlast your opponents if you're anybody but Raul or maybe Gabriele at the table. You want to find your spot to double, of course, but you want the other short stacks to go out as well.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's a great tournament, and not only a great tournament. A tournament is like a festival of poker. We have to remember that we have a lot of guaranteed, and the prize pool had an overall unbelievable in every tournament, and now we have an overall in this tournament too with 1,500,000 guaranteed, and now we have a great final table. I think that we have good Italian players, but there's another one with 32 million who's I think in control of the game. How can you say in your language? He knows how to read the room.
Yeah, he has good intuition and he studies a lot, and he has a strong support group too. The Dutch players are out here on the rail in full force. Meanwhile, we have Simon. He just folded the ace-2. It's much different when you get the jam it. Jams it in. Raul with the quick fold picks up some chips, and it's as if he never had to pay that big blind to begin with.
Oh, someone say Raul will win. The aggressive style is important to win the poker tournament. A lot of Italian players and Italian fans writing to us, and I try to translate because it's funny to understand what people think. I always say that we don't want to explain the game. We want to say what's happened, nothing more.
Yeah, but it depends on actually like the event. And an event like this, we can explain a few things if
But
people
you are a
have
good
any
poker
questions. I can play, yes. I'm not sure I can play a 5-day marathon event anymore and play it perfectly. That is very difficult to pull off. So props to these guys. And I fully agree that Raul is in control. It was interesting how he started off the final table. He was playing it as if he was one of these middling stacks, I think just trying to get a flavor of how everybody else was playing. And then once that first blind level was over, it was snap, 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 and in full control.
Now we pay attention to Gabriele. Under the gun, make a raise with Jack and 10 of diamonds. With 16 million on OTG, is
But
I
it's
don't want to say strong,
five-handed.
but it's a good move. I
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it.
especially five-handed because you're really in the
Yeah,
hijack.
yeah. Yeah,
It'd
we
be
have to
different if
remember
it was
that
full ring.
now we are not in 6 players, but in 5 players. So it's most important to be aggressive.
Yes. And under the gun and hijack are the same thing, but if you play
Yep.
in a full ring game, then
It's
under
true.
the gun
It's true.
is maybe not a spot you want to open up a jack 10 suited, but five-handed it's perfectly fine. And we will see how this plays out here with Javier opting to defend a little bit light with this 6-5, and it's Gabriele, though, that improves the middle pair on the ace-jack-7, but probably won't be getting too much action.
With this flop, it's very easy for Gabriele to win the pot because Javier has only a 6 and 5 with ace, jack, and 7. A pot of 3,600,000 for Gabriele in Italian Derby. Use Derby?
And Derby, okay,
Yeah.
Italian Derby. I want to go actually watch some Italian baseball. Like I understand that baseball
I come
is
from Bologna.
getting bigger.
Bologna
in
is the
Italy.
team who won the title for the 14th time. We have
Wow.
we were European champion.
Is there a statue of Mike Piazza somewhere?
Yeah, Mike Piazza.
Okay.
Oh my! He was the president of Reggiana soccer team. He
I
came to
didn't
live in
know that.
Italy, in Reggiana, and he became the president of Reggiana. It's my same region, 50 miles from Bologna. I live in Bologna, and Reggiana, Reggio Emilia, is 50 kilometers, and Mike Piazza were the president of the soccer team.
I need to go to Bologna so I could take a selfie with the statue and then a selfie with Jack and then eat like the best food probably on
For
the planet.
sure, you can go everywhere with me in my town, no problem. But baseball is like a religion in our town. Basketball is famous because, you know, we had a lot of players really famous who played in Bologna. I have to pay attention because I begin to talk about basketball with Jason.
Yeah, but we didn't miss
When we have
anything.
spare time, we always talk about NBA, but now I want to talk only about poker. But it's very easy to say that in Bologna played Manu Ginobili, who played in San Antonio Spurs. Ace King for Rahul. Go!
Yeah, this is definitely going to get opened. It's just a matter whether he's going to stick to his mid-raise strategy. He's looking at the stack sizes of his opponents, seeing if he should be mid-raising or jamming. But I think that's more just looking. I think we're going to see a mid-raise partly because he could get some more value post-flop. The other, maybe he'll induce a jam from something lighter like an ace-jack, ace-10. And it is a min-raise. But look at this. Oh, my. This is the setup of all setups. Pocket queens for Javier. There's really going to be a 3-bet. Is it going to be a 3-bet jam? Most likely off a 14 big blind stack. But this is the flip of all flips. Queens against ace-king. And we do not know yet what Gabriele Avery has. So we could be looking at even more magic. But stacks are going to get in one way or another, or I will run around the room with my shirt off.
Great hand. Okay. Javier. Queen, queen, Rahul, ace, king. In this moment, we have the tournament. We have
yeah, it's a
the
very,
most important moment.
Yeah, if Javier doubles up here, he will not necessarily be in chip lead, but neck and neck with Raul. And if Raul eliminates Javier, everybody else at the table will be happy, but especially Raul, not because of the ladder, but just because he will take more than half the chips and play into his stack. So
I think that he will make a re-raise and Rahul will be all in. I
yeah,
think so.
it'll either be
I
a
think
3-bet shove by Javier, or you're right, if it's a normal 3-bet, Raul's not going to mess around. He'll just jam it in. I'd be very surprised if it's not one of those two scenarios.
Yeah.
And here comes the standard 3-bet. No, it is a jam by Javier.
Oh, he will fold. Good cards, but he will fold.
We've seen Gabriele fold better cards
And
than
Raul
this.
will make a call. No, he can't make a call.
Yeah,
Gabriele will fold, I'm sure.
There's no full button in
Yeah,
Raul's
yeah,
big
yeah, he
slick
will
range
fold.
here.
In fact, he fold and Rahul will call, for sure.
He's maybe going to ask for a count just to be sure, but I think once he sees it's about 12 million, 15 big blinds, he will call, and he does indeed call.
Okay.
So here we go, Jack. I'll let
You.
me. Here we go.
In American, I want to listen you.
So we have a 25 million chip pot. We could see if Raul loses his hand, he's at 27 million. If he wins, he's at 52 million. Meanwhile, if Javier's queens can win this flip, he will be just 2 million or 2 to 3 big blinds behind the chip lead. So a lot at stake for Javier and Raul. More for Javier because he could hit the rail if things do not go his way. Nino is there with the microphone announcing the action, the drama, the suspense. I can't wait, Jack. I need to see this flop.
Come on. 9, 10, 4.
So we have the 10, 9, 4, some backdoors here for Raul, but otherwise Javier is still ahead. But it's, the ace of spades on the turn, which means two things. First, Raul pulls far out, but it also gets rid of that queen of spades. It's only one out that can save Javier at this point. It's the queen of hearts. And unfortunately, it is the 4 of diamonds for Javier. And it is over, baby, as Jack likes to say. Javier Zukowski out in 5th place for 29,950 euros, and we are down to just 4 hopefuls for the title. 45,550 locked up. The next pay jump is about 20,000 euros to 65,500. So quite a lot of money no matter how you look at this, but even more money to come with a top prize of 209,500 euros. So good game to Javier. Well done to take your 5th place finish out of 3,432 entries. So let's not forget how massive this field is. Nothing to be ashamed of. You got it in good with your queens. It was just a flip. If it goes your way, who knows, maybe you go on to win the tournament. Instead, you have 30,000 reasons to be happy about how this went.
Yeah, it's been a great match for him, a great tournament. He hasn't been lucky. There's a coin flip who can decide your life in general or your poker life in general. It's funny because sometimes there are person who ask me on phone, online, they are asking to me, is a English lesson? Yeah, it's an English lesson. Jason is my teacher. I try to learn. We are joking. I know that my English is not perfect. By the way, we want to do a different product, and it's funny to have an Italian commentary that speak in English and sometimes speak in Italian. It's normal with Cesar. But this time we make a different products, and why not? It's like a joke, but I think it's funny. And we have to remember now that we have a 4 player. We have Italian players too. We are not lucky because the coin flip has been good for Rahul. By the way, that's poker. How can you say?
That's poker. That's exactly how you say it. You need to run good sometimes to win events. You also need to play good to win them consistently. So the best players will win more consistently. The lucky players can win at any given event. And when you're lucky and good like Raul, it's the perfect combination. And we have now a little bit of a pause in the action. I'm not sure why. It looks like we're having a dealer change, and that is why, once again, Raul van Wersch, after winning that flip, extending his chip lead. Gabriela Ree, though, probably his closest competitor. It looks like he has about 17 million in his stack, just looking at those greens and oranges. And the 2 short stack in Simon Kujerski and Alberto Cigliano.
Yeah,
did I pronounce his name correctly? Okay. They want one or the other to go out. They wouldn't be upset if Gabriela went out too, but it's more likely if one of the short stacks don't up double that they are the next to go.
And remember that now we have to pronounce the surname of a Polish player. For me, is terrible. Yesterday I tried.
I was speaking with him before the final table began. He's like, no, just please call me Simon. I'm like, isn't it Shimon? He's like, yeah, kind of, but it's Simon, Simon.
Yeah, it's better. It's better. For us, it's terrible. Rahul with king and 3 under the gun.
Any 2 will do for Raul.
You always make action.
Yes. With his stack, he can just continue to put pressure. He understands that his opponents understand ICM. Which is basically related to the pay jumps, and that they have to keep their ranges super tight. So he can just continue to open, whether from under the gun, which is the cutoff, or from the button, or from the small blind. He can even do some 3 betting at times too, but not on Alberto or Shimon because they have the shorter stacks, but on Gabriela, perhaps. The problem with doing it against Gabriela is he's been playing very tight at this final table. It's been working for him, but when he opens, he usually has something.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I look at the table, but we don't want to say nothing about happen because we remember that we have a delay of 20 minutes. So all that we are explaining to you, showing to you, happened 20 minutes ago. It's important to know for everyone. And we pay attention with the microphone too, because we don't want that you listen what happened, because it's like to make a spoiler, and we don't want that.
For sure. But I think the players are 20 minutes in the future. I mean,
Yeah,
we're in the
back
present
to the
right now,
future,
so
like
they
Marty
have to be in the
McFly.
future.
Marty
Yes.
McFly and Doc. It's like the movie of 1985. I was 17.
1.21 gigawatts.
Yo, I love this movie. E ricordiamo anche i film del passato, lo dico in italiano perché ricordo quando ero ragazzo.
Alberto,
Okay,
though,
let's go.
jamming here his 6 big blinds with queen 9 from the button. No, it's almost a jam. Leaving 1 big blind behind that effectively is the same thing. And likely will get Raul to fold the better hand, but maybe he will call. Is thinking about it. And does fold the best hand. So Alberto adding some chips, adding 2 million to his stack right there. So he's at 4.7, almost 50% increase. More than 40% anyway, from 4.7 million to 6.7 million. So Jack, how was your experience at the Battle of Malta this year?
Well, for me it's been great. I love this place. I love this tournament. It's very easy to say, oh, I'm working for a casino, working for a tournament. I can say always good words. But I think that there are a lot of things. The first is the weather. Here you stay all the day with t-shirt, with bad costume if you want to take the sun. But the good thing of this tournament is like to be in a family. It's not easy to explain to the people who's listening us. But here we are in a family, it's a group. And another important thing that is an event. To make 2 tournaments in a year, after 6 months we have a meeting with friends. We work in a good way. We do something better, but we are like in a family who try to grow up every year, every 6 months, and it's a pleasure to have a meeting. It's not only work.
Yeah, for sure. And we all care about the same.
It's a meeting. It's great.
So whether it's in Italian or English, we all do want the same thing. Meanwhile, we have Raul raising. Gabriela has nothing. We can go back to talking a little bit. Nothing to see here, but I thought maybe we would see some action. Not sure where Gabriela went, though. It's not really the time to be missing hands. Maybe he had to use the little boys' room really quick. No, he was likely just talking to a friend on the rail. But back before the start of the next hand.
Another important thing, so we can say something to our fan, that every 6 months there's something new. This year we change 1 million guaranteed, 1.5 million guaranteed. By the way, the most important thing is there's an overlay of 2 million guaranteed. And we make 3.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic in that regard, and you need to take into account, due to the unfortunate situation in Israel at the moment, that the 300 to 500 Israeli players that normally are part of this festival, with most of them actually entering the main event, were not here, and yet every guarantee is smashed.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Pay attention at this hand, because Simon raised 1,800,000 against Gabriele with 2 queens, and so you can describe what's happened.
Yeah, so it was a little more than a min raise by Simon. And then we have Gabriele with the 2 black ladies. We did see him do stuff with 8s and fold, but as I thought it would be 9s or better. Queens is too strong to do anything but 3-bet with. He is out of position as well. There's no reason to be trapping an opponent in this spot. Does indeed 3-bet a quick fold there by Alberto. We do not know what he has, but gets out of the way. And it's really a decision time here for Seaman. He does only have like 9 big blinds if he does fold. And blinds will go up to 500,000, a million before you know it as well. So you might be thinking, well, he doesn't have much, he should be jamming. But on the other hand, Gabriele isn't been 3-betting light. So if Seaman has been paying attention to that, maybe we will see him fold.
He could make a call hoping in a coin flip. With 7 million, eh? With 7 million. We have to pay attention to his stack.
Yeah, and we don't know how much Gabriele raised to, but I do think he jammed.
Well, raise 1,800,000, I think. 3 million, we see, 2 million. 2 million, because the total,
Yeah,
okay,
Gabriele did jam,
okay,
and
okay.
here we go.
Because 3,800,000, so 2 million of raise. And
yeah, it didn't record it yet in the
now
graphics.
it's all in.
And it's good he's thinking about this. I think if it's another player, he may have already called. If it was Raul, he probably would have called. If it was Alberto, being Alberto is also short, he maybe would have called, understanding Alberto could be jamming wide. But off of Gabriele's stack and how he's
He
been
remains
playing,
just with 9 blinds, eh? It's not too much.
it's not too much, but on the other hand, you're facing the tightest player at the table.
Yeah, I agree.
And you're facing a 3-bet jam, which we haven't seen him do lightly.
Fold.
And he does indeed fold, so very good awareness there by Simon. Maybe he would have gone there, we'll never know, but from what we see here, it was a good fold.
You have always to remember that the winner go at home with 200,000 euros. So we can talk, but they are at the table and they are thinking, maybe I lose an apartment, not in the Fifth Avenue, okay? By the way, in Milan or in Varsavia, everywhere. So I think that it's totally different to make a comment and to play poker.
For sure.
Is another word. And I remember that for me, when I do the comment, it's more easy to make a choice. When I play, oh, what I have to do is terrible.
And you don't see as much as we see here. But Gabriele, who folded 8s twice, but there was already pots that have been opened, is certainly not going to do it in an unopened pot from the button. Now he's thinking about whether he wants to raise or shove, because he has 2 short stacks in front of him. He may just jam it in. And that's what he does. And Alberto likely to fold.
Fold.
But Simon with the call here.
Let's go, baby.
So Simon at risk with the ace-9. Gabriele here with the 8s. It is another coin flip situation. Not as classic as the ace-king versus queen, but a coin flip situation nonetheless. Gabriele is a small favorite to win. And Simon definitely has plenty of hope to win this 14 million chip pot instead of going on the rail. Meanwhile, if Gabriele can win it, he will be up to 32 million. So we'll have a healthy 40 big blind stack. But here we go. And it's a safe flop for Gabriele, 10, queen, queen. But Simon now also has a 10 that can get there, any 9, 10, or ace. And it's a double paired board. So celebration time again by Simon. And Gabriele can still get there with the queen 10 or 8, queen or 10 for a chop, 8 to win the hand. But it's an ace on the river, so Simon gets there the correct way, not with the double paired board, by connecting with his ace. It's high fives all around by Simon and his Polish rail. Meanwhile, Gabriele has been playing super solid. He understands this game. This isn't his first rodeo at a final table. He still has plenty of hope with the 15 big blind stack, but he would have loved to have won that hand, laddered up a spot, and been above 30 million in chips. So once again, Jack, this is your line. That's poker, folks.
That's poker, it's true. In Italy, we say that if you're not lucky at gambling, you are lucky in love. So I hope for him a lot of love, because the Italian player at the coin flip hasn't been lucky, and not only at the coin flip. I'm sorry, because before ace-9 against ace-8, won ace-8, 27% against 73%. Now it's 50%, won the coin flip the other player. So Rahul,
look at this.
56 million, Simon 14 million, Gabriele 12 million, Alberto 700 million. Oh, Raul is the chief By the way, Gabriele hasn't been lucky. He could be at 26 million with 3 players. The world has changed with the card.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Gabriele, but Raul in ultimate control, his 3 opponents just with 37 big blinds combined, and Raul, as we can see, with 69 big blinds. So Raul can even afford to make a mistake or to get himself in a high variance spot and would still be in the chip lead. Of course, he hopes to just railroad through this thing. The Dutch rail hopes for the same. We do know that a lot of the Italian rail do want at least one of the Italians to get heads up. And I guess that leaves Simon out in the dust a little bit, but we do have a lot of Polish fans in the room and a few in the Twitch chat as well. And he has gotten a little bit lucky, but he's played well too. It's not that those spots were necessarily spots he should have played differently. It was just from a results point of view that he did get a little bit lucky. Does limp Raul, will be raising most likely his ace-10.
I think Raul
will be back
will
to
raise
all
now.
things. Yes.
I think so.
Raul always looks so composed no matter what the stage of a tournament is. And it's not just this event.
Say all in.
And a snap fold by Simon.
Snap fold.
We're being asked about the payouts in the Twitch chat. So while we're waiting for the next hand, players have locked up already 45,550 euro for 4th place. The next pay jump is to 65,500. Second place to 129,500. And assuming there are no deals made, as of now, there hasn't even been a thought of discussion of it. It will be tonight's winner getting 209,500 euros, or as like Jack likes to say, an apartment somewhere in Italy.
Yeah. It depends by the town. In Milan is a thing, in New York is another one. It's like a flat, an apartment, by the way. Everything's changing. And I always explain, with this card, maybe it's a car, maybe it's a Fiat, maybe it's a Mercedes, maybe it's a Ferrari.
We should change the prize pool to
Yeah,
award cars and
yeah.
houses. First place gets some real estate, maybe with a waterside front.
Yeah,
Second
for
place,
sure.
a Lamborghini. Third place gets a Mercedes.
Oh, I love it. I have Mercedes, but I didn't win at poker. I bought with my work. If I have to
put
buy
Mercedes
a
is
car
all
with
in.
the poker, no. It's impossible. I lose the car if I play poker.
But you do play from time to time.
Yeah. Oh. I'm a good poker player. I love heads up in particular. I don't know if you like heads up. I'm a good player, but I know that I do the most important thing. I know my level.
That's good, yes.
I think all the poker players say, oh, I'm the greatest one. No, I'm not. I'm a normal player.
And Raul, he can really be opening up any two. Is he going to do it here, especially against Gabriele? Gabriele giving Raul the stare down. And is reaching for some chips as if he's going to make a raise. It looks like more than 2 million. Let's see, though.
Raise 2 million.
Raise and fold.
Huge fold.
Raul is not
Raul's
scared.
9-deuce was dominating that 7-3.
He played the position. It's normal.
Yes.
Blind war, he's not scared about.
I expect
cards.
Raul to just keep opening any unopened pot that comes his way until something changes, and just keep adding slowly but surely to
How can
his
you say
stack.
there's a new sheriff in town? C'è un nuovo sceriffo in città ed è Raul al momento. E si continua. 4 giocatori, 4 players.
Simon with Doyle Brunson's hand. It goes into the mock Raul.
Yeah,
If
so
it-
we
playing
can
his
remember
cards,
Doyle
would
Brunson.
fold, but he's going to open
Yeah.
here.
You won 2 was up with 10-2.
Yes.
2 times, huh? One of the greatest players of the world has died some months ago.
And Raul just jamming it in with the 10-6, not playing around.
Ooh,
And
pay
is it going
attention
to be
to
3 for
Gabriele.
3 for
It's the
Gabriele?
opportunity. It's the opportunity to say call. Come on, come on, come on.
So the third time that Gabriele gets 8s, he does get it in.
Yeah.
It's
He
really the
lost
fourth time
again.
he's had at the table.
He lost with the 8-8 before, but this time it's not a coin flip, it's 78 and 22. Come on.
Of clubs.
So Gabriele at risk with the snowman. Does not want to see clubs, does not want to see a 10.
Let's see
Would love to just see 2 8s in the flop and be done with it. Ooh, it does open up more outs for Raul. So this ace, queen, jack, flop, any king, any 10, but the clubs are dead at least. So it is 7 outs that Gabriele has to fade. The 9 of clubs even opens up more outs because there's 8s now. If an 8 comes, it also completes a straight for Raul. And it's a jack of spades, parry the board out the river. Jack cheering for his fellow countrymate Gabriele, back in business up to 22 million after losing a hand just before. And Raul still has more than half the chips in play, but if he doubles Gabriele again, well, tables have turned. So
Back in business.
back in business for Gabriele Ree. And he's always such a happy guy, Gabriele, so I'm not surprised he's happy about winning this hand, but in general, he has a good demeanor at the poker tables. I've seen him quite a lot over the years, always very friendly, both to the poker media and to the actual players at the table, and likes to have a good time while he's playing.
A good guy, a good player, and he hasn't been lucky before the coin flip, and now 73, 72%, no, 78%, and he won the hand, and I'm happy for him.
And meanwhile, the other 2 short stacks in Alberto Giuliano and Simon Kaczorski, not really that thrilled about the outcome. They would have loved to seen Raul get there and get that 20,000 euro pay jump that we were talking about moments ago. But the best hand did win in this case.
We are making the record of views, eh? Pay attention.
Look at
More
this.
than 330.
So thank you to all my Italian friends out there. Apologies that my Italian is quite rusty. I can order off a menu.
Yeah. And they're writing that they love your voice and your comment.
Ah, well, thank you guys.
And they are
gals.
saying that I need to make a lesson of English.
No. Your English is
It's like
understandable.
a joke. It's like a joke. It's not a problem.
But Raul now with the snowmen. They're red. Gabriele's were black. Maybe that makes a difference. Who knows?
So,
But we know he will be opening.
it's our way to stay together, to talk about poker. In all these days, we stay together, we work together. It's been an honor. You see the show honor of Jason with Michele, like cameraman, with me and Cesare, is like a village.
Yes. And hopefully next year I could do a little bit more of that camera stuff. We'll be getting, I think, other people onto the English crew, so we'll have some fun. Maybe I'll learn even some Italian before then.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'll need to spend a month in Italy, and then I'll be pretty fluent. Anytime I'm there for like 10 days, by the end, I'm coming home to Lithuania and speaking like half Lithuanian, half English, and half Italian. It's funny.
When we are here, we wait to come back. Eh? It's particular. We wait to come back.
Now, I tell everybody that this is truly like a special event because where else are you? There are a couple others that I would put in the category, but not really. You know, like you have for just a 600 euro buy, and you know you're going to be playing for more than 1.5 million. Even if the guarantee was 1 million, you knew it was going to be more than 1.5 million. You know you're going to have an amazing structure. You know you're going to have attentive and caring staff, great media, great restaurants nearby, great weather this time of year as well. So it's the perfect poker holiday. But meanwhile, we have Alberto now with the short stack with the ace-5 suited more than normal. Raul may feel like he's priced in to call. He is getting proper odds if it wasn't like ace-5 and it was ace-6 suited, but his 5 is blocked, so he only has 1 live card. He's thinking about what to do.
Yeah, because 2,700,000 is set call.
Yeah.
Okay, I try.
You can't blame Raul much at all, but Alberto is miles ahead.
Perfect 10 now. Come on.
4-1 favorite. And Alberto rocking the Estonian flag for some reason, but we do know he's Italian. And Raul rocking the Italian flag, and we know he's Dutch. So something happened there with the flags, but disregard.
See the flop, please. King 3-2.
Come
And
on.
a very safe flop
It's
for
good with
Alberto.
4-2. With 4-2, there's a strifle.
You want the 4 of clubs and be done with it. It's a 7
7
of
is
clubs,
okay.
so just needs to fade an 8 and gets his double that he desperately needs. And it's a
Yes,
9 of hearts on river.
yes.
We have a happy Jack Bonnero. Now Raul doubling up 2 players in a row. This one costs a little bit less. And it's not that Raul expected he's going to win most of the time with that 8-5. He just understands from a chip EV perspective that, yes, that was a call. It was unfortunate for him that his 5 wasn't live. Not that it mattered since we didn't see a 5 on the board, but it did reduce his equity in the hand quite a lot. And here's a look at the chip counts. Now, look at this. Doubled. So Simon is double Alberto, Gabriele is double Simon, and Raul's double Gabriele. So it's like a very interesting dynamic that if certain players double the other player, that the actual chip stacks would
Yeah,
change.
for sure. For sure, it's a great tournament, a poker of players, and Rahul is the chief, but not like before. He's always the chief, but not like before.
But I like that he has the Italian flag now, so you can actually root for Raul. He's no longer Dutch. Alberto Hurley is now Italian instead of Estonian. We can have a little bit of fun with that.
Yeah.
We know where everybody's from.
Alberto, he's 8.
Could be
He will make,
back-to-back
I
jams.
think he will go all in. I think so. With 6 million
It's
and
just
500.
8 big blinds. And here we go, going for 2 in a row. Ace 8 twice in a row. No, it was ace 5 before, but an ace twice in a row. Simon folding the queen 10. Raul
No,
with a
I
pretty
think
hand.
now it's too much.
Yeah, it is too much. And it wasn't quite a jam, it was just most of a stack, but it works out the same. And Gabriele, who would be doing something to a min raise, but
Yeah, no, okay. he
yeah,
folds.
I don't think he can call
He
there.
could, because he was off big blind, maybe that we have to
Yeah.
remember that now you have the opportunity to bust a player. That's important. It's another way to play sometimes.
It is, but you don't want to lose nearly half your stack on
But
speculative
sometimes you
stuff.
know that he can make a double up, and it became dangerous later. By the way, you can think.
Yes, yes. But based on how Gabriele has played these past 4 hours and change, I wasn't surprised to see the
Yeah.
fold. He's when there's a decision to be made, he's usually taking the tighter of the 2 moves, and it's worked out quite well for him, this strategy. Raul, on the other hand, is pushing every edge at the moment. We'll see if that changes now that he just doubled up 2 of the short stacks. And Simon is also playing a little bit on the tight side, and when he's getting it in, he's winning flips or winning when he's behind, but also playing a very solid game. Now, we said Raul would probably open any 2, so this is a little better than any 2. It's a suited ace-7. So now it's a question if he's going to open or raise a little bit more than a min raise. But I think after doubling up both of the players that are yet to act, it's going to just min raise.
Raise. 2 million.
And you can see those 2 doubles got to Raul a little bit. His hands were shaking a little bit. His demeanor has changed a little bit. These kind of tells we can pick up by watching the stream that you maybe couldn't pick up at the table. I know when I'm playing, I have a much harder time to read my opponents than I do when I'm looking at it on the big
Alberto,
screen.
maybe we'll make a call.
I think if he's going to play it, it's going to be a shove.
Yeah. He has 7 million. Okay. 7 million with blinds 400, 800. I think he need to make a call with ace 9 suited.
I'd like to see a shove here.
And
Raul's
we have to
button
remember
raise
that
should be
he's
wide.
on button, Raul, and he always steal the blinds.
Yes,
so
exactly.
It's a good choice to make all in.
And does
All in.
indeed jam it. And Raul now in a tough spot. He'll probably feel that he's priced into call. Alberto, though, shoving 3 hands straight. And what will Raul do?
Call.
And Raul making the call here, so Alberto in great shape to really get back into things. He was super, super short, doubled up once, stole the blinds right after, and now is ahead against the ace-7 of Raul to get his stack up to potentially 17 million in chips. So from 0 to more than 20 million. to more than 20 big blinds is certainly possible here if his ace-9 suited can hold against Raul's ace-7 suited.
Flop.
And it's 2 spades in the
Great,
flops, and
great,
things
great.
have gone even better for Alberto. If any spade comes, he has that lock-in. Even if it's the jack of spades, that jack is rooting for the 10 of diamonds, so pairing the board of the turn
Not a
makes
good
it more
card.
likely it's going to be a chop.
Let's see the river.
Just needs to fade a 7, and even if it is,
Yes!
oh, but it's the 9 of diamonds on the river. Alberto getting there for the double up. He was shaking his head no for some reason, but now he's shaking it yes. And Raul, who was in clear control now down to 38 million, is still the overall chip leader, but has doubled up Alberto twice and Simon once. That 58 million chips he had is now down to 38 million. He will be happy that a break is coming up before you know it to regain his composure, not let these hands get to him. It's not that he's played anything wrong, it's just that the cards have not been on his side.
Sometimes, sometimes the wind change. Yeah, because all the times Rahul won the pot or contested, who has been lucky. Now something has changed. Rahul 38 million, Gabriele 20 million, Alberto 70 million, Simon 11 million. Come on, forza ragazzi, forza Azzurri, forza Italia.
Well, the 2 Italians sitting second and third.
Yeah.
Raul still has more than both of them combined, so it's not, even though he lost his hands, he's still in control, but now understands that that can quickly evaporate after the last 3 double ups. And Raul first to act with the queen 7. Before, we would see him being opening up anytime it was unopened. Let's see if that trend continues. It is strong enough to open even if you weren't opening up every hand, so I'm not surprised to see him reaching for something that looks like a min-raise.
1,600,000.
It is a min-raise to 1.6 million, and Gabriele with a stronger queen folding it. That's an easy fold for him, and it looks like blinds will be stolen. Yep. And it looks like we're going on break, folks. Blinds will be up to 500,000, 1 million, so the action will get hotter and hotter as the evening goes on.
That's a break.
It does look like a break. Players are just counting their chips before they head off. So we'll be back in 20 minutes. Jack, it's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully you're coming back too.
It will be a pleasure.
And see you all in 20 minutes.
It's like it's always funny.
But if you go to the Facebook, it's all time, so people do want to hear the
From the stir, if you want to talk with another person, if we want to do together, if you want to change something. But I think now it's fun if we make together. Because with 2 Italian players, I know that my English is not perfect, but if there's something of important, you talk. And to say, come on, all the Italian players say, great, great. They say, oh, okay, you are the speaker for Italian. So I think it's good together now with 4 players.
Yeah, let's keep it.
But remember that I know that my English is not perfect, and you are the leader. I'm not scared about nothing.
Not perfect, but it's good.
I'm Italian.
Yes, it's good. People understand you. That's the important thing. They may not understand me if they're Italian, but they understand you.
They're just like spamming me right now during the tournament and other stuff. Clearly, the guys from the hotel that will be back.
Welcome back. Players are taking their seats. We have the chip counts in front of us. The big blinds are a little bit off in terms of numbers because it's still reflecting the last blind level. But you could just take the chip counts, divide it by 1,000,000, and that's how many big blinds we have. I'm your host, Jason Glatzer, and I'm joined by our Italian host, Jack Bonara. Welcome back, Jack.
Thank you very much. I'm ready for a great final because we have 4 players. We have 2 Italian players in this group of 4 players, and it's normal. I'm fans, like all the Italian fan of Gabriele and Alberto.
I'm going to send a quick message because I noticed that the flags are still a little bit mixed
Yeah.
up. We do have 2 Italians, but Raul's not one of them. It's Gabriele and Alberto. Raul's from
Yes,
Netherlands,
the flag
and
of
Simon
Italy
is
is
from
not
Poland.
Italian. Raul, Gabriele, and Alberto are Italian. Simon appear German. We have to check, but remember that the 2 Italian players
Yeah, 2
are Gabriele and
Italians,
Alberto.
a Dutch man and a Polish man walk into a bar. You can keep going with the joke. It's like, a priest, a rabbi, and a janitor walk into a bar. So we have 2 Italians, 1 Dutchman, and 1 player from Poland. And that player is right here, and Simon with the ace-9, sitting on a 9 big blind
It's appear
stack.
German.
He's German, right? No, that's Belgian flag. So they have him as Belgian, but we know he is from Poland. He jams it in, and Raul
come
waking
on.
up with Jack's fireworks
Come
right
on.
away. Is Simon going to get there again, or have we just lost a player? The very first hand off the break, time will tell. Raul has not been winning his flips, not winning when he's ahead or behind the last few all-ins and calls. His stack has been going down and down instead of the other direction, but he's in a beautiful spot with his jacks. Simon seems to always get there, though, so Raul is not out of the woods yet, just a 2-1 favorite. But drama and excitement straight off the bat. We did have a nice Polish
Flop
round that
comes.
I got to see during our break. They will be
With a
happy
queen
if
of
they see a
diamonds,
piece
ace
here.
of
Here we
club,
go. It's a
eight
queen,
of
ace,
diamond.
8 flop. So
Pair
Simon
of
getting there
aces
once again, just
for
has to take
Simon.
some backdoors or a jack. But improving to the top pair.
Turn card is an 8.
And an 8 of hearts on the turn is safe for Simon. Raul is now praying for one of the 2 jacks left in the deck. Things have not
And
been
river
going
card
Bush's way
is a
at
4.
all. And the
Simon
4
doubles
of
up.
diamonds on the river. Simon getting high fives from his rail. Very friendly Polish rail there. Definitely should celebrate, even if it's a bad beat that you delivered. You stayed alive. Raul understands that. He's been around. I'm pretty sure he would be giving high fives to his equally large Dutch rail if he did pull that hand off. And the Italian rail, even though there's 2 players left, is about the same size as the Dutch rail and the Polish rail. So they're all sitting in different sections of the room, all watching very intently right near the feature table. And being that Simon just doubled up, the Polish rail is not going anywhere. We had an Estonian rail earlier, but they went home as soon as Hurley busted in 8th place.
Now is another tournament because Rahul could be at 50 million and the other player who won the pot could be out of the tournament. But that's poker, we always say. Now 30 million for Rahul, 20 for Gabriele, 90 for Simon, and 16 for Alberto. And it's not so easy to find a group of 4 players so near.
Yeah, and it took 4 double-ups by Raul to his opponents to actually bring him down to the pack, but he still has a 50% more chips than his nearest competitor. So despite nothing going his way, 4 all-ins and calls, still in control in some ways, but it has to be mentally very difficult. Meanwhile, Alberto here with the ace-deuce.
I can only say that sometimes a good player or a great player appear a champion because he has the right cards to appear champions. Now, he's not so lucky like before. Rahul remain a great player. He play a great poker. But if you win the coin flip, if you win the pot when you are at 25%, when you begin to lose, is another idea.
And I'm pretty sure Raul still is the favorite to get his face on that wall of fame. He is a very strong player. I I'm not going to say he's the strongest by far, but I think he is the most talented out of the group. Just my impression of him throughout the years that I've watched him play poker, mostly here in Malta. But meanwhile, is it going to be another situation for Raul? He has fours. Simon opening up a little bit on the wider side than we've seen him do earlier, but now does have a raise fold range, so he can get away with folding if Raul decides to 3-bet, but Raul might decide to peel. He jams it! And Gabriele snap folding his queen.
No problem.
And Simon likely to fold as well. We'll do a little bit of Hollywooding first. Not too much at all, and Raul happy this time there was no call. The way he's been running with the all-in and calls and pocket fours, if you're called, you're either flipping or you're facing a stronger pair. So very happy and gaining that momentum back.
By the way, I like this move because we have folding equity. You have always to remember that we have in a table where we have just 4 players. So it's always not a blind war. I explained that it's similar, no? When you have the button, small blind, big blind, it's very easy to have a raise. And it's not important the cards, it's important the position. And when you are in a group of 4 players, it's very easy to receive a raise. So with a pair of 4, it's not so great. By the way, if you play against ace-king, it's a coin flip. But you have to remember that you have the folding equity. And I think that poker is a game of folding equity.
Yes, exactly. If you can make players fold their equity and not realize it, then you're doing a good job. But meanwhile, Raul, once again with a hand, and people may not be believing him because he was opening any 2 when he had such a large stack. But this time we do see he has an ace. He's min-raising Gabriele with the quick fold. Alberto is not going to get fancy with this 10-4. We haven't seen him defend with these kind of hands. Quickly in the muck by Giuliano. And Raul winning back-to-back pots, going from 30 to 37 million without seeing a flop.
Totally different now. It's another tournament. Everything can change in 1 minute, and the ace changed this tournament. We were near to have the bronze medal, the silver medal, and the gold medal. For sure, the first 3 positions. That's the trophy for the winner, Battle of Malta. And
it is
an
a
opportunity
gorgeous
to be in the Hall
trophy
of
up
Fame.
front too. Have you seen it up close and personal? It is a beautiful trophy. I mean,
Sure.
the images here are giving it justice, but it's when you go see it and see how big it is, like in front of your eyes, it is something that if you do win, it's not going to be one that goes into the bin. It's going to go on your mantelpiece. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. You asked me what's the feeling that I have with Battle of Malta. I thought to the party of yesterday, a lot of bottle of champagne with all the dealers. We begin to joke. I see the
Raul
all-in
with
of
fours
Raul,
once again.
Yeah,
2 out of 3
another
hands.
pair of 4.
2 out of 3 hands he
but,
gets the fours.
We can see bet card for everyone, so it will.
So from 30 to 39 million now, it just keeps going.
Yeah. And we have the movie, the videos of yesterday, the party with champagne with all the dealers.
Oh, yeah.
We begin to joke. And this video had a lot of views because poker players love to play poker, but love to take a direct flight, to take, to have the opportunity to like the good weather, the good fish. Here you can eat very well. Oh, and to have a great organization.
Yeah, the dealers deserved every moment of that. The dealers on the floor have been absolutely fantastic, from all the way from the tournament director, Michael, to the guy that's making sure that all the chips are accounted for, to the player, people dealing, to all the floor staff. Very well run, and it's one of the reasons why I think we'll continue to see more and more players come to the Battle of Malta.
Yeah.
It's a very well run event over the past few years.
And we have to remember that we have a staff with a lot of Italians, and we have a group team. Pay attention to Alberto with 10 and 9 suited, all in.
Almost an all-in. It was left like a few million back, but it's the same thing.
3,700,000 is possible. No, we say no.
And this will work. Actually, Alberto had the best hand with the 10-9.
Fold Rahul.
So Alberto now up to 16 big blinds. So we'll continue at an hour blind level each until we lose one player, and then things are going to go a bit faster because it will be 30-minute levels three-handed.
Someone said that with a pair of four you want to lose. I don't think, dico that I say that to Giacomo Piccone. I don't think so. Non penso questo, gli rispondo in italiano. Credo che sia una mossa proprio finalizzata a gestire la folding equity. I'd explain that is a move for obtain something by the folding equity and not
You don't want to
a
call,
bad
but
move.
you're not always in bad shape if you call. You know, that's why you could do it with a hand like fours, especially four-handed. If it's nine-handed, maybe you don't want to do that with your fours, but it's a much different scenario. Four-handed, and you have a lot more spots with fold equity, and your fours are pretty strong in that spot as well.
We have always to remember that you have a pair of four and your opponent has ace king suited is a coin flip.
Yeah. And then they're folding a lot of hands that are dominating you. They're going to fold the pocket fives and sixes. They're going to fold the king nines and whatnot that they may call to a min raise. So you're denying your opponents tons of equity. And once in a while, yes, you're going to run into a monster and you're going to regret your move. But in general, I do like it quite a lot. Meanwhile, we have Simon now opening up for a min raise. Gabriella may decide to defend here. It's a very pretty hand. We can
I
see
think
he's
we'll make a
dominated.
call. I think so. Jack and 10 suited, I think so.
He may even decide to do something more than call with this hand, such as 3-bet or 3-bet shove. Although Gabriele has been playing fairly tight, he is a player that has a lot of different gears. He does indeed jam it.
Great
I
move.
love this. Gabriele with good table awareness. Now is Simon going to be able to find the call? Because if he does, he's in amazing shape, but it's awfully hard to call against Gabriele's 3-bet shove. Gabriele has been playing tight. The king 10 does not go well against Gabriele's normal range here. We can see against this particular spot, he'd be a 3-1 favorite, but I don't think we're going to see a call here.
He will fold.
He will
sure.
fold?
Oh,
You
he
can
will
see
fold. He
20
can't
minutes
do-
into the future.
How can he make a call with 7 million, 70 million with the king 10? It's impossible. It's
And
fold.
does
It's
fold, so well done there by
Great
Gabriele.
move. Great move. That's important to explain to our friends who's watching our show, poker show, and they are not expert about poker, that sometimes you say, okay, you make a call, you have a 10, you lose the hand, but in this time, he made a great move.
Yes.
Because he used the folding equity.
Yes, and used his image as well on top of that. Because by now he knows what that he didn't have cards early, and even sometimes when he had cards, he took the more conservative approach instead of the more aggressive approach like we saw here. But he's more than capable of switching it up. I've seen the aggressive Gabriele Ree in the past. Today we saw a tighter version of him, but the situation dictated that for him. But meanwhile, we have Simon with the ace-10 off a 13 big blind stack.
We have always to say that poker is not a game of cards, but a game of people.
It's a game of people, that's for sure. And we have a jam here by Simon. Is anybody else waking up with anything? It's going to work. Alberto can never call with Jack 5. So Simon picking up an extra $2.5 million into his stack and up to $15 million. I'm already excited about the next Battle of Malta in April. I don't know about you, but hopefully we get the dates for that bad boy up pretty soon. But it's been such a fantastic time here that really looking forward to the next one already.
For sure.
And we're kind of like a family now at this point. It's been a bunch of events where Jack and I have worked together. Cesare, we have Gaetano, Telly, and a couple of new guys that I hope will stick around. We have Igor, who's been taking photos for us the last few days, doing a fantastic job. Lyle Bateman coming in from Canada. I'm not sure we can always have him coming in from Canada, but if we find the right flights, we'll keep Lyle coming back. He's done a fantastic job as well, and great to have a Canadian flavor here at the event. So really do hope we keep most of the staff the same the next time around, too.
Ooh, pay attention to Gabriele with Queen and 10 of hearts. I'm excited to be here. I'm waiting to come back. It's a great opportunity to work this group with these friends and talk about poker tournament of this level, because we are in one of the best tournaments of Europe. We can't forget.
So Gabriele chose an interesting bet size. It was basically saying this is a jam without going through the motion of pushing all his chips up front.
I would like to say that Gabriele will win the tournament, but I don't want to say that because someone could think that there's the delay and I'm watching and I don't know now who is in the table. So it's
I can't
difficult
even
to
see
say,
that far because I
will
have
win?
like a big screen in front of me. It's, that's
yeah.
too far away for me to see
So
anything.
it's, sometimes I say, oh, he will win, but he's just out. So I don't know. But I think that now is the best player at the table for a motive because Raul was the chief, I said to you.
Yes.
But when you are the chief and something change in your head too. You are not so strong like before.
But he has Raul does have a very strong
Yeah.
mental discipline.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Alberto's turned to be
Come
all
on.
in or pretty close,
Ooh,
raising to
Simon.
11 million.
Simon,
What is
King
Simon
and
going to
queen.
do here?
13 blinds, eh?
He may decide this is his spot. It seems like whenever he gets an all-in and a call, he gets there.
It's like an all-in. 11 million and 2 million and 700
Yeah,
in front
it's
of him. By
basically
the way,
saying
it's
it's
like
all
all-in.
in.
It's normal, no?
And I can explain why he did
And
this
it's a call.
raise.
It's not called. Yeah, it's all-in, and after Alberto will make a call. We will have the showdown. Come on.
Alberto snapping it off is ahead with this ace-8, but Simon is very alive with this king-queen. It's almost a coin flip situation. He has been winning just about every flip, whether ahead or behind. I guess when he's behind, it isn't a flip. In this case, he's just a little bit behind and is at risk. Meanwhile, Alberto, if he wins this hand, will be above or near 30 million in chips. And if he loses his hand, he will be down to just crumbs in a stack with the two players very close in chip counts. In fact, it would be just 40% of a big blind left if he loses his hand. And let's see what happens. Of course, there's
Forza
possibilities which
Alberto. Forza Alberto, we say in Italy. Forza Alberto.
that means good luck, Alberto. Forza Alberto.
Grande, great.
But good luck to Simon as well. But meanwhile, Simon has a lot
Come
of
on.
work cut out for him with Alberto improving to 2 pair on this ace-8-6 flop. So Simon needs a pair of runners, whether kings or queens or jack-10 kind of combination. And that is one of the runners, a 10 of diamonds. So now Simon can get there with a jack to complete that gut shot to Broadway. Meanwhile, Alberto should be feeling good about his 2 pair. And
Yes!
it's the 4 of spades on the river. We do lose Simon. Alberto is in amazing shape, but Simon out in 4th place for 45,550 euros. Very nice run, a very nice return for your 600 euro buy-in. And now we are down to 3 impressive players, 2 from Italy and Gabriele Ree, Alberto Chiliano, who we just saw win this hand, and of course, the man who has had the chip lead the entire final table, Raoul van Wersch from the Netherlands. So we have some entertainment ahead. We will be moving down to 30-minute blinds. I don't know if we will be taking a quick break to set up the 3-handed play or not. We will wait and see, but in the meantime, we will continue chatting away with you. It does look like they will continue playing for now, at least during 3-handed play. But quite nice play for Alberto. A lot on the line there. Either he wins that hand and is guaranteed 65,500 euro, or loses that hand and almost guaranteed to be the next one out, replacing Simon, who did go out in 4th place instead for 45,550 euros. So I know you're excited. I'm sure the Italians that are watching are excited because it's 2 Italian players in the final 3, Jack.
Yeah, I want to have the gold medal, but we are sure that we have the bronze and silver medal, but not enough. When you have 2 Italian players on 3 players, also if they are at 29 million and 22 million, and the chip leader has 35 million, by the way, we need to think that we can win this Battle of Malta, not like player, like Italian. So, Alberto, Gabriele, for me it's not important who will win. For me it's important that Italy win the Battle of Malta, and I have to remember that the Battle of Malta won because it's been an unbelievable tournament with an unbelievable guaranteed. Now we can see the wonderful trophy, and at the end we will know who will be the winner. I think that they have a little break.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little break, and it looks like we have the flags fixed as well. So 2 good pieces of news. We'll be right back very soon. It looks like we'll be moving down to a 30-minute clock when the action resumes. We're going to find out, though, in real time whether there have been any discussion about deals, because it is
typical,
quite top-heavy. It
little
is
bit of a
quite
deal.
possible. And make sure that if a deal is made at any given point, that information is fed over
see
to
the
us.
jacket of the tournament director.
Ah,
He's
beautiful.
like a singer from France. He can sing La Vie en Rose. Il m'a dit que mon amour en valait tous les jours. He's a perfect singer.
Except doesn't have your voice, maybe. That was beautiful, Jack.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be right back, folks. I think Jack will be staying with the end run with 2 Italians at the table. We couldn't have it any other way. So be back in a few minutes. Please stay tuned.
No, why 29? Insulto. Sto a posto, bravo. Posso bere? Posso bere secondo te qua? No, posso bere. Fai il numero, eh? Che numero devo fare? Lo so, non sono alzati. Avevo preso la mano già.
Welcome back, everybody. We are down to just the final 3 players out of a field of 3,342 players in the Battle of Malta main event. Players have already locked up 65,500 euros, but the pay jumps now are super, super serious. The runner-up will go home with 129,500, and the winner, 209,500 euros. Raul van Lorsch has been in the lead since the very beginning of the final table, but now it is very close. He has 34,650,000. Alberto Giuliano in second place with 29 million flat, and fellow Italian Gabriele Ri with 22.4 million. And we're hopping right into the action. We have Alberto on the button or under the gun. It is the same thing during three-handed play. Does fold his Raggedy 7-5, and Raul may be giving Gabriella an early walk, and indeed he does. So Gabriella picking up some chips, only had the Jack-5 suited, up to 23 million. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. I've been reporting a little bit on the microphone all week long. Was joined a little bit earlier by Jack Bonaro. He may be coming back for the final 3. And before that, we did have Alan Aryat in the booth until the elimination of Estonian Hurley Orlap, who put in a very nice performance, but came in as the short stack of the day and was the first player out in 8th place for 11,240 euro. And we have Raul now with an ace on the button. He would be opening much wider than ace-8, so certainly will be opening up this, and looks like it is just a min-raise for 2 million. Nobody else turning up with anything, so another quick hand, and just like that, Raul adds 2.5 million to his stack. It's been a fantastic event, and for those of you that have been with us for the duration, already have a nice flavor of that. But it is not just about the final table. There were side events all week long, every side event making its guarantee. There were 2 million in total guarantees, with 1.5 million coming to the main event. But meanwhile, we have Gabriella Ri with the ladies on the button. A very nice spot for him, especially if somebody plays back at him. Opening up for a min-raise. Alberto, though, with the 7-deuce. Raul with nothing really either. May opt to defend here. We shall see. And it looks like in the meantime, we do have Jack coming back to the booth. Raul does fold, so Gabriella just picking up the blinds and the ante adding 2.5 million to his stack. But
I
welcome
arrived
back,
at the
Jack.
perfect time, eh?
Yes.
The queens.
I had a feeling as soon as the ladies come onto a screen that
Yeah.
here comes Jack, here comes Jack. I heard ladies, here they are.
Yeah.
And then you were probably disappointed to see that they were queens and not like real ladies.
Perfect time. I prefer it for a double up, by the way. It's quite good to take the pot with this blind is normal. So 3 players, 2 Italian players, and the Dutch players. A good player, I have to remember, because
Yeah, he's definitely a very strong player. Not just because of his play here. I could have told you before the event that him with the chip lead is going to spell trouble for the other players at the table. Very smart player, has a good support team around him as well.
we have to explain to people who's not expert of poker. Sometimes they say, oh, it's a game of luck. You must be luck. No, that's a skill poker game. You have to be a good player. In fact, at this table, we have 3 great players. We have to remember that it's not important to be famous. It's important to be a player who win money. And they are good player online and I think live too. Also, if it's different to be a good player online and live, but they know the game perfectly. So it's important to understand that there is a great tournament, Battle of Malta, with a lot of players, but at the end, we have 3 great poker players.
That is for sure, and one of them is Raul, had we just mentioned, and now this time he has a decent hand to open the button with the ace-4. But meanwhile, look at this, Jack. Gabriele waking up with the 6s. This is a very, very strong hand during 3-handed play, especially since he knows Raul will be opening up almost anything on the button. I won't be surprised to see a 3-bet shove, and that is indeed what he does. And this gets the 2 other players to not realize their equity. Alberto would have loved to play this, but he cannot call with the king-jack suited. And Raul shouldn't be calling with the ace.
No, he will fold 2. It's normal.
So once again, this is the second time we've seen very good awareness by Gabriella in the last little bit.
He's not scared, Gabriele. He's playing a great poker now because, I don't know, maybe you understood his style. Oh, very relaxed. All in, okay, pair of 6. He's playing like to make a touch on a mouse. He's playing like online. I think he's playing a good poker and he talk a lot with the Dutch player. They're smiling and that's important to understand that sport.
Yes, and in Lithuania, where I live, poker is considered a sport, and it's quite big in the sports clubs. People just playing, you know, maybe it's like a €10 entry fee, and then they're not even playing for money, and they're just having a good time. There are some prizes, but it's not like going into a casino, going into a place like the Battle of Malta, where you're competing for the big bucks. Poker is enjoyed on every single different level you can think of.
Yep. Okay, call of Alberto and check of Raul.
Okay, so we're going to see a flop finally.
Yeah.
We may not see too many flops unless it's an all-in and call going forward. But look at this flop for Raul, flopping bottom 2 pair. And Alberto didn't really get too much. He has a pair of backdoor straight draws, and that's really it.
I don't think he will lose a lot.
No.
Just a call, now a check. If it's bad, he can fold.
And although Raul has a very strong hand, I do expect him to bet here just because it is kind of a wet board, even though it's different suits. That king and the 10 and the 10, the 7 all kind of connect together with that 9-8 queen-jack stuff. I think a queen-jack, though, is raising from the small blind. But Raul firing in a min bet. And if Chiliano had even a small piece of it, he's likely to call that. But we see he doesn't have much at all. It still does not make the bet incorrect in this spot.
Bet 1 million, but I think Alberto will fold. You don't need to be involved in this hand, just a call, not good cards. Why?
Yeah, Raul is more targeting those king X's because he has a lot of those 10-7s blocked, like a king deuce that may not want to raise pre-flop. That would be more than happy on this kind of flop. An easy fold there by Alberto, as Jack said, and some more chips in Raul's spot. So far Raul, even though it's come close, he has not relinquished the chip lead since the very beginning of the play, and it's super rare for a start of the day chip lead to not only win the event, that's a little less rare, but to win the event without giving up the lead. So we'll see if that continues. Anything can happen during three-handed play, though.
Yeah. It's important to explain that sometimes there are easy fold, but all the players begin to think because they need to look at the face of the other players, have information, because maybe when they will have a most important hand, they will catch a tell, and it could be really important in future. So they need time to make a fold. Also, for us, it's an easy fold. And now they have the fold of Alberto with Queen and 7.
We should see him opening up a button here with even wider than this. It would be nicer for him if it was suited, but should be opening here. But he does fold it. It would have worked if he opened. Meanwhile, the hand is now completely different with Raul just limping his Jack-6, and Gabriele is not going to get in too much trouble with 6-3. But we shall see, actually. Both players snagging a middle pair on this King 4-6 rainbow flop. Raul still has that Jack kicker pushing him ahead. And now if Raul just puts in a min bet, I would expect to see Gabriele call. And it looks like it is a min bet once again for 1 million. Those green chips are $250,000 each.
Not a good news for Gabriele because they're the second pair, but the kicker is worse than the kicker of Raul.
And he also has some backdoors to the straight. I just don't see him going anywhere, so it does have to call. I don't think it'll get too expensive for him unless something fancy happens here. That ace of spades on the turn may even slow down Raul, especially after Gabriele did call the 1 million bet. This will go check-check quite often. But Raul thinking about his hand, maybe thinking about what Gabriele can be calling a bet with, thinking he's maybe calling with a 4 or a worse 6, and that's probably what he's thinking here. He's reaching out for about $1.5 million there, maybe 1.75. Let's see what the graphic tells us. It is a bet of 1.75 million. And Gabriele now with the decision to make. He no longer has those backdoors. They didn't move to the front. Still has the third pair on the board against a very smart player that has a lot of moves, so may think he still has some value to call here and does indeed call. And one more card to come. And it's the 5 of clubs on the river. So Raul has the check mark, but if he checks and Gabriele turns his hand into a bluff, we may not see Raul take down the pot, but the most likely situation is if Raul checks that Gabriele checks back, and that's indeed what happens. And now Raul padding up his chip lead back up to 38 million. Not near the 58 million he was at once before, but still with the chip lead.
Yeah, he hasn't been lucky, Gabriele, because he had the 6, King 4 and 6. Maybe thought that he can win the hand, but the kicker was better. But it's not an important pot. Well, 8 million is quite good, by the way. It's not terrible for Gabriele. The tournament continue for him with a lot of chip. For the other Italian player too, I think it's not a bad moment, but Raul is very good. He's strong. He's really strong, I think.
Yes, for sure. But I think all 3 players have different talent experience. This really is a very talented final 3. So even if I'm thinking in my head that Van Wersch does have probably a small, let's say, edge, that's not to say that the other 2 players aren't super strong, especially I've said very nice things about Gabriele earlier from watching him over the years. Has so many different gears, so it's hard to say that those 2 players, though, are the most difficult, and Alberto also obviously has a very strong understanding of everything. So just not a player I have seen a lot of in the past.
At this level, will win the cards. Okay, because it's so high level. These 3 players are great players. So it depends by the cards. it depends by the destiny sometimes, no? Because they say, okay, it's my tournament. Well, we have to remember that it's the tournament for everyone.
Yes.
Because they are in the best three positions.
And Raul with an ace again. Now let's see if Gabriele has once again something in mind. Last time when he had the sixes, I believe, he shoved in the spot, forcing Raul to fold an ace-4. A queen-jack is not the same as sixes, but similar in terms of how you might approach the hand. So we'll see. It looks like he's trying to get a read both on his opponent's stack and on his demeanor. And it sounds like he's doing something, Jack.
3-bet. Great move.
So
Great
it's
move.
not a shove, but a 3-bet. This looks even stronger than a shove.
Yeah. I wanted to say that or he fold or he raise, not a cold buy the small blind. And I had reason. And he had reason in particular.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to play queen-jack out of position. That's one reason. The second is you're denying your opponent equity by just raising. We even see in this case where he's denying Raul better equity with the ace. So good play by Gabriele. One might think because we're watching it standard, but when you have so much money on the line three-handed, to keep that smart aggression going is very difficult. And I'm also speaking a little bit from experience. When I've been in these spots, whether it's online or at my local, it does mentally affect how you should be playing. So Gabriele has been here before, been there, done that. Maybe not in such a big spot that he's in now, but he's been on his share of final tables over the year.
Yeah. And all the Italian players are sponsored by Italia Play. So you can see the flag.
So what do you know about Italia Play? Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that during a slow moment. I know it's a nice community that they have, but I don't know all that much about it. I have seen many wear this patch, though, throughout the week.
No, we have to remember that in Italy we have not a lot of sponsors like in past. In past, I pay attention to Rahul with a pair of 6, by the way, just a queen and 2 suited for Alberto. In past, we have a lot of poker room made the sponsor of the poker player. Now it's over. There are 3 or 4 players who are sponsored, and sometimes are little poker room. Sometimes it's more easy to have a group organize a poker tournament live, make like a sponsor, but not a poker room. And now is a problem of politics, because we have it's called Decreto Dignità, and it's not possible to make a spot in television, in newspapers of poker. So it's very difficult for us talk about poker. We can do, because, okay, I'm a journalist, it's chronic, I can do. By the way, everything has changed since 5 years ago.
That's crazy, because
Yeah,
to
I
me,
agree.
poker is a sport, and everybody wants to group it as even something worse. Like the regulators often don't understand that poker is a sport. It's not like pulling a handle on a slot machine. It's not like even playing blackjack, which has a little bit of strategy to it, but is a house game. Poker is competing players against other players, similar to chess, similar to backgammon. Backgammon is probably a better example because you're rolling the dice. So there is a luck element, but the cream rises to the top in the long term. But meanwhile, Alberto making a little bit of a loose call out of position. Raul raising it up to 3 million. Can't be happy with this 8, king, 9, all heart flop, but will likely continue, I believe. Not because he has sixes, but just to get his opponent hopefully out of the way. And if Alberto winds up calling, he would slow down on the turn. But does check it back. He is ahead, at least for now. 3 of diamonds. Now, can Alberto snip this out and say, well, Raul doesn't have any hearts and maybe didn't connect with the board at all? And a bet here would likely work. Let's see if he can find one.
Check.
Does check it again, though.
Yeah.
And Raul may now, maybe it was a delayed c-bet by Raul, but maybe he doesn't want to bloat this pot further as he did with this pre-flop raise. Maybe he thinks that Alberto is setting a trap. Would he be
hoped for
trapping on 2
diamonds,
streets? So
and arrived hurts.
I suppose if Alberto did have 2 hearts in his hand, he might play it the same. But if he had something like a King X, 9X, I don't think he would have checked 2 streets. And Raul is likely thinking the same with this bet. So it didn't continue on the flop, saved it for the turn, and there's no reason for Alberto to stay around Jack, even for this sizing.
1,600,000.
The thing is, Raul could have easily been setting a trap too, that he had, let's say, ace-10 of hearts or something. You know, he would have played it like this as well.
He didn't like the flop. By
No.
the way, he know that sometimes the other player too.
Yes,
doesn't
neither
like the
player
flop.
liked the flop there. I mean,
It's a
well,
simple
Gabriella
process.
taking a break during 3-handed play. It looks like he was just getting a hoodie or a jacket to put on. Going into style here.
You need the jacket for the conditioned hair.
Yes.
We are not like in the United States that you stay with 15 degrees
Oh,
with
it's
air
ridiculous.
condition. It's terrible.
I get sick every time I go back to the States. It's not fun. I'm
In
happy
Las
to
Vegas
live in
was
Lithuania.
impossible for me.
Yeah, I haven't been to Vegas in 10 years because of that reason, actually. Is every time I go, I'm jet lagged, I get sick, I get dehydrated, and then I miss my family. And I don't necessarily go there for work. I go there to play, but I lived in Vegas back in 2005 for a little bit of time, so I kind of had my fill then. But now I'm ready to get back. I need to see the new WSOP venue. So hopefully this summer I will head back, probably play mostly cash games, but because they're so good in Vegas, but hop in a tournament or 2 as well.
Yeah. Rahul with ace and jack, diamond, suited.
Raise.
So another 3x. Last time was from the big blind. This time from the small blind. Very, very pretty hand. He had 6s before, ace jack now. I don't think Gabriele is going to bother here with playing. He would be in position. He would have the 2 live cards.
Pass.
And does indeed fold. So Raul now back up to 41 million. So since that short break we had, it's been all Raul van Wersch, all Netherlands. And we need for Jack and for the Italian fans for something to happen with the Italian players. But regardless of who wins this event, the Battle Malta will be proud to have a very strong player as its winner. Whoever wins this absolutely earned it. I could have said that about anybody at the final table, in fact. It was 8 very talented and fun players as well, like good personalities and lots of talent in that mix, which doesn't always happen when you have 3,432 entries. Usually you'll get a complete fish or amateur that does reach it. Maybe they run hot on the final table and cause some havoc, but they're completely outmatched when it comes to these 3 players.
I can only say that with a lot of ballots, with an important Bahim, because 600 is not so low, I think that at the end of the tournament, at the final table, always arrives good players.
So as a poker journalist and out of somebody that just is always curious about these things, I have a question for you. I know the answer to the question. I just want to know if you know the answer. We're not going to name a name because we're not going to name and shame this person. But what do you think the most amount of bullets, how many entries one player fired in this?
I don't want to say no limit, but I say that you can have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, so
because
it did get an amateur player to fire 13 different...
we have always to think that we know poker. That's our word. But we have to communicate outside
yes.
that you can win a lot of money. That's a great tournament, great numbers. And to make great numbers, you need a lot of ballots.
Yeah.
And because we need to make a spot every time of the poker tournament. If you say, hey, 2 million, 3 million, people say, come on, let's go to play poker. Poker Room Online say, okay, that's a business. If you say, oh, pay attention, we can play freeze out. Yeah, freeze out is the past, but to freeze out, you have to spend 1,500, and if you lose at the first hand a pair of ace against a pair of kings, you have to come back to your town.
Yeah,
It's
there's
impossible.
almost no freeze-outs these days outside of like a handful of events. It's kind of like a relic of the past for those reasons. Uh, yeah, the professionals, they look at every bullet as like something, a separate tournament. So if they ran into some bad luck, even if it was a bad play, they maybe take a break and hop right back in, you know, either in that opening fight or wait a day. That's normal. You know, it's how poker is. Unfortunately, once in a while we see an amateur do the same, but the amateur that did it here can well afford it and was just
I
trying to go for the big
try
win.
only to explain that it's important that the difference between great players and normal players appear after a lot of time. Because if you play chess in 1 minute, you know it's the best one. If you play poker, you are not sure in a life. You need time. You need time. And it's important that we have a lot of time. We have to. I want to explain in a particular way. It's important that the players who are not champions continue to play poker against champions.
Yes.
So the poker will go on.
I prefer to play against good players for that reason, because then when you do win something, it's that much more special. Like, and you learn by playing against better players. It's if you come into the table and say I'm the best player, even if you are, if you come in with that attitude, you're never going to improve your game. You always need to be confident, yes, but be open-minded and watch what other players are doing. Learn from them a little bit. Even talk to them. You know, during breaks, a lot of players will give you information, especially if you've changed tables. You can ask them, well, what you were doing here, and they may say, I can't tell you that, but at least half the time they will tell you what they have if you're friendly enough to, and if you were friendly with them at the table and then friendly with them later on as well. So no matter how good you are, let's put it this way, no matter how good you think you are, there's always something you can learn. And even with these three players, they're going to go, and I'm pretty sure every one of these three players are going to look at spots that they play, talk about it with their friends, run it through GTO solvers, run it through many different types of paths, and see if there's a spot they can learn from. They're not going to be down at themselves if they misplayed, because they've been playing for 5 long days. Mistakes can be made, not that we've seen too many, but they can easily be made by the best of them when you're playing this many hours of poker in a short period of time.
I agree with you, but I can only say that if I play with money, I like to play with bad players. If I play without money, I like to play with champions.
That makes a lot of sense from that perspective. But to me, poker money is, I do make money playing poker, but it's not my source of living. So I still love the game so much that I always want to play against
I love
better
money.
players than me.
I love money.
So you love money, you love food, we know that.
Yeah.
And you love women, we know that. And you love commentating as well, whether it's poker or basketball. So those are the 4 loves in your life. But meanwhile, we have Raul flopping top pair. He opened from the small blind with a limp, and Gabriele getting a free look at the ace, queen, a flop. Raul still slow playing it, so if a 10 comes on the turn, Gabriele may think he's ahead, but it's a blank 6, so Raul's probably not going to get any value out of his ace, but I don't expect him to sit around too much longer. Not that the board is super connected, but the 6 connects with the 8. There's 2 clubs out there. So let's see how well Raul approaches it, hoping that Gabriele just has like a small piece of this pot and not too much.
I can only say that journalist is a man who explains what is not able to do.
Yes.
Ve la traduco in italiano, il giornalista è uno che spiega quello che non è capace di fare.
Meanwhile, we've had a lot of journalists do quite well over the years in poker events. Some of them are no longer journalists. I always said no matter what happens at the poker tables, if my bankroll grows by even millions, I would still be doing what I do. Of course, maybe a little bit less, be a little bit more selective, but I'm already quite selective. As with you, Jack, I am kind of like in demand at times, and I know you're in demand. We choose to be at the Battle of Malta. We love being part of this team because this event is so special, and I think no matter how much I won, I would rather be here behind the booth or writing up about the hands than actually playing it, just because you can help make the experience for the players that much better, if it makes any sense.
Pay attention to Raul, King, Jack, suited, raise.
So another min-raise, and meanwhile Gabriele with the strong hand, although it's dominated by Raul. Let's see if his timing is correct. Maybe he can sense that this time Raul does have a stronger hand. Does fold it, so maybe he has a read on Raul. But Alberto here waking up with the snowmen, so it was a smart fold for results-oriented wise for two reasons. Because Alberto is not going anywhere with the snowmen. I would almost expect to see a shove or a near shove here, but certainly do expect to see a 3-bet and three-handed play.
All in.
And does indeed jab the lot. Now Raul in a very tough spot because he knows that he's been opening buttons pretty much every single time. He knows that the players know that, and he knows that both these players are capable of making a move against him. And maybe he feels his King-Jack is dominating. Maybe he thinks that at least either I'm ahead or I'm flipping. Let's see how Raul approaches it. I do think he will fold, but I won't be surprised if he calls either.
Call.
And does make the call here. So Alberto at risk with the snowman. Meanwhile, Raul will lose his chip lead if he loses his hand. And Alberto is either going to be in the chip lead or on the rail. That's how big this pot is, folks. So it's a pair of eights for Alberto against the suited King-Jack for Raul.
Forza Alberto, come on, vai! Dai!
Here we go. Alberto looking calm, cool, and collected. Understands that the fate is not up to him. It's up to the cards at this point. And a jack out of the window. So Raul pulling ahead on this ace-9 jack flop, and Alberto needing some help. Has a couple of backdoors that can help him, but it's really an 8 he wants to see. Either the 8 of diamonds or 8 of spades, but it is the queen of diamonds instead. And now a 10 doesn't help him either. That would give Raul a better straight, so he needs an 8 or only an 8 to stay alive. And it's a 3 of spades on the river. So Alberto Sigliano is out in third place for €65,500. And meanwhile, Raul van Wersch has a massive lead for heads-up play. Has led the whole entire way. Players came close, but now has a significant advantage over Gabriela Ree, with both players having 129,500 locked up and will be playing for 80,000 more with a €209,500 top prize. So it's an €80,000 heads up that we are about to experience. And I believe we'll be taking a break so we can get that beautiful trophy on the table, so we can get players situated a little bit more comfortably for heads up play. That usually is the standard here at Battle of Malta. So we will be right back, and here you can take a look at the chip count. So Raul with a 2-1 chip advantage. We know who Jack is rooting for. Jack is not the host. He doesn't have to play. I can't play favorites. Jack can. He's going to be rooting for his fellow Italian, Gabriela Ree. I know Raul and Gabriela about equally, so no favorites from me. But we will be back very shortly for exciting heads-up affair.
It's fast because it's like to be alone but not alone.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer here for the heads-up affair between Raoul van Wersch, who's sitting on 58.9 million in chips, and Gabriele Rie, who's sitting on 27,150,000 in chips. So Raoul, with more than a 2-to-1 chip advantage, he's had the chip lead the entire final table. There were a couple of close calls after he doubled up for the shorter stacks during a stretch of time, but regained his composure and now has control during the heads-up affair. We started this tournament with 3,432 entries, so to make it to the final two is already something to be proud of, never mind the 129,500 that both players have locked up. They will be playing more or less an 80,000 euro heads-up affair with a 209,500 euro top prize. I am joined by none other than Italy's favorite, Jack Bonara. Welcome back, Jack.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here for a great heads up. Come on, Italy. Come on, come on. Forza Italia. Forza Azzurri. Gabriele.
So blinds are still at 500,000, 1 million. Once this level's over, we will be moving to a 30-minute structure. That would have been the case three-handed as well, but we needed to play out this level. But meanwhile, we've lost a few players during this level. And we have Raoul here with the ace-5 and a limp pot. I was hearing myself in echo for a little while there, but we have now Raoul thinking about what to do with the ace-5. I would expect him to be raising even out of position here. Heads up, any ace is very strong. And very focused now. I do not know how much experience either of these players have in heads-up big spots, but both players appear to be very competent in three-handed play. I expect the same to be true in heads-up play. And this opening hand played out very standardly. Gabriele limping, Raoul raising it up, and Gabriele getting out of the way.
It's normal to know that now Gabriele is underdog. It's normal, no? 26 million against 60. By the way, I remember only one thing, that when I comment the TV table, that heads up is another game. You have a player at the full table, full ring, is another word. They begin to play, they play a good poker. After, at the zap, everything changes. So pay attention. I want to see which kind of player of a zap is Gabriele.
That's a good point. And Raoul waking up with back-to-back decent hands. And if he did double up Gabriele, the stacks would quickly switch with Gabriele holding a nearly 2-to-1 chip advantage. So despite Raoul's big chip lead, these small pots will add up, because then if he winds up in a flip spot against Gabriele, he could still hold on to the chip lead if he adds some more chips to his stack. But meanwhile, we do have a raise here by Raoul. Gabriele waking up with an ace and all in and a call. Oh my God, what happened here right away?
Come on, Gabriele, come on, come on,
Could
come
we
on,
have
come
our
on.
first lead change, or will we be looking at our latest winner of the Battle of Malta main event? Time will tell. We know what Jack wants to happen. I'm happy with either of these players coming away a winner. They're both well-deserving. I think Jack would agree with that much, and I understand why he's rooting for the Italian player. It's very important for the Italian poker community. Meanwhile, it's very important for the Dutch poker community that Raoul pulls out ahead here. So let's see what happens.
Okay, let's go for one time in Italian. Il flop, signori. Forza Gabriele. Asso 7 contro Capadonna. Asso! Asso! Asso al flop, ci siamo. 5. Forza così. Abbiamo visto il K a faccetta, ma arriva l'asso. È quello che volevamo vedere. Avanti, forza Gabriele, l'occasione per double up, 4 di quadri, river 4, ci siamo ancora vivi, Gabriele, double up, 51 million, 35 million, let's go.
This is exactly what we just said. I had no idea that this was coming. As I said, I've been kind of hiding myself away. Even when I'm taking a break, I'm not going near the TV table. I do not want to know what's happening in real time. And yeah, Gabriele now has the chip lead, and in fact, this is the first time at the final table Raoul does not have the chip lead. But both players are very close, still anyone's game at this point. I'm sure Jack was a little bit nervous when he saw that king come right out the window. I didn't understand what you said, but I enjoyed the excitement. But then the ace quickly followed, and Gabriele
it's like
was
a
in
joke.
quick
It's
control.
funny too for Italian fans. Come on, in Italian. I say, because I'm reading, the messages. I say, why not? But I know is 80. I said to you before the break, 80% in English with you, 20% by me. But sometimes it's funny to listen Italian voice, and it's great to see a double up for us.
Yes, and you can definitely read the action on the screen too. So even though you non-Italian viewers that were watching maybe like me didn't fully understand what Jack said, we understood what Jack said. He was happy and rooting for the hand to hold for Gabriele, and that is exactly what happened. Meanwhile, unfortunate for Raul, I mean, King Queen during heads up is super strong. I'm surprised he didn't sit back and think when he was jammed on top of, but maybe he decided as soon as he raised, if I'm jammed over, I'm snapping it off, and that's exactly what he did. It just didn't turn out very well for Raul van Wersch, who does still look composed, but no smile on his face at the moment. It's all serious business for the Dutchman.
And now let's go with change, because we have a new chip leader.
Yes. Gabriele Ree, who has been near the top of the counts most of the day. He was quiet very early on at the final table before opening up his ranges a little bit during 5-4 3-handed play. Gets that crucial double up, was ahead. No bad beat there, but either player winning that hand, you understand the king-queen getting in, you understand the ace-7 getting in. It was just a matter of the cards at that point in time. The cards could have been different, then we would have a winner. We would have Jack crying in the corner. But we'd have Raul celebrating. I think both these players have more than 100,000 reasons to celebrate anyway, but they do want that trophy. They do want that extra 80,000 for tonight's winner. Let's see if Gabriele continues with the limping strategy. We saw him limping on the button earlier. Usually when you think you kind of have an advantage and things are deeper, you're going to be limping more than you're going to be raising hands. We haven't seen Gabriele, though, yet with like an ace or a king from the button, and that would change things. And Raul will be raising it up, it looks like. Nope, he's checking it back with the king-9. Not wanting to bloat the pot out of position.
6.
And look at this, Gabriele improving to the middle pair here, Jack.
Well, middle pair is a good opportunity. Choi just for a check. He now exchange the way to play heads up. In past, from the button, all the time, raise, 70, 80, 90% of raise from the button. Now it's changed. A lot of time we have just a check, just a call.
Yeah, especially when two players are experienced at heads-up play, feel they have an advantage against each other. You bloat up the pot sizes when you feel like your opponent has a little bit of an edge, because then you're increasing the variance in the heads-up match by doing so. However, regardless of whether good or bad, I haven't fully adopted to the limping strategy in my heads-up spots. There are certain players that I have, but usually I am raising hands I'm entering, especially when you're a little bit deep like we are now. I mean, we weren't deep before, but being that Raul's a short stack and he has more than 30 big blinds, that's plenty where you can raise fold off that stack.
Great result for Italy. A player with bronze medal and another one is playing for the gold medal. I'm really happy for Italian poker, not only for Italian players.
Yeah, it's very good to see for the Italian poker community. They did support this event in very large numbers. So props to Gabriele if he can pull out the win, and also Raul, props for keeping composed regardless of the adversity he's faced at this table. Now we'll learn a little bit about Raul. If he's limping here, then he's adopting a similar strategy to Gabriele. If he's raising, then it's a bit different. Yeah, he's willing to play small ball as well. And Gabriele now understanding Raul, well, he raised a couple times in a row. Maybe now he's not as strong, but does check it back anyway, playing out of position with a very pretty Jack-10. And it got even prettier on this flop, a 9-4-8 two-spades flop. So Raul with the backdoor flush draw, still good with this king high, but Gabriele with an open-ended straight draw. You could see the equities are super close, despite Raul having the better hand at this given spot in time. And Raul is reaching for chips, it looks like, or checking his cards. I can't tell which. I would expect this check back a lot, but he is betting. And Gabriele shouldn't be going anywhere. It doesn't matter whether he's going to raise or call in this spot. It's too strong of a hand to be giving up to a half pot bet. And Gabriele playing it on the safer side with just a call. And the ace of spades on the turn does change quite a lot. Because now Raul has the nut flush draw. Gabriele still has some outs, but not if they're a spade. But we could see all the 10 outs on the top of the screen here. Is Raul going to do a delayed c-bet? The problem is that he'd be opening with a raise on a lot of his aces based on the early bit of his heads-up affair. He'd be repping that he already has a flush more than that ace. And does bet again, this time for 2 million. And Gabriele with the decision to make. He is getting pretty good odds on this call. He doesn't have to be right all the time for this to be a correct call. And he knows there's some hands that may give him the nuts, but he does fold, maybe worried about the flush there, playing it on the safer side. So nice awareness there by Raul to take down the pot. Denying Gabriele the equity.
By the flash. He was scared by the flash.
Yeah, because obviously if Raul has the flush, then your queen or 7 are no longer good. And then you're in a weird spot if you hit it and you're facing like a massive barrel by Raul.
It's fun. It's like to be in a box match, no?
Yes.
They go to the corner to talk. It's like Rocky Balboa with Mickey.
Yes, yes, yes. It's all fair. Both players can do the same thing. As if they miss a hand, that's on them. But if they're doing it in between hands, that is fair. What isn't fair is to have telephones at the table. So neither player is allowed to have that. None of the players at the final table were had. But of course, some of the players are have support teams that are watching the stream on the 20-minute delay, perhaps picking up some information from that, or perhaps just picking up information in general, or perhaps just wanting a word of support, you know, or thanking the players for supporting them. It could be any of those things, and all are perfectly okay.
Sometimes do you need to talk with your friends and have some suggest, okay, some suggest about your behavior, to be quiet. Talking with friends is really important. Maybe they can give to you a strategy suggest, but they can say to you, quiet, 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 don't think to the money, think to play your best poker. And sometimes it's important.
But meanwhile, Jack, the blinds have gone up already. It's a 600,000, 1.2 million. We'll have 30 minutes of this level. Gabriele with a strong hand. We'll learn now if he's limping all his range or if he's raising his premium hands such as King Jack. And it looks like he will be raising because something is being counted out. Nope, it's just a call. So Gabriele is going to be limping, if not his entire range, most of it. And now Raul jacking it up. So induces a raise by Raul with just the queen deuce. Can Gabriele sniff this out, or is he going to get rid of the best hand here?
Rahul with queen and 2, raise 4 million, great move, but Gabriele is not scared, eh?
Not with the King Jack during heads up. I was not expecting a fold. It was a matter of whether it was going to be a call or a 3-bet, but he does want to play it safer because Raul can be raising obviously with hands that are dominating Gabriele. It's just not the case here. And meanwhile, look at this flop here, Jack. Top pair for Gabriele.
Yeah, it's a great news for him because if Rahul try to make a continuation bet because he made the raise, Gabriele has a lot of opportunity to wait and say just a call and invite him to make a bluff.
And it looks like Raul is going to reach for chips. He's at least staring at his chips. Going to continue along, and this would work all the time, but not this time. It was a 3.1 million bet into 9 million.
Yeah, I think now he has only to make a call, nothing more.
When you're in position, a call is better. It is a slightly wet, but not really wet board. 3 different suits. The king and 9 are a little bit of a concern, but not too big of a one. And does indeed call. letting Raul do the dirty work for him. And another king on the turn.
It's a good card, because maybe Rahul doesn't think that he has a king.
Yeah, and maybe can barrel him off a 9 or a 4. And Raul does have a lot of kings on his range, despite it pairing up, being that he was the aggressor pre-flop. He would have hands like ace, king, king, queen. We see Gabriele was just basically going with a full limping strategy in general.
Ball control, check.
And Gabriele now maybe will try to get value now, hoping that Raul has a 9 or a 4. But I think he may check back, hoping Raul does something silly on the river. And does check it back, trying to get Raul to do something.
He's waiting a bluff. Gabriele is waiting a bluff.
The problem is after Raul checks the turn, he's no longer repping those kings, and he does have some showdown value with just that bare queen. And does check and will likely give up after Gabriele bets. Gabriele has to bet here, though.
He can put 5 million, but Rahul will fold.
Yes. But still, if Raul had a 9, he would have to call, so you do need to bet like 5 to 10 million here, depending on what kind of bet sizing you want to do. Sometimes a bet like 10 million looks weaker than a bet like 5 million. 5 million screams, I'm going to try to get some value.
You would like to make a value bet. By the way, Rahul give up this hand before, not now.
Yes. And it doesn't matter how big the bet is, but it is a big one. It looks like 8 million, 8.2 million. So in between that 5 and 10 million number mentioned.
9 million.
9 million, 9.8 million. So very close to that 10 million number that I mentioned that you can go up to there. And Raul is going to do a little bit of Hollywooding. Perhaps he's thinking about whether his queen has showdown value on this board. He would be beating a stone cold bluff. Gabriele should have some bluffs here, but does he have bluffs that are calling pre-flop and then calling a flop bet is the question here.
No, but it would be a fold. Maybe he tried to do this phase to take time because he doesn't want that the other player understand that he was in a bluff. By the way, he will fold, it's normal. And I have to say hello to my friend Monica Poggi, one of the greatest women who play poker in Italy.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
So hello,
and Enrico
hello from
Mosca,
Jason.
a real great player. It's a great pleasure to have them live viewers. And Monica won 4 years ago the ladies event here.
Ah, cool.
Very, very good. Great player.
There's a British lady, Emma Watson, who won it the last 2 times. She did make the final table again this time, but wasn't able to do the three-peat. But the ladies events here at the Battle of Malta are always
Yeah, it's
quite
been a
fun,
success.
a lot of good
75
energy.
players.
They had a 10K guarantee this time around, too. The flip community was here in full force, led by Diva Byrne, who is a host of the event, I believe. Not a sponsor, but a host. And just great to see that. And for those of you interested in ladies poker, part of the Casino Malta family is with the Olympic Entertainment Group. And there's going to be a ladies-only festival, Jack, in Estonia, November 30th to December 3rd, the Queens of Tallinn, just for the ladies. So a 350 main event. There's a nice mystery bounty event as well. The cash games are open to everyone, and there will be one open event, but with the €60 buy-in.
Oh,
so
great.
just like a fun open event.
Great.
So if you're a lady looking for something to do that's a little bit different, I don't believe there's ever been a ladies-only festival like this in Europe. It's worth checking out.
Okay, now we have the flop, and there's the 5 for Rahul, king and 8 for Gabriele, but the flop is not good for him.
Let's see if Raul tries anything. Nope, gives a free look, but that free look does not help Gabriele either. And now Raul, even though the 3 spades on the board, has an open ender. If he didn't think he was good, he does then have more equity to improve. We see that he's good. I don't expect Raul to check it a second time after Gabriele checked twice. And Raul is thinking along those wavelengths. But as we know, Gabriele doesn't really have enough here to call pretty much any size bet. Maybe a mid-bet he would call, but I don't think even that.
1.8.
So Raul betting, it looks like 1.8 million. And Gabriele taking one more look at his cards to make sure it was the king 8 and does quickly fold.
We are not watching good cards. We have
well, the
good
second
players,
hands of a heads-up play,
nothing
we had
happened.
that fireworks with Gabriele doubling
Yeah.
up. But that's often during heads-up play where you get a lot of rags, and then it's a matter of some leveling wars or who can be more aggressive, setting traps as we saw Gabriele do. So that even though we haven't seen a lot of cards, we've seen some interesting poker during the heads-up match already.
I want to say an important thing because we talked about sport before. We don't know if players make deal or not. It's not important to know. But if it happened, I don't want to talk about that, about money. No, I want to say only one thing. That these two players are playing their best poker because they want to win a trophy. It's important. It's not only the money. They say, hey, I want to win the Battle of Malta.
They want to have their face on that wall of fame that you see at every event with all the past winners. There is a bit of prestige in becoming a winner at the Battle of Malta.
Yeah.
So Raul grabbing a small piece of this Jack 9-8 flop with bottom pair backdoor flush draw. Gabriele, though, with nothing at all.
Check.
It was a limp pot. Gabriele has not been getting out of line in those limp pots and does check it back, and it's a jack on the turn, so Raul may understand that he's good now. Obviously, he's not going to get too much value from a lot of hands if he does bet, but would be betting off some hands that could realize equity. He could be actually betting for value against a hand that has a 10 in it for the open ender, but it does check through. And now with the full house, Raul has to feel calm, cool, and collected that he has the best hand. But unfortunately for him, Gabriele has 0, zip, nada in his hand altogether. So regardless of what happens, Raul will win this pot, and it will be just 3.6 million in additional chips coming his way.
I think that Gabriele has the opportunity to this hand, and not only because he hasn't 8 or jack or 9, but because he have 5 like high card. So if Rahul say 1 million, we say, okay, is your pot.
Or Gabriele could sense some weakness and raise it then to 5 million to try to take it and bluff it away. But based on Gabriele's incredible reads he's had throughout the entire final table, I do not see that happening in this particular spot either. It would be bad timing for him to do that in this particular spot, but maybe in other spots it would be good.
60, okay, fold. Too much.
So Raul overbetting the pot with 6.2 million. Gabriele had a comment to Raul about that overbet. Quickly folded though, and Raul back to 30 million in chips.
Okay, now Jason, we are on air on my Instagram. I
Ah,
have
we're on
60,000
Instagram.
followers. Now we will be famous in Italy too, eh?
Much love to Jack Bonara. Much love for joining me in the comms booth. I'm
Thank you
enjoying
very
the
much.
combination of the Italian and English together.
That's great. That's Battle of Malta. Okay, let's go. It's funny, we joke, but it's another opportunity to spend the name of Battle of Malta.
Yeah,
across
for
the world.
sure. I didn't
Because
realize you
all
had
people say,
60,000
hey,
followers.
They are joking. They are comment a great poker tournament. That's great.
I don't use Instagram as much as I should, but 60,000 followers I know is a massive number.
You are on
so
Instagram, eh? You are.
I have Instagram, yes. I'm Jackson
okay.
Poker, Jaxon, but I'm usually using the My Stories through Facebook, and then they go to Instagram like automatically.
Oh, it's funny. I like it, eh?
Check.
It's just I have too many things. I have Instagram, I have Facebook, I have Twitter, I have
Jason
Viber.
Popper, the first one.
No,
Check.
Oh, Jackson Poker. Perfect.
Jackson Poker with an
I wanna
X. So I used to be known before I was in the industry as Wacky Jackson, and then I got into the industry, you know, running this defunct site called Pocket Fives, which tracked a lot of online results. I was an online cash player then that dabbled in tournaments. Just loved working there as well. But still, there's some people that call me Wacky or Jackson to this day because of that.
Now we have a card that will freeze a little bit the action, because with 6 and Jack we can have a stripe.
I'm just surprised no more chips went into the spot at any given time. Raul flopped that open-ender. Gabriella flopped the top pair. Both were waiting for something to happen. And then the 8 of diamonds on the turn basically just killed the action, because now Gabriele wasn't confident his top pair was good, and the ace makes things going from bad to worse. But maybe Gabriele will try to sneak out some value from a 9 or an 8. And if he's raised, he'll understand that more often than not it would be by a jack for the straight, for the high end of that straight. And Gabriele going for some thin value here. A min bet of 1.2 million, and this may wind up working. Raul does have a bluff catcher, but Raul being disciplined, folding to the min bet, and wisely and correctly so in this spot, saves himself some chips. Not a lot, but it was still every big blind counts at this stage of the game. I'm loving the chairs they have at this final table. We get a better look at it now that they're heads up.
Yeah.
I may get one for home. So Secret Lab is the brand there. We'll
Yeah.
have to explore that a little bit. I sat in them, not today obviously for the final table setup, but the other night, and I didn't want to get up.
Yeah. Battle of Malta, heads up. Gabriele from Italy.
Yes, this, yes.
And the other great player
Thank you.
come from Holland. Is an heads up of high level, eh? High level.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good media in the Netherlands. I don't know if Poker City's watching, but shout out to you. Frank out to also Frank Opteward, one of my mentors over the years. Much love to all you guys. Shout out to Poker Studio as well, Tim Bacher, and a lot of other guys. So I do love the Dutch poker community. I love the Italian poker community. To me, whoever wins, I will be happy. Jack will be much happier if Gabriele wins, but he'll also be happy with the second and third place finish if it turns out to be the other way. But meanwhile, now Gabriele, who has been limping just about every button, changing it up a little bit. Now we're doing a min raise, maybe trying to speed up the action a little bit. And Raul with the king making the call from out of position. So we have our first raise pot and heads up play by Gabriele, and it's not with a strong hand either, disguising the fact that he doesn't have an ace or a king or a pocket pair in his hand. And Raul checking his middle pair. Gabriele may continue. He was raising this time and not just calling, so it's a different scenario for him. If it was a limp pot, he would be checking back based on what we've seen so far in heads up play.
Bet.
That doesn't mean he can't change up his strategy at any given point in time, but I do expect to see a bet, and it is a min bet. That's not going to get Raul out of the way, but not surprised to see it either.
I remember a funny thing, when we are on air with Cesare Antonini, that Gabriele always listen us, become to smile, become to understand what we are saying. Sometimes with the move of his face, he agree. Has been funny. Okay. Ten for Gabriele is a good news and justified for Rahul. 54 million for Gabriele, 24 million for Rahul. That's a pot of 8 million, 4. Not bad.
Surprisingly, though, even though Gabriele improved here, I expect him to check it back only because his bet was called initially. Now, it could be with a 5, but it could have equally been with a jack. But now, certainly, Gabriele's not going anywhere now.
Now he's...
Beautiful river.
Check.
And Raul may now
relax.
Have to call a bet here. Gabriele is certainly going to bet. It's just a matter of how big. And I think he can size this one up to at least 5 million, if not more. But let's see what he tries to do.
With the pair of 5, maybe if Gabriele say 3 million, maybe Rahul can think to a call. Think. I don't want to say that he will make a call, but he can think with a pair of 10.
He could have also put Gabriele on a flush draw, so many other hands. So I think he kind of has to call most bets here.
I think it's too much.
Yeah, this is a big one, 5.4 million.
For me, it's too much.
I do like it because you would be getting that jack to call. So it's
call.
And he does indeed call with the 5 there.
It wasn't too much, and Gabriele is better to me to play poker.
Yes, this is why Gabriele is here and not with me, and why Jack is here with me and not on the feature table. But Gabriele Reed now in ultimate control. He can even double up Raul and still be with the chip lead. So Gabriele really showing a lot of fortitude, a lot of heads-up knowledge, knowing where he's at. He's kind of knows how to play all his opponents actually throughout the final table. Raul's been strong throughout the day too. But now we'll need to get some momentum going. He's getting down there. He's around 16, 17 big blinds, and that makes a massive difference compared to the 30 big blinds he had moments ago. But I said at the beginning that Gabriele was one of those guys that had multiple gears, and I said, you know, he's being a little bit tight now, but let's see as things go a bit deeper, and now we're seeing the multiple gears. But here we go, 56 big blinds for Gabriele, 15 big blinds for Raul, so nearly a 4-to-1 chip advantage for Gabriele now.
Now it's a different tournament. We remember that Gabriele began the heads-up underdog. He had half of the chip of Rahul. Now it's totally different because 67 to 19 is another word, and we have to see what's happened. It's not always so easy to win when you are chip leader in a zap, because if your opponent has few chips, sometimes you make a call because you want to win the tournament. And sometimes you make call without great cards, and you have 1, 2, 3 double up, and everything changes totally.
That's a very good point. It's not always skill that will prevail in heads-up play because your margins are quite small at times. So it's very good. But in this case, although Gabriele is showing more moves heads-up, I do believe that Raul knows what he's doing in heads-up too. He understood that Gabriele should have some bluffs in that spot and made the call. Just turned out that Gabriele had the goods.
We have the Doyle Browns on hand, 10 and 2. And Rahul had a terrible hand, not of Doyle Branson, I hope of anyone, because 8 and 3 is nothing to say call, but 10 and 2 maybe is good to make a raise. Now, we remember that we have the delay of 20 minutes. It's a great tournament, the Battle of Malta, Gabriele from Italy, Rahul from Holland. I hope, it's normal, I'm Italian, that an Italian win.
However, Raul is a local too. He's here for all the big events. I believe he does live here on a permanent basis.
He lives in Malta?
I believe so, because I see him here even when there's not like a festival going on.
It appears a good guy, very correct, professional, good way to play poker, but a good behavior, I think, is the most important thing. 9 and 6 for him. 8 and 4 for Gabriele.
Premium cards for both players.
Yeah.
It is another limp pot, but this time it's no surprise.
Let's see the flop.
An 8 out of the window. So Gabriele pulling ahead.
It could be a good end because there's the second pair for Gabriele and the bottom pair for Rahul.
Let's see if Gabriele bets this time. In the past, we've seen him check sometimes when he's had that middle pair. Does check it again. We'll wait for the turn to see what that brings. And it's a 5 on the turn, so it even gets a little bit more dangerous for both players. Now, Gabriele has a huge advantage. If a 7 comes on the river, though, both players would have a straight. Raul with the better straight, but both players have now a bigger piece of that board with that 5 of diamonds coming. And it's Raul with the weaker hand reaching for chips.
Bet.
And I don't think Gabriele is going to go anywhere. Obviously, he could be drawing dead to a 7-9, but there's other hands that would be betting here, such as the 9-6 that we see, but a 9-10 might choose to bet. A blank 7, like a 7-3 might be betting here. And it's a bet of 2.4 million, and it's decision time for Gabriele.
Well, 2 million, 4. I think that Gabriele will make a call, or he will raise. I don't think he will fold because he has the second pair.
It's a tough spot to be raising in. I think, though, the call is
I think
really
it's
what
the
we're
best
looking
thing
at.
to do.
Yeah.
But if you think to be in a good condition, maybe you don't want to see a card who can freeze the action. By the way, if a pair a 7 with 4, he close the strifle.
He does indeed, though.
But
just
I think the
call.
call, I agree with you perfectly. I agree.
And one more card to come. Will it create some magic for either player? If not, I expect it to check through a lot of times. But it is some magic, and it's magic for Gabriele. But yeah, we'll see if Raul opens up the wallet again, because he could be repping that 7. He could have easily been betting with the 7, and that would give him a straight, and may want to rep it here, understanding that a 6 isn't good, so I might as well turn my hand into a bluff to get out those hands that don't have 7.
Check of Rahul.
And Gabriele, it's hard for him to bet here. He does have a very strong hand with the 2 pair, but he's behind any 7. So it isn't, even though we see that he is miles and miles ahead, Gabriele really has no way of knowing that. He may try to bet, in this case, smaller, because then if he's raised, he can get off it.
By the way, with the 7, in the hand of his opponent, he loses. So maybe he can say, okay, check.
Yeah, I think that's the more conservative play. But I won't be surprised if he comes out with a bet of like 2 million or
He's
something.
strongest than me.
Like a bet between 2 and 3 million won't surprise me. A bigger bet would surprise me, though.
Bet 4.2.
And it is a slightly bigger bet, but not by much, actually. 4.2 million, so a little more than half the pot. Now, what does he do if Raul shoves over the top? I think he has to call based on that sizing. But I don't think Raul will be able to pull the trigger on this. He may call because he has some small showdown value.
I don't think. I think
but I think
Raul
he
will
has to fold here.
Because he has just 30 million.
But he does make... Oh, he does jam it. So we're putting Gabriele to the test here.
I said it is stronger than me. Now we will see if he's really stronger. And if we make a call against, yes, double pair. By the way, if the other player has a 7, he loses the pot.
Yes,
we will see.
The 2 pair is normally strong, but not necessarily in this spot. And Raul was repping the 7 the entire way. He just didn't want to lead out with it, maybe sensing that he can get away with one. But I think Gabriele is going to have to call, in which case we will have our latest winner. I won't be surprised if he folds. If he puts Raul on a 7, a fold is fine. He would still have a massive chip lead, more than 2-1. So maybe he doesn't want to double up his opponent, but it's not that much more to call here. It was 4.2 to 13, so a little less than 9 million to call. So even if he's wrong here with the 9 million, he would still have a significant edge. Meanwhile, how often is Raul bluffing here? Is he bluffing 1 out of 4 times? Because that's what we're looking at.
I didn't like his bet, but I would like a call.
Yeah, this is the trouble of you betting. You get yourself into those spots. So while I wasn't surprised to see the bet, I think once you bet, you have to be willing to already have the plan in your head. Well, if he raises, is he ever bluffing? A smaller bet to do that would be an easier fold here. And does indeed fold, so great play there by Raul.
And for me, a mistake of Gabriele. I said check was the best choice.
It cost him
I don't
quite
know
a lot
who can
there.
pay you. You are transforming your hand in a bluff.
Yes. And here we go. Gabriele, though, still with a nice chip lead, 61 million to 25 million, so more than double the stack. Still is in control despite that small hiccup. Gabriele is not the type of player that even if he feels he made a mistake there, that he's going to let it get to him. Worst case, he goes talk about it with the support team. But I think he'll be able to shake this off and proceed to play good poker like we've seen from Gabriele throughout the final table.
61 million Gabriele, 25 million Raul. Italy against Holland. A great match, a great poker tournament, a great heads up. Forza Italia, forza Gabriele.
Gabriele opting to limp here. We do not know what he has yet.
Check.
And Raul checks it back. That doesn't mean necessarily both players don't have anything in their hands, because we've seen both players try to trap before. More trapping done by Gabriele, but here we go. Both players do have crap in their hands, but the crap got a little bit better for both players. Raul flopping the middle pair, Gabriele with a gut shot straight draw. Not really a lot in the hand for him to do, but he does have some equity despite Raul hitting that middle pair. And is the one to bet here. I don't think Raul is going to do anything but call here. And that's exactly what happens.
We need a 4.
Jack just rooting for absolute carnage, but it's a 9 of clubs on the turn instead.
Check.
So Raul's still ahead, but that card is not necessarily one that he should like too much. And Gabriele may try to take this one away. He doesn't have to play just for a 4. He can play with some aggression. Does indeed check it back, though. And maybe now you'll get your 4 here, Jack.
No, a queen. I always waited a queen in my life, not in this moment.
And let's see what Raul does here.
1.2.
I would expect a lot of check calling or something like this, where it's a win bet. Gabriele really just with nothing, easy fold for him. And now Raul has a little bit of momentum going. It was all Gabriele until now. Gabriele is still in control after doubling through Raul with that ace-7 versus king-queen. But Raul is not going anywhere. He was down to 16 big blinds before, but now has chipped up a little bit with that nice bluff 2 hands ago and winning this small pot here.
Change dealer.
Dealers
We will
have
see
been
if
fantastic.
we will be the dealer who will give the hand of this heads up.
Sempre. Ovvio, le zappe si mettono sempre.
It looks like blinds are still the same.
Yes. Yeah.
No, have they gone up? I don't know. So that's $1.6 million. Yeah, they're still the same.
1,500,000.
800 or $1.5 million, I don't know. I think it's 1 million, 1.5 million right now, but it could be still 600,000, 1.2 million. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, it does look like the blinds went up. That's 1.5 million in front of Gabriele there. So it is 1 million, 1.5 million. So that means there's 4 million in the pot every hand before anybody takes any action.
Rahul, queen and 5. The blind, 1 million, 1 million,
yes,
comma 5 is different now.
Yes, just announce that, Jack.
Yeah.
And we have Gabriele calling with the 6-2 suited to a min raise by Raul. So pot is building. Nobody getting any love on the king 9-8 flop. I would expect Raul to continue on this kind of flop, being that he raised pre-flop, but does check it back. 10 of spades on the turn. So now a jack would give Raul a straight. He is still ahead. I won't be surprised if he checks the flop to check the turn, but maybe he's going to try to take it down. The problem with betting now is if you're raised, you're not going to realize your equity in the hand, and does check it back in a 5 on the river. So a small piece for Raul. He was ahead the entire way anyway. I don't expect at least Raul to be betting if it's checked over to him, but maybe Gabriele will try to steal this away with just 6 high in his hand.
Jason, with these blinds it's different because with 25 million, with 1 million and a half, you need to make action. You can't
Yes, that's for sure. And before long, it'll go up to 1 million, 2 million to make matters worse because we're on a 30-minute clock. So it does speed things up to some degree and makes the short stack shorter, but even a big stack isn't that big anymore. And,
Ooh,
and Gabriele stealing it away.
Yeah.
Great awareness by Gabriele. So many gears of Gabriele Ree.
Good
Very
move,
impressed
good
with
move.
him.
Maybe he remember what's happened before. Maybe he thought, hey, he had really the 7, and now we say, okay, now I want to show Jack there the reason.
So it's 1-1.
Yeah.
Both players got one over on each other. They'll find out later. I don't believe that the hand before with Gabriele folding the 2 pair would have been aware of this at this given moment at the table because there is a 20-minute delay, and I think it happened about 7-8 minutes ago. But time does have a way of playing tricks on you when you're in the booth, so maybe I'm a little bit off on that. Ooh, pocket 5s here for Gabriele.
Wow.
Very pretty heads-up hand. May even shove it based on the fact that you said that now Raul's stack is a little bit on the short side. And does indeed jam it in, and Raul now with the decision with the Jack-10 suited.
Oh, no, he's all in. Oh, choice all in, but...
Is Raul going to call it off with Jack-10 suited? It is a hand that flops well that you do like to play post-flop, but not a hand necessarily that you want to call a shove to. But Raul not instantly doing anything yet.
Call!
And he does call, wow! So this could be it, folks, or we could have Raul near the chip lead once again, but it is a coin flip situation for the 209,500 euro top prize, along with the trophy, pocket 5s for Gabriele Ree, Jack-10 of diamonds for Raul, and here comes the flop.
5, 6.
And it's a 10-5-6 flop, so a 5 for Gabriele for the set. Raul with the top pair, but it's not good enough.
Turn is 7.
And a 7 on the
It's
turn,
so
so
low,
baby!
baby! Gabriele is the winner!
And what is the last card just to complete the action? The 2 of clubs on the river. So congratulations to Gabriele Ree winning the Battle of Malta main event for 209,500 euros. Getting massive hugs from his rail. Raul should be happy with his day as well. Runner-up, nothing to be upset about. 129,500 reasons to be happy with that because that is a runner-up prize. Congratulations to both players and everybody that made the final table. I want to do some thank yous before we sign off, and then I'll let you sign off, Jack. But my first thank you is actually to you, Jack. So thank you for all your hard work, you and Cesare and the entire Italian poker media team. Fantastic work all week long. There are too many to name in the entire crew, but you're here with me in the booth. You get the special thank you. I want to thank my crew as well. So special thank you to Lyle Bateman for keeping the reports up when I've been needing to be in the booth. Thank you also to the wonderful Igor, who's busy away, making those fantastic photos you see on the blog. He's still snapping away, in fact. So thank you to him. Thank you to Telly Bartolo and to Diane Fanich and to everybody at Casino Malta for putting this event together, to inviting us out here to be part of it. Thank you to all the staff from the tournament director, Michael, all the way down to the floor, to the dealers, the people running the chip room, to the waiters, the waitresses, to those cleaning up after us messy poker players at night. So thank you to everyone at Casino Malta. Thank you to all the fantastic partners, and thank you also to MSC Audio Visual for putting together this fantastic TV table and stream. I'm sure I'm leaving people out, so much love to all of you, but last but not least, thank you to all the fantastic poker players that made this event as big as it was, as fantastic as it was, and as vibrant as it was. This does not happen without you. We see Luigi Di Altero along with a bunch of other players at the table, but I'm going to leave you with Jack. This is Jason Glatzer. Had a fantastic week with you and looking already forward to the next Battle Malta. Gabriele on top of the moon, and thank you again, Jack.
I can only say that it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you. I'm really happy to see an Italian winner of Battle of Malta. See you maybe in April. I hope to work with you in April too, because it's been an honor. And it's been an honor to have a lot of fans, a lot of views. È stato un onore, un piacere commentare con Jason, è stato un onore raccontarvi questo fantastico Battle of Malta. Ci vediamo alla prossima edizione. Grande Gabriele, Forza Azzurri!
Thank you as well to all of you for tuning in. Jack and Jason, we'll be back with you in April. Much love, peace, and love to all of you, and have a fantastic Wednesday evening. See you the next time.
Great.
Even better than last
This way is a joke because it's not important how I speak English. It's important the emotion.
So
If you say you talk 80, I talk 20, but they say something funny for Italian people.
It's good they took over that one.
If we have Italian players, 2 Italian players, 3 Italian players, it's great in this way. If I haven't Italian players, just half an hour.
I knew it.
Exactly.
Only to say, okay, I'm here, no more.
And I liked how you took over when you
But I
knew.
continue to think that you have to do 2 voices. And sometimes I can go for half an hour with me and you come.
Guys.